wretched armpit of America. This is the Drunken Peasants Podcast with Ben and TJ, bringing you opinions of the news from an altered perspective.
Hey man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What are you talking about, atheist? It's okay.
You're nothing, TJ. You're garbage.
I just want to be liked.
You're garbage.
And now, here are your hosts, Ben and TJ.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Do it live. And things suck.
Hello, everyone. This is the Drunken Peasants Podcast, episode 201.
Doesn't have the same feel as 200.
Oh, no?
Doesn't have the same feel.
I thought this would be bigger.
It's gonna peak at 217 though. Remember.
Oh, the sorest ass episode.
Shut up, Paul.
Oh, TJ. You know what, dude?
Whined long enough.
Yeah, Paul. I mean, you seem to be able to walk
you know
around.
what, dude? You talk a bunch of shit, but like a banana is not a fist, bro. It isn't.
The worst part for me was when I looked back and I saw TJ lick Paul's face.
Yeah, that got uncomfortable. But you know, I kind of I thought he was gonna kiss me for a second. Like he
I think he wanted to.
he growled in my face wantonly.
Wantonly?
Yeah.
Remember, Paul.
There was a need in your voice.
He wasn't acting. There was no acting then.
Well, no, I
just want to point that out.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, a bunch,
Ben's like, yeah.
a bunch of people.
Ben's been traumatized.
A bunch of people accused me of acting, the whole thing being a complete joke, and to those dipshits, I'd like to say, please come over here and sign one of these contracts that Scotty whips up. We'll be happy to host you. Have you come and sit right behind Ben with your butt facing TJ, and then you can tell everybody.
I have to approve of the person first. I ain't just sticking my hand
Now all of a sudden you've got scruples.
Not scruples.
He has
just
standards.
Standards. Oh, well, I'm glad if I meet your standard, it's not hard to meet the standard then.
What are you talking about, Paul?
My big, fat, dimply, sallow ass meets your standards. You don't exactly have to be a Brazilian swimsuit model to get by TJ.
Personality counts for a lot, Paul.
Oh, well, thank you, TJ. That's very nice of you.
You're welcome. Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't been happy since that night, TJ. I mean, I'm traumatized, to be honest with you.
I haven't heard a peep out of Fantano since I doxed his ass.
Oh, you silenced him.
Yep.
We obviously are pro-doxing on the show. I mean, people in the comments have said it. We're pro-doxing, remember?
Absolutely. Yeah,
especially you guys. TJ and Paul are definitely.
Yeah, I'm not.
Us.
No, Ben's not.
Yeah.
But TJ and Paul.
I mean,
totally.
in private, Ben is of course the most pro-doxing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Anything else you want to talk about before we're?
I don't know. Paul, is there anything you want to talk about? You fat piece of shit.
I got a lot of hate mail because we skipped Storytime with Paul on Friday.
Didn't skip shit.
All right, so we'll do Storytime with Paul then.
It's been canceled.
Scotty.
What?
I was playing this terrible thing from Zelda CDI.
Oh, okay. I see. All right.
DI.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared, so now I have to.
Catching Ben
Paul's,
off.
Damn you, Paul.
Paul's throwing curveballs at me all the time.
No, we don't have to do it tonight. We can do it this Friday. I'm fine.
I don't know.
Now,
Paul's insane. No, Paul, you've riled the mob.
riled
Paul.
up the audience. We got to do it now.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Piece of garbage.
Thanks, Paul.
This better be a damn good story, bitch.
Storytime.
Yeah, the expectations are pretty high now.
Maximize that shit. I want to see Paul's big fat face.
Full screen.
Anyway. So I was going to tell the Mound story, TJ. Like, what you remember what Beyond Fear's nickname is, correct?
Yep.
Yep. It's Mounds amongst the peasants.
That is
correct. So I wanted to
correct.
tell the story of how that came to be, and I bring you this story.
It's all your fault.
At great personal pain, great cost to myself.
I saw you incur some pain.
Yeah, you did. You witnessed the whole thing go down. So anyway, when we went to LA, we got there a couple of days before the rest of the peasants did, and Ashley and I stayed with Beyond Fear for a couple of days. She had a bedroom with 2 beds in it. And I woke up one morning to like the sounds of Beyond Fear getting ready, because she was always up at least 3 or 4 hours before I would even consider getting out of bed, because she was, trying to see things in the United States, and I was just in LA, and I'd been there a million times. So she's up at like 8 in the morning, and I look and I see her, and she's looking out the window. And at first, like when I took the whole thing, she's in a t-shirt and panties, and she's framed by the sunlight, and I thought it was a really nice, picture of my friend. And then, of course, 5 seconds after I realize what's going on, the lizard brain, Paul's ego's animal brain, kicks in, and I start checking her out, because she's standing in front of this window, and she's short, so she has to be up on her tiptoes, which what happens when chicks get up on their tiptoes and shit. The whole ass becomes a thing. And that's just presented in such a pleasing way. And I'm lewdly like staring at her ass in the grogginess of sleep. And then, of course, that's not enough, though. Just ogling her ass was not enough. I'm like, well, let's take a look. So I start looking at the, like the thigh gap. You know the thigh gap, right?
Yes.
The mythical thigh gap. And I'm looking, and I see the mound. She's in panties, and I see her mound, right?
Mound.
So I just make note of this in the back of my brain. I file it away in the spank bank. And we go on about my day. And this happened to be the day that the peasants got to LA. And we had all these lofty plans for what we were going to do. Ben was like, yeah, man, we're going to go to... What was the club you wanted to go to, Ben?
I think I want to go to the Rainbow.
The Rainbow? Well, you wanted to go to the Rainbow, and you wanted to go to, like, Tommy, what's his name's club?
Oh, no. I want to go to the Viper Room.
The Viper Room. Yeah, we were all talking, and like we were all jazzed to do it, but what ended up happening was we sat around and just smoked copious amounts of pot. And for some reason, and because I can't remember who did it, I'll blame TJ, Beyond Fear's vagina came up as a topic of conversation. And I
remember what happened. You were she was saying something about like her not wanting you to see something of hers, and then you were like, I've already seen your mounds.
Yeah.
That's basically what I did. I said, I've seen it. And she's like, you have not seen it, Paul's ego. You have not. And I was like, well, not really like close up, but I did see your mound this morning. And everybody kind of laughed. And I told the story that I just told everybody, and we kind of chuckled about it. But then I became aware that, like, Beyond Fear, she was not chuckling. In fact, she was like just tossing, she got all quiet. She's like shooting daggers at me and shit. And she's like, eventually, after we all finished laughing, she's like, Paul, I do not have a mound. And I'm like, yeah, you do. I seen it. I seen the mound. I'm sorry, you have a mound. Every girl has a mound, and I've seen yours. And so she just kind of stalks inside, and I know I'm in big trouble. So I go in, and she confronts me eventually about it, and she's like, Paul, how dare you tell that story to the peasants on the first day that I meet them? The only thing that they know about me now is mound. And I was like, I'm sorry, it was a funny story. She was like, how dare you tell that story? And it was like, and I didn't even know at first, like, what story she was talking about. So I asked, like, is this about the mounds? Like, is this the mound thing? And she just, like, at that point, she snapped. And she just rears back. Now, Beyond Fear is a small. She's short and, very thin. But she punched me, and it was like a battering ram. It was just this immense, like, searing pain as this tiny little fist dug into the, like, sinew and bone and muscle and flabby flesh of my arm. And I'm just, like, stunned by this. And she goes, you will not tell that story again. Do you understand?
You just told
it. And you never did.
And I was like, yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. And so anyway, it could have ended there and should have probably ended there. But TJ, at some point during this exchange, had wandered into the kitchen in search of pizza, overheard the entire thing, went back out to the smoking table where both Beyond Fear and I ended up. And he goes, hey, what's up, Paul? What's going on, mounds? And I was like, oh. So anyway, that's why that's why Beyond Fear is known as mounds amongst the peasants, and she gave me permission to tell the story. So I'm hoping I don't get punched again if she's
She's
ever
gonna
on there.
punch you again. This time it's gonna be in the teeth.
Oh my god, dude. So much pain.
Her fist is so small, she's only gonna punch one tooth at a time.
It was like getting shot. It really did. It was like a cop used one of those beanbag rounds, like just put it right against my arm and pulled the trigger, dude. Like my arm was useless for 2 days, just limp, hanging by my side.
It's true what they say about Australians, man.
What, they punch really hard?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they're supposed to be like tougher than normal people, is what I'm saying. You know, they have a reputation for toughness.
I know their kind. All right.
Wolverine is Australian in some variations of the story.
He has an Australian accent for some reason. If anything, he should have a Canadian accent.
Yeah, he's a Canuck. But for some reason, in a lot of the old cartoons, they decided he was Australian for no reason.
Nope.
I don't know. Anyway, that's the show, everyone.
So both women and animals are
also edible. I mean, I'm just going to put that out there.
Well, yeah, and I try and treat my women as sexual subjects. So I just want to make that clear, just so Casey knows that she's in a friendly place. Like, well, no, because I don't want them to be sexual objects.
Can you explain furtherly?
Well, okay, so like a subject, would be like somebody who is subject to torture or something, right? So like I subject.
So you're into like the BDSM stuff, or?
No, well, I'm not into it, but I just do it because I don't want to be treating women as an object, and the only way to not treat women like an object is to treat them like a subject.
So you treat them like a subject?
Yeah, like my subject.
Like you're a king and they're your subjects.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so it only makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
Because if I were to like date a girl and then treat her all nice and bring her flowers, well, that's just patriarchy telling me what I have to do to appease her womanhood. Like, I'm going to trade these flowers that I didn't even pick for your vagina, right? So I just cut the bullshit out and I just grab them. Never mind.
Never mind.
Okay. I don't give them a choice. Like
What were you gonna say? You don't give them a choice? Or?
Well, yeah, because if I get
okay, well that gets into
no,
rape, you know, and I don't get into that right now.
But it's not rape that I'm talking about, though. I'm just talking about like I don't want to objectify.
Do you have a safe word?
Yes. Yes, I do.
What is it?
Well, if I told you that, then I wouldn't be. Then I'd be objectifying you. If you knew the safe word, then I'm treating you like an object and not a subject.
Yeah. Well, I have a safe word that I do on my stream. So.
What is it?
Putso banana, please.
Putso
like
banana, please. How is it possible that we have the same safe word?
Is that really your safe word too?
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy.
Well, I tried to think of the craziest thing that nobody would ever scream out, you know, and then I just never tell anybody the safe word. But like now everybody knows. Whoops.
Like your fucking days are numbered, Paul.
I don't even know. I don't even know where this part of the interview went. I don't know. I don't know how we arrived where we are.
Yeah, dude. Maybe someone might have laced that with some marijuana. Did you get that tobacco from a reputable source?
All right. Fuck. I should have known better. I should have known that Casey Tron would be on to me. I'm a marijuana addict, okay? And look, I just want to reach across the aisle and say, don't start this stuff because it takes over your whole life, you know? And look at me. Like, I'm blessed with really good looks and, like, a really good physique. But beyond that, like, I've got nothing really going for me.
I'm going to be honest with you. I knew as soon as you were wearing those sunglasses, I knew that was marijuana in your pipe because I know that you're trying to cover how your eyes look and probably the, you know, the redness in the eyes, because it does cause redness in your eyes and different things like that. And it actually does also cause hallucinations.
As soon as you said
paranoia.
that your sister, as soon as you said that your sister also was addicted to the marijuana, I knew you were going to know that I was too. So
I know the signs of a marijuana addict.
I could see Paul's eyes well up.
I can't
even
believe
through his glasses.
I can't believe, after all this time we've been doing this podcast with Paul, and I had no idea that he was addicted to marijuana this entire time.
And
I mean, I'm shocked. I mean, this is wow. The wind has been let out of my sails.
I tell you guys, like,
and
I
that's
feel
one of
free.
the things you have to work with. I mean, the
feel
first
free
step
now.
to overcoming it is admitting that you have a problem, and
Exactly.
you guys, everybody needs to be supportive of it. And he's coming forward and he's admitting to having a problem, and we just need to support him and tell him, it's okay. We just need to work on getting you help.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should just fire Paul.
Yeah, I think Paul just needs to be fired. Fuck this. I don't work with druggies, man. Paul,
Actually,
I mean, you can stay on for the rest of
there's-
this show, but
There is
after
an
that, you
Ohio
gone.
State.
You gone.
There's a United States statute that says that you can't fire a marijuana addict if they admit it to you.
What?
So yeah,
this is all part of your
So
fucking
he admitted
devious
it.
little
and
fucking plan,
is there
isn't it?
anything?
All right,
is there
Paul.
anything
well, in that
you
case,
need from
we're
us?
actually just firing you because we're not satisfied with the level of your performance due to your marijuana
Can we
consumption.
fire someone just for being so hideous?
I mean, I don't know. Paul is a pretty attractive guy.
No.
Yeah,
Hideous?
No.
You fucked me, Ben.
Okay, sure.
Paul was
You give it to me.
Paul was a model before he fucking injured his leg. He couldn't do the runway walks.
Yeah,
anymore.
and that's how I got started on the marijuana. But like Casey asked, what can you guys do for me? And really, what I would like to do is I would like to not quit, because I think it would be helpful for people like you guys who are very obviously committed to getting rid of this scourge that is marijuana, that you could use me as an example. So I'm just going to keep smoking marijuana my whole life, right? And then you guys pull me in when you got to show like what can happen to somebody if they smoke marijuana.
And that's the
their whole
addict in
life.
you talking, not wanting to let go. And
I
I know that marijuana can be extremely addictive. Maybe
Listen.
you need to wean yourself off of it. I know it is one of the more addictive substances known to man. And it's also a gateway drug, so it can also
Okay,
lead
look,
to
Paul, come on.
even more dangerous
Come on,
drugs.
even
such
right
as,
now, you won't even wait
know-
till the show's over before you start smoking again.
No, I could
Jeez.
quit anytime.
You're
TJ, I
shameless.
could quit anytime. TJ, I could quit anytime, dude.
Well,
I
then
could
quit now, Paul.
anytime.
Quit now, Paul.
Dude, can I just quit tomorrow? Is that cool?
It is a very addictive
Yeah,
substance.
man. Look,
I'll
here's what
quit-
you got
I'll
to do,
quit
I don't
Paul.
think it's
Paul,
something
look,
that he could just
look, I got a
quit.
plan. You got to wean yourself off. You got to go like, you're smoking weed now. You got to go down the slope. Use slightly less powerful drugs. Like you're on weed. That's pretty much one of the worst drugs there is. Go to crack. Use some crack for a while, then maybe you start just snorting cocaine, then move on to heroin, and then to cigarettes and alcohol, and then you know
what, TJ, I'm gonna do you one better.
What you got?
I quit like right now. I quit now.
Do it, Paul.
You can even just start smoking. Like if you feel the need to smoke, instead of smoking marijuana, you could smoke cigarettes. They're way less addictive, and
they're way better for
they're
you.
legal.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
government
that's
knows
true.
that cigarettes are pretty
No.
much safe.
I'm just gonna quit cold turkey.
I don't know, Paul.
Wait, my camera turned off. That's weird. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that.
Paul.
You know what we did for my sister is to help wean her off of the marijuana. We actually made brownies with marijuana, and just kind of put less slowly.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
was able to help wean her off of it.
Less and less marijuana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. If I
You know
wasn't,
what
if
you
I
could do is
wasn't,
if you
like,
want to smoke it, you could just put in a little more like oregano as time goes on. You know.
Yeah, you could even mix it with tobacco.
yeah, like honestly, if oregano got me high, I would probably do that. But I'm just gonna do cold turkey. I'm just gonna go cold turkey.
So, Paul, are you having problems with your webcam or something?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like it just it cut.
Oh shit, you're.
It's down again, Paul. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, his mic went out.
Hold on, I'm just checking the cable behind my. I'm checking the cable for my webcam that's plugged in behind my computer. I'll be right back, guys.
It's
I'm sorry.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you might want to get that fixed.
Yeah.
Hopefully he comes back. He may just completely.
You sound like fucking Principal McVicker over there, you piece of shit.
Oh, I think it's. Oh, yeah.
Beavis and Butthead, you're expelled.
I found the cable. I found the cable.
You found the cable, huh?
Yeah.
Where was it?
It was
It sounds like you have a case of the chronic giggles.
It was a. Oh yeah. No, it was behind the computer. Everything's fine now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was it being held by a little goblin? Did he hand it to you as fucking rainbows shot out of it in every direction?
I don't know what you guys are talking about, dude. Like 5 minutes ago, I had this emotional cold turkey quit, and now you guys are still like acting like, "Ooh, Paul's hallucinating."
It does cause hallucination.
You're sitting there,
and
you know.
paranoia.
I'm mocking. I'm mocking you. We all know what you're doing, Paul. When the camera conveniently goes off, I'm telling you.
You know what? For as many technical difficulties as we've had that are none of our fault, I am ashamed that you would suggest that my webcam was anything other than just a natural occurrence.
Wow.
It was an act of God.
All right, I'm trusting you on this, Paul, but you know, I got my eyes on you. I have my suspicions that you're still smoking the marijuana when your camera conveniently falters.
See, this is like we should
How much
really
marijuana have you taken today?
today. Before I quit or after I quit? I mean, before I quit,
today,
I took.
before.
I took. I think probably like
Maybe a kite, Paul. You're laughing at everything.
Maybe like two marijuanas. That's all,
like
though.
Cigarettes,
Well, two marijuana pipes.
joints, marijuana pipes.
Yeah.
2 marijuana pipe fulls.
Yeah, pipefuls. Yeah, a whole pipe full of marijuana, but twice.
How much would you say you smoke like on a day?
Like conservative, like on a day where it's just a normal day to day.
On a normal day, yeah.
Probably like 8 to 10 marijuanas.
8 to 10 full.
Yeah.
How much would you say on a bad day?
Paul, each one, I want you to think too that each and every one of those marijuanas represents a small Mexican child being beaten to death by a drug cartel somewhere.
Yeah, or a guy in Colorado getting really rich selling weed to people that he shouldn't be selling weed to. One of those two things has happened.
And then using that money for probably very evil things.
Probably. Well, that's why I'm glad.
Satanic temples and shit, Paul.
That's why I'm glad that I've quit, TJ. Because I don't support anything that I used to support earlier today.
All right.
I've had a change of heart. God has changed my heart.
You already were going to church all the time. Why did he take so long to change your heart, Paul?
Well, AC Tron will tell you that going to church is not all you have to do to have a relationship with God. You know where else you go, TJ?
Where's
you
that?
go to McDonald's. You go to McDonald's. You go to the toilet. Do you have a relationship with the toilet, TJ?
I do.
Yeah.
Same
Normally, whenever I talk to God, it's while I'm on the toilet.
Yeah,
do you think God
that's
ever
a
like?
relationship.
I don't know. I would think God would take offense to that.
Think about it, though. Think about it. No.
God would be
Think
a little mad.
Casey's right. Think about it. if anybody
if you
else,
think about God every time you go to the toilet and you have a relationship with God, that's like, think of how many times a day do you go to the toilet?
You think of it as like your body's a little timer, like, oh, it's time to talk to God again. And plus, isn't those little stalls just like, confession or something?
That's God's little reminder that he programmed into you to let you know, I'm here, buddy.
Anybody that would talk to you while you were pooping, you would be freaked out unless you were in a relationship with them. So it's a way of proving that God is a relationship and not a religion.
Wow. All right. I see what you're saying now.
So I've changed.
I'll have to tell that to youth group. I really like how you worded that. God is a relationship. It's not a religion.
Well, you should also tell the youth group, not in pride, of course, that you helped bring my heart to God, like on the podcast. Like you took a hardcore marijuana addict that was doing multiple marijuanas a day and turned him into a soldier for Christ.
Yeah, I mean, let all
Christ
of your
warrior.
Let all of your followers on Twitch know too. I mean, this is something amazing that
My
just
followers
happened.
Casey, does your youth group know about the time that you were milked?
I mean, that was, and I've asked for forgiveness for that.
Right. I mean, that's fine.
And that's the other thing. Like,
But,
you just have to ask for forgiveness.
Did you talk about your?
fine.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've killed and shit, and I just afterwards I'm just like, well, I turn to God. I'm like, look, God, I made some mistakes. I killed some people I shouldn't have killed, and then I had to kill some other people to, silence them because they were witnesses and all this other stuff. And it was this great big mess, and I realized that I really fucked up, but forgive me. And he does. And he he always gives me a sign.
Our God is
like,
a mighty God. He's a great God.
I don't want you to think I'm just murdering people. I mean, like, God confirms that he's okay. Like, he'll shine like a beam of light down on me, and he'll be like, go forth, my child. I'm like, so, he's cool with it. He knows I got a problem, and he's very forgiving.
Yeah. Well,
but that's that's really nothing compared to Paul's fucking marijuana problem, though.
Yeah, it's really fun.
there is no marijuana problem, TJ. I told you over and over I quit that, and I'd love it if you'd be supportive at this.
Well, I'm named after the Apostle Thomas for a reason, Paul.
He's a doubter.
Because Thomas doubted.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, you know what? You can continue to doubt. I'm sorry. I'm listening, but I dropped my toenail clippers.
Okay. Oh.
Over there.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get them real quick.
Go get your toenail clippers, Paul. Have a good one. See if you can find them over there.
It's all right.
You might want to turn the other way there.
He practices good hygiene. He makes sure that his toenails are nice and trimmed.
Yeah.
He has
Can't
a
fault
real
him for that.
problem.
Paul, we can see the pipe, Paul.
What?
We saw the pipe, Paul.
Yeah.
What? What are you kidding? What pipe?
We saw the fucking pipe, Paul. We
The
saw
dog
it, Paul.
ate the toenail clippers, so I can't show you guys that that's what I was doing, but I swear to God, that's what happened.
We saw you lighting up your marijuana pipe,
You know what?
Paul.
I thought you guys were my friends. Even Casey. I thought Casey was my friend.
I am. I'm here for you. I just think that, we need a little bit of honesty. I've been honest with you. I told you about my milking experience, and I just expect the same from you.
And I told you how marijuana ruined my life.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're accusing me by implication of still smoking.
No, I think we saw it.
How do you think that
I think
feels?
we all saw it here. We all saw it here. And you're trying to play the victim right now, and it's like you're not the victim. I'm the victim. I'm the female, so.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, of all the things, Paul, I could have accepted you as a marijuana addict, Paul.
Victimizing a female.
But to sit here and smoke marijuana in front of not just a fucking woman, but a classy, intelligent woman like Casey Tron, it's an insult to this show, it's an insult to yourself, and most of all, and most importantly, it's an insult to our guest, Casey Tron.
Yeah.
I mean, have we ever even had a more prestigious... I would be less upset if you smoked with Obama on this show, because... At least I could see that as maybe some sort of
Obama
protest
smokes marijuana.
against
He said
Obama
it.
and his evil. But a respectable guest like Casey Tron, how the fuck do you do this to us, Paul?
Before I defend myself, can I ask
a
a
lowbrow
question?
show, but we're not that fucking lowbrow.
I'm so
There's
fucking
some
embarrassed.
standards.
I'm so embarrassed.
I'm sick to my fucking stomach with Paul's behavior, Paul. You have a problem. You're a sick man.
Before I defend myself, I have to ask a question. Would anybody in the room, including Casey Tron, be willing to go back to that one thing that I mentioned earlier where I smoke weed for the rest of my life and you use me as like a don't do weed model?
Well, I actually am hoping to shoot an anti-marijuana campaign soon.
Okay.
For my show, so maybe, if you could just tell your story. When did you start smoking marijuana?
I smoked my first marijuana cigarette. I think I was probably like 11, 12, 13, somewhere in that,
Very
in that
young.
range.
Mhm.
Yeah, pretty
Special
young.
episode of the Drunken
Would you
Peasants
say the
podcast.
addiction? Would you say the addiction started right then?
I was immediately, like, the first time that I took a hit, I was immediately just like, I started seeing things and I just
Would
wanted...
you consider yourself a threat?
A threat, like, to the public?
Yeah.
At this point, no. Maybe when I was younger, yes, but at this point, I'm so old and worn down from smoking marijuana for so long that I'm really not
it's
a danger.
deteriorated your health.
He is a threat to a pizza, though, after he smokes weed.
He's a threat to every fucking food item around his ass.
Paul.
That's why I thought I could beat Paul in this fucking contest, because when I was around Paul, Paul was just like a black hole that sucked in food.
I was
everything around.
Whatever.
Do you
I
feel
got
like
fatter
you're a
from you being
prisoner?
there just from eating like you for those days.
Fuck you.
I did. It's fucking true. I gained like 5 pounds on your visit because of the way I was just eating the same way you were.
Do you feel like you're a prisoner to your addiction?
He is a prisoner.
Like to the food?
I mean, are we doing this for real, or are we like rehearsing for like a future like engagement? Like, are we gonna? So should I be like, yeah?
Have you guys seen the anti-marijuana campaign that was produced in Australia, the sloth one?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You've seen that one? That's a really good one.
I like the old one where there was these kids in a drive-through. And they were fucked up on the marijuanas.
Oh, yeah, the little girl on the bike.
There was a little girl crossing on the bike, and they pulled forward, didn't even see. Response time, cutting to nothing by marijuana. Bam! The little girl pays the price.
They should get the death penalty.
You know,
they should get the fucking death penalty, TJ.
They should. They should all be killed. They should be dragged through the streets.
Firing squad.
They should, someone should tie them to a pickup truck and with chains and just drive them through the fucking desert until there's nothing left of them. That's how they should die.
Well, I know that the me not smoking marijuana thing was a lie like earlier, but I just want to let you guys know that just because like I just blatantly lied to your face earlier doesn't mean I won't again, okay? Like, I'm glad we've all arrived at this place, which allows me to just like sacrifice myself and my body for the betterment of others and continue to smoke pot while you guys use me in various anti-pot campaigns. So and the conversion.
I really don't see. I mean, I'm struggling to find anything unethical about this, but I don't think there is. I think this is just a win-win for everybody. You get to keep on smoking weed. We get to exploit you, and the message is not at all tainted or sullied by our actions in any way. So yeah, let's do it.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Yeah, rock on.
I can live with that. And the conversion to Christ too. That was
Ben.
true. That was
are you
true
loading up
as well.
the tobacco bong?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes, I have a tobacco water pipe that I'm using here.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen the water pipes before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people actually use them to smoke marijuana, though, as well. So
Yeah, we've seen that.
What?
I've heard of that.
As a marijuana head, I can tell you that I have gotten desperate and used a tobacco water pipe to smoke marijuana from.
Yeah, it's pretty evil.
But I can.
do you
I
ever
can
drink
tell
the water?
the water from the tobacco water pipe.
I know that some addicts will drink the water.
I was actually at one point, and like since I'm coming clean here, I was like using the water and injecting the water into my arm.
Wow. How high did that get you?
Like super baked, TJ. Super baked.
You just inject bong water in your fucking veins, like. Wow.
But it turns out that bong water isn't like filtered properly to be injected. I can't remember what the doctor told me, but I got like this thing. He called it a pulmonary embolism or something. From like a blood clot or whatever. Wow. But hey, I was clean for like 3 days while I was in the hospital.
Dude, I bet when they fucking cleaned the clot out and all that fucking debris like went through your system, you were like super baked though.
Luckily for me, I was in the really backward state of California where it's legal to have marijuanas for some reason. It's like, let's legalize crack next, but like whatever.
Well, I mean, so when I think crack should be legalized above marijuana for sure.
We're losing the war. We're losing the war on marijuana. I just think it's really sad.
I think we need to legalize. I think we're at the point where we just need to legalize all drugs but marijuana, just to entice people away from marijuana. Because really, I mean, if we think about it, there's nothing
other drugs
worse.
if it wasn't for marijuana, because that's the gateway.
Right, and that's true too.
But I just really like the gateway. Like, I'm that guy, like when you go to Disneyland or something and you see and there's like a dude and he's just standing at the entrance and you're like, but the whole park is in there. Like, all the fun is in there. But I'm that guy. Like, I like the gateway. You know what I mean? So I just want to do the gateway forever. Like, I don't really want to do heroin or anything else. I just want to do the gateway. Like, I want to stand watch.
So
at the gateway.
so you're a drug user with no ambition to be a better drug user and move
and that's
up to
probably
bigger and better
from the
things.
marijuana as well, because marijuana does cause a lack of ambition. So
it makes you lazy. I mean, you don't even have the ambition to become a heroin addict.
I mean, at least I have the ambition to have a.
Look, I mean, because I care about you, let's just go off. Like, you and we can go find a city where there's a big heroin capital and shit.
Okay.
We'll drive out. I'll get some heroin for the two of us. You don't smoke any weed that night. We just go back to a hotel room and shoot up some heroin, and you just see how you feel about it. Give it a shot. Because maybe you could move on up. Maybe you'll find that it's the gate. What's beyond the gateway is better than just looming there.
When I was a kid, we were too poor.
Paul. Come on.
We were too poor to go into Disneyland, and so going to Disneyland for my family was just catching a Greyhound bus, and then we got to stand at the gateway, right? And that's all I've ever seen of Disneyland. So. I like the gateway.
If you saw the rest of Disneyland, maybe you would want to,
I can't imagine. You know what? People have kind of told me that there's like a big mountain with a snowman that lives in it that roar, like all the bullshit stories that I've heard, but nothing can compare to that gateway. There's no way. Like, people are just bullshitting. It's all a trap, and they want you to pay.
See, it's probably the marijuana that's keeping you from getting past the gateway too, just because of the lack of ambition and laziness as well. So. You just have marijuana,
this is just, if anything,
halting your life
we need
in so many ways.
We need Trump in office. Because you know what? Trump would set fuckers like Paul in line like none of us can do. He's obviously not going to listen to his friends.
Maybe we could just get the marijuana addicts to build the wall.
Yeah, that would fucking work the lazy out of them. Get them all down there on the wall, man. They'll be want to switch to like speed or something, so they're efficient and they can build the fucking wall. We'll get them all addicted to Adderall and shit. And they'll fucking build it then.
Let's check out some.
As a marijuana
There's actually
addict,
a huge issue with that drug in my field, the Ritterol.
Really?
Oh, in gaming, yeah. A lot of the gamers are on the Ritterol.
Ritterol?
I don't know how they do it. Yeah.
So they
Adderall, Ritalin. I just call it Ritterol because it takes both.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, Ritterol.
They use it to stay up all night
and play the games. Yeah, I do not use any enhancers like that.
Can we watch?
In the gaming world.
keep her from getting snagged on the spines. You know what I mean? Like, you probably have to pad that.
It's pretty bad, you know. I understand if you're just a lazy, you know, like me, where you just, you know, you're ashamed of your physique for that reason. But when you actually work hard at it and then your physique is still disgusting, it's like that's gotta hurt. No wonder it's a stingray, because that shit's gotta sting, man. Wow. Anyway.
You shouldn't be so hard on yourself, though.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
Man.
you need to learn to accept yourself first.
What? You fading
You
away.
know. You need to learn to accept yourself first.
I try. When I try to act like myself, people get mad at me. They're like, "What are you talking about? She's a toaster." DJ, you crazy? You know, I'm just trying. I'll try to be myself then. You know,
to suggest that a human's a toaster, that is a little bit crazy, but
I don't know. Well, that's myself. You know, I need to try to be myself. You know, you don't like what I'm myself. You know, I don't know, man.
It's not about what I like; it's about what you like.
Right. That's true.
Do you like?
I think you're a fucking toaster.
Guys, dude, I just wanted to reiterate that tonight has been a show of breakthroughs, and they all center around Casey Tron. You know what I mean? I'm a good person. TJ realized that she's not a toaster and that he was objectifying her.
No, he's still saying that I'm a toaster.
And I decided to not quit marijuana, but for a good cause.
Yeah.
See?
Case-tron, maybe God gave you those huge tits for a reason, you know? So you can it would attract people who are sinful and evil, but then when they actually get to know you, they improve as people and better themselves, and they go away
I'm
as
a good person. I'm doing the whole beta fish rehabilitation and charity.
Right.
So.
Oh, yeah, the micro penis awareness.
Yeah, micro penis.
Micro penis awareness.
That too.
Yeah, we made a lot of breakthroughs with that too. I actually had my ceremony just last week. We had a micro penis awareness ceremony, and we lit candles.
What did you do? Was it like a
we lit candles, but they were
penises,
small
or?
Candles.
Candles.
We
right,
had some
small
testimonies
penises
and stuff like that. And,
right.
You know,
did you
we just
set a
came together
table
and
with
lot
one of those
forward.
menorahs, but it's just birthday candles inside or something?
Yeah, I didn't use birthday candles. It was more like a chode.
Oh, okay.
Almost
like a tea light, or
I didn't
what?
think of. Yeah, it was like a tea light. I didn't think of birthday candles. That would have been good. But I did eat some of the little Smokies. That was that was one of the.
I like how everything was themed around small penises for the whole thing. I mean, that was very clever. Did you plan that out?
Yeah, we just tried to make everybody see. Yeah, I did. We just wanted to let everybody know that, I was eating the little Smokies, and even though they were small, they were very satisfying, and small things can be satisfying too.
Right, and little tiny candles can light a room just as good as a great big candle. Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Casey
just
Tron.
as much.
Yeah, you are a good
person. They have the same amount. They have the same amount of lumens, pretty much.
Yeah.
I wish my mother would have taught me how to fight like a black woman.
Yeah, mine too.
Why is she complaining about that? Why is she upset about it?
Yeah, dude, I could have used some more combat training.
Black woman combat training.
My dad just warned me that my bloodline is weak and that no men in my family can fight, so that I should give up on trying to box people and just tackle them.
Yep. Sounds like a good strategy for you.
Your humanity.
Maybe, you know what, Paul? We had that argument over what bitch boy slap fight should be. Maybe we should have a bitch boy slap fight to settle once and for all what the fucking vision is.
Wait, Paul's gonna be on it?
What's that?
Paul's gonna be in the slap fight?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Sometimes we have our own here.
Oh yeah. Bitch boy.
Maybe that's how you could start it. You could get Paul to do it.
Maybe if the next time I'm down with you guys, we'll just do a bitch boy slap fight, like a prototype bitch boy slap fight between me.
And maybe that'll make him want to do it because he'll see it and he'll see how much fun you're having. But you have to make it look really fun, put in some balloons and
oh yeah,
maybe
we're gonna
some
have
party poppers and stuff
we're gonna
like
have,
that, some really good music
some good
playing,
rules,
some lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of fight should we
make
fight
it look
to?
Fun.
Yeah.
What kind of song?
Yeah. What do you think is a good bitch boy slap fight song?
Probably something by Creed. Something by Creed, like with our.
Can you take me higher?
Yeah.
Maybe more like Linkin Park.
Okay.
Yeah, Linkin Park. Yeah.
You know. Yeah, like crawling.
Yeah.
All right, show's
that would
over.
Be a good one.
What do you want me to do?
Okay.
Look, I'm kind of the same way.
Be critical of TJ at least one. Is there one thing you're critical of TJ for? Like, in all honesty, like doesn't mean you hate TJ.
Well, hold on. Didn't Brett Keane just release a video today?
Oh, shit.
Of all the things
He did.
Yeah,
all right.
Of Paul being critical.
Do we have that video?
I can bring it up.
No,
here.
we need that video.
All right.
Let's hear the truth from Paul.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this was taken from a hangout that was uploaded almost 3 years ago, and it was a Q&A hangout, and there were a bunch of people in this hangout going, "Why don't you ever say nothing bad about TJ? TJ ripped people off. TJ did this, and TJ." And I said, "Well, no, he didn't steal anything." And they were like, "No, he stole it. You know, he took it. Blah, blah. It's the same as if he set up a cancer charity and then spent the money on himself." And I was like, no, it's not. I said, look, TJ has a problem with follow through. And if you want to donate money to something and you want to be assured that that money is going to be fruitful, then the best thing you can do is to do what I do. I said, I don't have expendable income to give to people on YouTube. I give my money to like charitable organizations where I can look at the books and shit, and I know where the money's going, and there's not this nebulous like possibility of it not working out. You know what I mean? That's all I said. Brett Keane uploads this like it's the smoking gun of all smoking
Here it
guns.
is. Here it is. It's Paul's ego rats out the amazing atheist.
What's at the audience decide, Paul?
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm glad this
Lesson
is back. I'm
1,
glad
be
this is-
friendly.
So be nice, and you'll be approved. God bless and have a wonderful day.
God bless
I kinda
you,
like the
darn.
investigative journalist, muckraker, zero identity kind of thing he's got going on. But
What do you think about his video on TJ? If he hasn't done more than one, I think he has.
Which one?
I think he did one on Not Productive, and he might have done a follow-up on that. I can't remember.
This video. Oh, hold on one second here. Okay, so I did see his video called Non-Productive, and here's the thing. I'll give equal lip service to TJ. Everybody in here watches TJ.
Yeah,
Some people are directly involved with TJ. There's a truth about TJ, and it's an undeniable truth. And that truth is that TJ has problems with follow through.
He's a thief. That's such a nice way of saying that he's a lazy.
He's got no follow through. Yeah, that's true. TJ doesn't.
I like TJ, have never exempted myself from my own criticism. I have problems with follow through too.
Yeah.
Shit. He's a what?
Yeah, he steals money from people.
Steals the money they give him, right? Are we on the same page with that?
He steals the money. What evidence do they have that he stole the money? It's like that's your narrative. It's like Paul's not going to say something definitively like that unless he has proof. If Paul had proof TJ stole the money, then Paul would be the first one to say TJ stole the money.
It's true.
Sure.
No.
I don't know.
Through I can see
donations.
he does not steal.
Where the fuck did all the donations go?
He has. I can see that he has a very clear drive to get the shit done. It's just he's juggling a lot of things, and he does have a problem with follow through at times.
Yeah.
But he has no intention to just like drop it completely.
I don't personally believe that TJ sets out to fleece people, but I do personally believe that there needs, like, if you're, here's the deal, and I can only filter it through my own brain. If I were ever going to go to my audience and go, hey guys, look, I'm going to start this project, and I want you guys to donate to it, and here's what it's going to be. I would feel such an impetus to be transparent at every level with that, and to follow through to the best of my ability with other people's money. And I don't know that.
All right, Paul.
I mean, that really sounds. That's not really scathing criticism. That's more just like that's
It
a pretty
really
nuanced. That's a pretty nuanced opinion. So it's not you came out there and like let me try. It's like let me cut a promo against TJ. That's not what's going on.
And I mean, keep in mind that this whole conversation is dropped without any context. We're talking about a video that Straight Dope made. I think it's Straight Dope.
Okay.
That made the non-productive thing, and this whole conversation went on for a very, very long time prior to and after this. So this non-contextual little soundbite, and that is true. I have never personally gone to my audience and been like, "Hey guys, I have this project," because I know that I have a problem with follow through, and I know that I probably wouldn't be able to bring to fruition a website. TJ tried several times. And once again, this is also before TJ and I had ever discussed this personally. Or I had ever heard him discuss this with anybody. Certainly after the big Brett Keane show, what was it, 166? Where Brett Keane brought all of this up and TJ defended himself. I have a more nuanced opinion of what went on. So there it is. I mean,
before
Brett caught you, Paul. Brett caught you.
I can understand people speculating when there's no other narrative out there. When it's just the narrative is, this guy fucking fleeced a bunch of people. I mean, sure, you can understand why people would think that.
And I mentioned, I think in this video, unless Brett cut it out or cut it before it gets there, I believe we talked about the RV trip, and I said, look, that's the only one that I think that TJ should probably explain. And he's talked about it. He says he doesn't remember asking for the money. Doesn't remember what the money
I do not recall. I do not recall.
I only remember it vaguely.
Whatever, man.
I mean, I don't know what happened with it either. I mean, so I'm his own brother. I don't know. Who knows?
So it is what TJ looks at a lot of his projects in that way. I think that TJ is kind of like I want to do this, and then maybe he loses interest in it. Maybe it doesn't work out exactly like he thought it would, and he moves on to something else. And I've seen it happen a lot more times than maybe some of the younger guys have seen. Straight Dope brought up in his video that TJ was going to do this atheist road trip one time. And I know a lot of people have thought, oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. No, it actually happened. He solicited donations at one point and said, hey, I'm going to go on this road trip all over the country. I'm going to interview prominent theists and prominent atheists from YouTube and from outside of YouTube and cut a big DVD and make it for sale, and I want donations to cover the gas. And that shit never materialized. And he got money for that. That money went somewhere, and I don't think it went towards planning a road trip around the country.
I mean, like I said, I don't know. I mean, he says he doesn't remember, but yeah, you're right. If he did solicit,
let's keep in mind too. Let's keep in mind that this whole atheist road trip thing happened 9 years ago or some shit. Like, it was an absurdly long time ago.
I'm sure he probably didn't raise very much money.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that TJ got like $90,000 and just ate, like, went to Whataburger and ate it all. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
But it's true. Like, I remember the video, and the reason I remember the video is I was excited because one of the places I thought he might stop was like LA, and I was like, man, I could drive down there and meet up with TJ. You know what I mean? But whatever. Like, look, it happened. It is what it is. TJ has responded to it. I see no reason why not to take his response at face value. It was 9 years ago. I don't remember anything I said or did 9 years ago. So who knows what the particulars behind it were.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's not enough. I mean, it's just some vague assertion at this point. Oh, he's made these promises. Like, who knows what was really said back then? I don't think the videos even exist anymore. It's impossible. We can endlessly speculate, but it's either you accept his version, like he doesn't know what happened or whatever, or you just think he scammed people. If you think he scammed people, then that's your right to believe it. But I mean, that's where it ends. There's not really any evidence one way or the other.
So he stole it.
It's not stolen. It was given to him.
Right.
If I set up a cancer,
They know what they're getting
Y'all can
into.
use some money to get bananas.
It's
Right.
not the same
They
as
know what they're
asking
getting
for
into.
money like cancer money.
Right. It's a
It's not a
caveat
charity.
emptor. It's a buyer beware type of situation. Now, this is just me personally, I would never give a red penny to any internet personality asking.
So is that true to this day? You've never given anyone on YouTube a cent?
No.
What
No.
about what
And
about
the
any
reason-
charity shit through YouTube?
Yeah, well, charity, like when people do YouTube charity shit, right?
Yeah.
If I like that charity, I'll go and donate to that charity myself. And the reason
Cool.
behind this is that I've never had any money. Like I don't have tons of expendable income now.
Sure.
I didn't when I made this video, but I do like to donate things. And it's important to me that I can go and see the fruits of that donation, right? So I donate to places, a lot of local charities in the area that I live. I like to donate there so that I can go and see where that money goes. If people
Makes sense.
want that kind of transparency and they want that ability to know exactly, then a fundraiser drive for a project on YouTube is probably not the best place for them to put their dollar.
Oh, I agree
That's
with you.
what
man.
I'm saying.
Look how many Kickstarters have gone nowhere, or the person couldn't fulfill it, or whatever. It's because they didn't anticipate what the true cost would be, because they didn't know. They had an idea, and it sounds like a really good idea, and a lot of people back the idea. Sometimes 10,000 people back an idea, and it doesn't go anywhere.
Right. And
I
if you
mean-
look at the things that TJ was trying to raise money for, like the RV trip, for example, you said yourself, and I know this is probably true, he probably didn't get much money for that. It takes a lot of money to gas up and rent an RV and travel around the country. If he didn't get enough money to bring to fruition the project, what is he supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like the people can't go, well, like I want, like I gave you $5. Where's that RV trip? Well, all I got was $300. You know what I mean? Like you can't even gas up an RV for $300. Much less drive it around the country and release a DVD. You know
No,
what I
can't.
mean?
You clearly can.
That's and what right. So my point in stating where I put my money is if you are worried that some project isn't going to come to fruition, there are established charities out there with open books where you can go visit a Salvation Army and see where your money goes.
Yeah.
That's where sensitive people who donate $5 and then want to scream scam artist for 9 years when it doesn't happen should be putting their $5.
I mean, look, there's always crackpots in the internet, and I mean, look, if there was anything to it, or a lot of these allegations, then hey, they would have presented some evidence. Like, and it's kind of like the not productive thing. I think is people think that there's even still this was a big scam. It's like it really wasn't a scam. The money was all spent on trying to make that website happen. But guess what? At the end of the day, $15,000 or whatever it ended up being after all the fees and everything wasn't enough. Because TJ did not have or I, or anyone else associated with us, did not have the ability to develop a website that would do everything we needed it to do. Like, we spent a lot of money on that, then we had a point where it's like, oh shit, there's a lot of bugs we need to fix, and we poured more money into it, and it was at a point where it's like, we just don't have any more money like that to put into this project. And then it's like, oh, you guys failed. It's like, well, it wasn't from a lack of trying or funding. We used all the funding we had. We used our own personal funding at a certain point.
And what you guys were trying to do was incredibly ambitious. You were trying to make an alternative to YouTube. How well has that worked out for anybody? You know what I mean? Like, look, if it had worked, it would have been great. And I saw the website. I saw you guys change it. I saw it improve over time. Clearly, money was being spent there. I don't understand why people are so quick to just go fucking scam when all the evidence points in the opposite direction.
But
you guys tried to do something. It didn't work out for.
It's not an evidence-based position generally, though. It's usually like an emotional reaction. It's like, they either want really, they might be a supporter that really wanted the site to happen, not even necessarily a detractor, and just be like, well, what happened? I gave you guys this money, and the money was wasted, and nothing because they didn't get the final product. And I can understand the frustration. Don't get me wrong. I totally understand wanting something to happen and supporting someone, be us or a band or whoever. And it's happened to a lot of people. Oh, we're going to put out an album. Album doesn't happen. People are pissed. I mean, understandably so. I understand it from that perspective totally. But at the same time, not everything in life works out. I mean, there's times where, like, hey, a group of people can't come together, or like us, we ran out of funding, we were over our heads technically. I mean, there's a lot of other, things that come into play that you don't anticipate when you want to start a project.
That's basically it. That's the smoking gun. And you could hear the people in the background. There were 2 or 3 people in there like, so he stole it. He stole it. Like, that's what I was arguing with. Is people that like their position is that TJ stole money that was given to him. Okay.
Yeah, where's your evidence? But we've already beat that to death. So.
But the self-esteem movement, and a lot of conservatives bought it, got to raise kids with self-esteem and so on. It's turned out the Atlantic Monthly, which is a liberal, thoughtful liberal magazine, had a very powerful article recently on how devastating it has been to children to think highly of themselves without doing anything to merit thinking highly of themselves. I always tell the story about my older boy. When he was 10, he got a trophy at the last game of his baseball season. He came in last. His team came in last, which is good Prager sports tradition. And he came in last. So I said, David, what's the trophy for? And he thought and he thought and he thought. Said, for playing. I said, you got a trophy for playing? Does it say that? To David Prager for playing. They didn't win.
Yeah, but that's been a criticism that's been made by both people I would consider liberal and conservative. That's kind of silly. We all know it's kind of silly that you get a trophy just for participating. That's not what a trophy's supposed to represent.
Well, there's a difference between handing out trophies to the people that lose things, which I think we all here disagree with, and raising children to have a good sense of themselves and to have self-esteem and to know that they have value as people. That's a different thing, and you can't paint a line of equivalence between them. Just like any other ideological position, people take things too far. Okay? The trophy thing is a little step too far, I think. I don't think kids need a trophy for coming in last place. But there's nothing wrong with kids knowing that they're valuable and that they're worth something, and having some kind of decent sense of self is a good thing for children.
But they ain't done nothing, Paul. They ain't done nothing.
But they'll never do
They're
anything
children.
if they can't think they can.
Yeah, they're children. Like, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to be inventing the cure for cancer or something? They're kids.
Yeah.
They play in the mud. They shit themselves. They piss their pants at night. You know what I mean? Like, they're kids.
Well, playing in the mud, that's passe. They all play on, iPads and, Amazon Fires and Xboxes.
That's true.
The modern generation does, like, I still see kids playing outside, but I know that for a fact. I've been on planes, and it's like, now kids like, here's an iPad. Just play with that, you'll...
By the way,
I don't
even
know.
the kid who
I don't
didn't
shit
play
on kids
got...
for. I don't shit on kids for playing with the technology. If I'd have had technology like that back when I was a kid, I'd have been all over it too.
Don't forsake me. We're bitter.
Shit.
That's all.
I know,
I'm just
you
bitter
need,
because
physical
I had
interaction. Sometimes
I had nothing better to do than to go out and get filthy in a field or some shit because I didn't have an
Fair
iPhone.
enough.
You know?
Yeah, Paul's like, I got a field and some sticks.
Yeah. Let's make
the
mud
stick is my only friend.
We got up to some pretty disturbing shit. Like, we had this above ground swimming pool that my parents couldn't afford to maintain for a couple of years, so it became kind of a swamp, and it was full of frogs and shit, right?
Oh, damn.
My friend John and I went and grabbed a bunch of frogs. I remember this distinctly. We took a bunch of baby frogs out of the swimming pool with the net, and we just buried them alive. Like, that's what kids were getting up to back in the day before iPhones. So it's a good thing.
Christ.
You know? Yeah, we just buried them. We were like, we gotta get rid of these frogs. And we just dug a hole and buried a bunch of baby frogs in it.
I mean, that's the stupid things kids do.
I want to tell you, I got no trophies as a kid. My older brother did because he was good. He was a real athlete.
You don't say.
This is part of the idea of the left. They have very high self-esteem. Our task is to win the moral rhetorical battle. To show that the nanny state, the welfare state...
Because I hear the right... I hear the mouthpieces on the right all the time going, man, the right sucks, man. Conservatism sucks. Yeah, no. Both political parties have a healthy sense of self. Both political parties take themselves very, very seriously and think that they're great. So to apply all of this just to liberalism, or to imply that this idea that kids deserve trophies for everything, like it's all just liberal moms that pushed for that shit. Give me a break, dude. Republican helicopter moms exist. Republican moms that want to see their kids get trophies so they're not sad after the soccer game exist. So he's trying to draw this false equivalence between this bad behavior, these bad ideas, and just the left, as if that's the defining point of anybody that's on the left of the political spectrum.
It's not a compassionate and good thing. It is heartless. Government ultimately is heartless because nobody is there. You knock on the door and a bureaucrat answers if you get any answer. There was a time in America when you knocked on the door and the church down the street answered.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, what? The church
so
down... Yes, you have to attend this church. If you don't believe exactly as us, then you're going to be socially ostracized in this community, and you have to attend. You have to sit there and go, yes, I believe all this shit. I mean, there's a difference. The church, as we've seen, is largely unaccountable to people. We really can't hold the church to account because they say, well, this is our religious doctrine, it's our belief, you shouldn't discriminate against us, blah, blah, blah. Whereas with the government, we actually, even though in this country we seem not to really ever use this power, we can hold the government accountable. And I mean, there's been so many good things that have come from having a government as opposed to not having one, who is opposed to solely relying upon the church for charity for people.
Well, when was this golden age? When was this golden age? Yeah, that the Republicans are always
bowels
pining
of his
for.
imagination, apparently.
1940s, 30s.
Yeah, 1930s, 40s, 50s. If a black man knocked on the door and the church answered, I'd give you $5,000 right now. If a gay person knocked on the door and the church answered, I'd give you $5,000. It didn't happen. But those people don't matter, right? Those people don't count. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about.
I'll do you one better. Maybe an interracial couple would knock on the door.
Well, that was illegal.
Yeah, that was illegal. That shit didn't happen.
Somebody that was a member of the Communist Party of America knocked on the door. Yeah. The church was a real welcoming place for people. This sad idea of the past is some perfect thing when really it's just a mire of shit caused by people like you still think. It's just silly.
He's Jewish. Why would he knock on a church door to begin with? I mean, I'm not saying he believes that, or maybe he's a Christian, or maybe he was just born Jewish. But I mean, at the same time, why would that be a thing to him? It's like, and that time period he's talking about, if that's the time he really believed was the best time in history, I'm pretty sure that people held some very anti-Semitic views. It's only been very recently that conservatives just love Israel and love Judaism. We're a Judeo-Christian, country.
The Rotary Club answered. The Kiwanis Club answered. There were more associations in America than in any other country or all other countries combined. The state has obliterated them. Catholic charities does not any
Boy
longer
Scouts of America, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, the Eagle Scouts, the Kiwanis Club, all of the things that I participated in as a child still exist. They're still out there. Kids are still taking part in them. So I have no idea what he's talking about.
And they still have right to discriminate.
Obliterate shit. Most state fairs, if you go, we'll have a livestock expo and it's filled with 4-H kids, just like it was when I was in 4-H as a kid.
Yeah.
So the idea that kids aren't in clubs no more because the state obliterated it, they did a pretty piss poor job of obliterating it.
Yeah.
Function in Massachusetts and in Illinois, in the area that they had been the greatest activists in, and that is adoption, because they had this odd belief that you give a child first to a healthy, married man and woman. If they're not married, they didn't qualify for first choice. If it was two men, they didn't qualify for first choice. It's not anti-gay.
They didn't qualify
anymore.
for
Yes, it is.
Anti-hetero.
Yes, it is.
My God.
We've seen a clear bias.
Gay, you don't get to do this. That's exactly.
Yeah, it's not discriminatory against gays that automatically two gay men can't go in and adopt a child.
Not at all.
This guy is the founder of the Prager Institute.
Climate change ain't happening.
It's not anti-anybody. It's the odd belief that Catholic Charities had that if you have a child who needs a home, your best chance, no guarantees in life, but your best chance is with a married man and woman.
Why?
Yeah, and your kid's worst chance is with a Catholic priest.
Thank you for pointing that up. Jesus.
But that is bigotry now. That is considered bigotry in Illinois by state law. It is bigotry.
Because it is.
And in Massachusetts.
Yes,
so they're
it
no
is.
longer in the business of adoption.
It is. It is
That's-
because the
that's
church
what
that
this
you're
does.
extolling
The
the
larger
virtues
the
of
state.
used it as an excuse to deny people the right to adopt children based on their religious views. That's what bigotry is. The idea that just marrying somebody makes you a great parent.
No, or as of sexual orientation, there's some correlation that if you're gay, you're suddenly you'd be a terrible parent. Like, where's the correlation there? Like, where's the connection? That you're like, oh, okay, yeah, because they're gonna mess the kid or something. You know, yeah, they want to adopt kids so they can mess them. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here's
Not
an
to use a
anecdote.
fucking anecdotal.
Anecdote
here
from
comes
Paul.
an anecdote. But my mom has health insurance. She's kept health insurance her entire life. She had whooping cough like 6 months ago.
Wow.
And hasn't stopped coughing.
Damn.
And she's waiting now for her insurance to approve an MRI so they can see if she's got a lung tumor. She's waiting. If she does have some kind of lung cancer, this waiting that she's forced to do to wait for her insurance to come around and let her go get an MRI for this mysterious cough that doesn't stop. A rich person doesn't have to wait. A rich person just gets to buy the MRI because they've got the 10 or 15 grand it costs.
Yeah, whatever ends up
So of
costing.
course
yeah.
rich people come here.
We all have
Yeah,
anecdotes, and we all have stories about this because no one really in this country has virtually not been touched by the healthcare system or knows someone at the very least if they've been fortunate enough to be healthy and never really have any major health issues. But that's so rare. If most people go through life and they're going to have a major health scare or event or something, or know someone very close to them that's going to have that happen. So it's not like the healthcare system, like having universal healthcare doesn't make sense. Everyone uses the healthcare system at some point, unless they're extremely poor. And then why shouldn't they not be able to use it? Isn't it better to have a healthy society than just basically say, oh, well, you're poor, so sorry, you just don't get anything? I mean, I really don't understand why people are opposed to it. And look, if you're talking about the cost, it's going to be more cost effective. Right now, we can't even negotiate the price of drugs.
No, the insurance companies get to negotiate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, the government programs we have for seniors and for children, like you can't negotiate the price of drugs. We pay the highest drug costs in the world.
I like living in America where a $5 dose of Vicodin is $78.50. Yeah, man, America, man. We got those are the normative American values. Paying $78
Supply and demand,
for a pill that
Paul.
everybody else pays $1 for.
Supply and demand, free market, Paul. You gotta have that free
All
market.
Troll or not a troll?
Troll. Sorry.
It's gonna be.
Today we're gonna do a little practice with the urine therapy, uropathy here with the neti pot. All right, this is the neti pot is made from natural clay and porcelain. In any case, the neti pot is a nasal douche.
Neti pot,
which means
nasal
basically
douche.
what's going on
Gotcha.
here, you're filling up the neti pot here with either filtered water or filtered water with some natural sea salt, such as the Himalayan sun-dried sea salt.
You know what?
Can either, this here is fresh urine, this
Not a troll.
morning's urine today, and that was
I don't think this is a troll, man.
From the mid.
This ain't no troll.
So he's serious.
It's just a weird. He's gonna nasal douche with pee.
Yeah, he's gonna put pee in a neti pot and then pour urine all through his sinuses. And this is not a troll.
Yeah, let's see if he does it.
Let's see what he does. All right.
Go ahead.
But midstream is also some of the best stuff. It's got the highest minerals, vitamin, mineral, antioxidant, enzymes, and hormones, and life force.
Life force as well.
There's life force in piss?
There's life force in your pee.
Huh.
That's the most powerful urine. So this here is fermented urine. This one is fermented urine.
They're fermented
and
urine,
this
too.
one's also fermented urine. But then I got some other urine from another day as well. Different color, different vitamins from the
Oh my god, dude, it's so gross.
foods I was eating. add a little bit of that one too, just a bit of that one. Just like fruits and vegetables, you want a variety of urine.
Just like fruits and vegetables.
It is the spice of life.
Remember, kids, eat your fruits and vegetables and nasal douche with your urine.
Eating during those days.
Come on, let's see you do it.
So there we go. We got a little mixture here, and in this case, I'm not going to add any of these sea salts. This year, what we're going to do is we're going to add this here.
Yeah, he's doing it.
The neti pot.
He's doing
and
it.
Just so you know, the neti pot here.
The neti pot. He's putting it in the neti pot.
You're going to have to tip it like this, and you put it in each nostril.
Oh God, just do it.
Both sides.
Is it going to come out his mouth?
You clear your nose,
please.
press your nose.
Come
and
on.
you blow out, and all this air opens up in these glands inside here, in these naughty channels in here.
Yeah, naughty channels.
Meridians of energy.
So
and your
naughty.
jaw will open up, and it'll make noise, and it'll move around.
Right.
And that is opening up the channels.
Show us.
There's so much science behind urine therapy.
Show us the
channels. It's going to make your face softer.
Softer, yes.
And it's just balancing the hemispheres of your brain as well as clearing.
Is this Joseph Martelli's ex?
The naughty channels. So there we go. Give it a little stir here, and here we go. You'll see
a little stir.
Oh God!
Give it a little stir. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it.
What we got here.
Brilliant.
There we go. We got a nice flow. Now one energy is opening on one side of your brain.
Oh my God!
Oh, he did it. Not a troll. I believe him.
Yep. It's a troll. It's a troll. He's got a bunch of apple juice on the couch. Nobody is pouring piss up their nose, dude.
He is doing it. You know it's for real. Come on. You know, and search your feelings. You know it to be true. Come on.
I just don't want it to be true.
And it's open.
I don't want to live in a world where people pour piss up their noses. Like, I don't want that to be a real thing.
Important to do both sides. So now
do the other side. Yeah.
Here.
Watch him do the other side.
Then you can do
that wasn't good.
Some of the urine, some maybe fresh urine first, and you're gonna rub that right into your skin.
So this is really honestly.
Oh my God!
Paul's gagging.
It's gonna make your flesh soft. Freshly shaved head. Get that fermented, salted urine in there.
Good for getting in the scalp.
Could you imagine sitting next to this guy like on a bus or like a Bobby again?
Paul, I want you to take a big old strong whiff of this bald dude's urine-soaked head.
Use the urine when you're taking a shower. You can also put ferment.
Pimp Monk, when you see Paul, you should piss on your hands and wipe it all over your face before he kisses you. Yeah,
I love it.
Fermented urine in your bath.
Could you imagine if Paul, seriously, could you imagine this? If Pimp Monk had pissed in his hands and rubbed it all over his face before you like made out with him?
No.
Yeah.
Dude, no,
could you imagine like
wrong,
the tangy odor and the tangy taste? Like.
Oh man, what really got me to gag is I was thinking about how he normally puts like pink Himalayan sea salt in the piss, and like the character that would give a jar of fermented piss being poured down your throat. Oh God.
It's like broth in a good chicken soup, just salted just enough, right?
So that was the fresh urine, then we'll finish it off with the the fermented urine.
Yeah, get the fermented urine on there.
Which is the most powerful. You can then wash your face with the water, filtered water, your tap water.
Don't wash it off. Come on.
In order.
All right, Ben. So troll or not a troll? Come on.
So I'm the deciding person.
Yeah, you got to.
Hold on. How can Paul say this is a troll and then be like almost vomiting watching it if he thinks it's bullshit?
Maybe it's a successful troll.
Man. I can't. And that is just wrong. Like everything about that is.
Bump.
That piss guy, like he made me break. Like I have cold sweats. Like I just don't feel right now. So thanks for that at the top of the show.
We need to organize a golden shower for Paul. We'll just we'll get Paul.
Man, don't you still have that beer bong?
Yeah, I do have the beer bong still.
We could get like a big crowd of drunk dudes to piss in the beer bong with the other end shoved down Paul's throat.
Yeah,
and you could just fill his stomach up with piss.
Theoretically, that doesn't even like the talking about it doesn't bother me, but
we're gonna do more than
watching
talk,
a
Paul.
man rub piss all over himself and pour piss into his sinuses is a totally different thing.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be that guy soon, Paul. You're gonna love it. You're gonna see the appeal after it's done.
I don't have any good troll or not a troll, so we're not doing troll or not a troll this time.
Yeah,
good.
All right,
I'm down with that, man. I'm down with that. Send us better troll or not a troll shit, people. Get us some ambiguous shit.
Send it to our Facebook inbox.
Don't know. The last one was pretty awesome. That was that guy with
the urine.
The urine guy that made Paul puke.
You know, I heard that a lot of the video suggestions on the right side of that video are like urine therapy videos now.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah.
See, people do this, Paul. People do this.
All right. So,
how much would I have to pay you to do that, Paul?
A jar of fermented piss.
Yeah, you gotta. You got to put a jar of fermented piss. You don't even know what we're talking about, Scott.
Yeah, it's a neti pot.
Yeah, put it in a neti pot, and
that's what this guy did.
Put a jar of fermented piss with salt.
Yeah, he put
sea salt.
Yeah,
kosher sea salt or some shit. I don't know. He put it, and he runs the urine through his nose.
Is urine kosher?
And it goes like all up in his sinuses and shit. And it's fermented urine, too. And then he rubs it all over his face.
Yeah, he like puts it on his hands, and like, you know how people would do it with like fresh water? They like do that with their face. He did it with urine.
And he talks about like, it makes your face softer.
Yeah.
And the whole time he's talking about like the great, amazing benefits that this will give to your life if you do this. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it'll change your life.
I mean, even if everything he said was true, it still wouldn't be worth doing.
Yeah, well, that's because you're still pouring piss up your nose. Like, I can sit here and say, yeah, I'd do it for 50 grand. But I think when it came down to actually deliver, I'd have a whole lot of trouble pouring piss up my nose.
You know what, Paul? If it was, if I did it, if I framed it in a certain way, I could get you to do it for almost nothing. If I wrote like a really brilliant script and I had like a top tier director and I'm like, come on, Paul, it's part of the show. You know, this is gonna be this might be a famous film with you as the star. This could be your legacy, but you got to do this scene.
Well, if it's a movie, though, why can't we just get something that looks like fermented?
Not
piss
authentic enough. Not authentic then.
When I was
needs to be real.
When I lived in Albuquerque, there was a public access station, and there was this weird like hippie guy that wore a loincloth, and he would talk about like how he drank his own piss and shit all the time.
Dude, you remember
See the video of it, right?
Scotty?
There's a video on YouTube right now. Piss hippie. That's
Piss
the video.
hippie?
Yeah, that's the guy right there. See how he's wearing a loincloth and shit?
Oh man. Dude, we had a cable access bitch around us called like Goddess Kring, and she was like this big fat chick who was always getting naked and shit.
Oh yeah, okay.
And she would like be naked, and she was a hippie too, and she would like dance in front of the camera.
Yeah, public access.
I missed out on public access growing up in a little town. I always wished that there was some crazy that I could call. You guys ever see Gorgeous George?
Gorgeous George, the wrestler?
No. This guy was called Gorgeous George, and he had a public. You can find it on YouTube. It's hilarious. People trolled him for like, I don't know, 17 years.
Public access is better than YouTube.
That's probably what we would do if that's how the atheist experience started out.
We need to go somewhere with public access and make the Drunken Peasants a public access television show.
Oh my god, that would be crazy.
We could still put it on the internet. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we would actually have a studio and real cameras and stuff like that.
Yeah, dude.
Instead of webcams.
Public access. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. It's the public access is the future.
Public access is the future of this show.
All right.
Paul, do you ever think we got the raw end of this whole Brett Keane deal anyway?
Paul.
Like, how so?
Paul,
because I got to do all kinds of videos and shows and shit all the time.
And he just gets to lay around.
Yeah,
and do
he just
nothing?
gets to lay around and make every once in a while. He just makes like a failure video and convinces himself that the reason his failures are just because of conspiracies against him, and he just gets to sit there and be like, "I got Stover," and he's depressed. I'm already depressed too. It's not like success has brought me happiness or some shit. So. He's just getting off easier. He don't have to do shit.
But Paul, on the last
collect
show,
his fucking disability check.
On the last show, you claimed that a video didn't exist of you praising Brett Keane.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Oh,
Let's
God,
see it.
you're pretty
Roll
sure.
that beautiful bean footage.
Not only did you praise Brett Keane, I mean, you said something slightly critical of him, but you mostly praised him, and you mirrored one of his videos. Never seen you mirror anyone else. I've never seen you mirror anyone else's video. So. Let's listen to Paul fillet Brett.
I'm eating an apple, yo.
That was the first and last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of thinking lately.
First and last for that too.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about YouTube atheism. I've been watching some of the shit that's been going on lately, and I gotta be honest with you. You people know I don't mince words. I'm disgusted with about 90% of the YouTube atheist community right now. Watching the whole Dendrophilian episode unfold. Oh, yeah, I've got a good idea.
There was a few with him.
What that was?
There was a few with Dendrophilian. So I don't know. There was one where it was like this weird transhumanist world-ending shit. He made a bunch of weird videos that got people angry. So there could have been any number of Dendrophilian
Let's all
controversies.
blindly line up behind this kid. Let's support him because a couple of prominent atheists said to do it. Let's bump him up there on the views, and let's get him out there. Let's make him the new face of YouTube atheism. But then when it's revealed that he said or did something that we don't believe is in line with what a YouTube atheist should do or say, then let's all jump ship like a bunch of bilge rats. Let's all run for the hills as soon as some theists supply some heat. Instead of standing by the kid, let's turn on him. Watching some of you work lately, I stand in awe at how disgusting some of you people are.
You wanted some very strict battle lines in those days, Paul. I
did.
Yeah, that was just the atmosphere of YouTube then too, though.
It
I
really
think.
was. It was so divided. I think here I'm advocating for people to stop switching allegiances every 5 seconds. If you like somebody, like them and accept the things that they fucking if you want to support somebody, give them your full support.
I just have a question. Did you smoke weed when you made this video?
Yes.
You did? Because, man, Paul, you were way angry. You were way angrier back then. It's just it's such a stark contrast now. You get pissed, but in your old videos, you had some seething hatred going on.
It's because when you're young, you're all full of piss and vinegar and shit. Then as you get older, you're just the world is shit. What you gonna do? Me and Paul are just premature curmudgeons, dude.
Yeah, I did hit a point in my late 20s where I was just I don't even care. I'm not even gonna pretend. I can't even pretend to care most of the time anymore. So yeah, this was the good old days.
Back when I used to care about something for a split second.
Stand in awe. There have always been quite a few YouTube atheists, but I can give two shits about, to be frank with you. And that's fine. I don't have to like or agree with every YouTube atheist. But there are some people, some atheists here on YouTube, and not necessarily people I subscribe to. I don't subscribe to a whole lot of people, but people that I had a modicum
Not
of respect
worthy
for.
of Paul's
that at this
admiration.
Point, they can tell my cave in. That's pretty much how I feel about it.
I just noticed that part of it,
so I've been
man.
spending a lot of time in
Paul,
stick cam.
I just noticed that part where Paul's like, I don't subscribe to many people. It's like the Paul's ego seal of approval.
Yeah, dude. I'm judicious with my subscriptions, man.
I am subscribed to but 3 people.
Lately.
Yeah.
Or stick 'em.
Well, Apple now.
I prefer stick cam. And that's what I'm
dude,
fucking
that
calling
apple
it.
looks good.
I've been hanging out in some of the atheist chat rooms. I've been hanging out in Mr. Brett Keane's chat room when he puts it up.
Yeah.
Mr.
Now,
Brett
Keane
Keane
was the first YouTube atheist I ever ran across. I've always liked his vids.
Yep.
But he's done and said some shit that I don't particularly like.
Well.
He's done and said some shit that, I'll be frank with you, I don't respect a whole lot. But I don't write him off as an interesting person. I don't think of myself as...
You really still haven't, because we talk about him all the time.
No, TJ, don't defend him. You know he's...
I mean...
Paul's right!
Yep.
Well,
I know you guys really want me in this video to talk about how like I want to like lick the dew off of Brett Keane's muscly chest or whatever. Like it just doesn't happen.
It happens. It's happening right now.
I love having a
we're all
discussion with the
witnessing
guy. In
it
fact,
all.
I've had a really good time having a discussion with the guy over the last couple of days.
You've had some good discussions.
Some great discussions with Brett.
Brett there, Paul.
Sure.
Were they great? What made them good, in your opinion?
If this wasn't from 2006, I could probably give you some specific examples, but Stickam doesn't even exist as a website anymore, so I don't know.
Yeah, all right.
Convenient.
Doesn't remember.
Yeah.
That's fine.
He's a really down-to-earth guy. He's fun to talk to.
Down to earth.
Down earth.
He
Fun.
is. He's really
fun.
down to earth now that he doesn't get out of bed. Like he's really, really down to earth.
He's literally down to earth.
And as the bed sinks lower and lower, he gets even closer down to earth. And then on the day of his heart attack, well, a few days afterwards, he'll be really down to earth. He'll be down in the earth.
Yeah, he'll be in the earth then.
That's if Dorn just doesn't throw him in the dumpster out back. Brett, you fat ass.
I don't know how many people knew about this, but Brett recently put another YouTube account up a couple of days ago. And it was banned within 48 hours. We were talking about this
Still
just a few
doing his
minutes
old
ago
shit.
in Stickam. And Brett asked if I would put a video up for him. My first reaction was, no, that's not really what I do. I've never done it before. It's not something that I really want to get into. And quite frankly, it's probably not something you'll see me do a whole lot in the future. But as I watched this video, I realized that I had to post it. Because I think that Brett says some things that YouTube atheists need to hear and react to. Now, I understand that posting up a Brett Keane video is pretty much an invitation for drama. Go ahead and downvote the shit out of this video. But while you're hitting 1 star, react to it.
1 star.
Yeah, man.
So
You need to give Brett Keane his fair shake, y'all.
and also Paul went against his own principles and posted someone else's video on his channel for Brett Keane. He made that exception. Did he ever post any of your videos, TJ?
I don't think so.
He posted videos on TJ's channel for
Yeah, he
TJ.
did. That's true. Brett Keane did.
No, I was asking if Paul did. If Paul ever mirrored any of your videos.
No, he never did.
Oh man,
so.
But he's doing it for Brett Keane because he wants people to hear what Brett Keane has to say.
Brett, I'll be your megaphone, talking to my ass, and your words will come out of my mouth.
Yep. You know what? I think this is even more than to the degree of TJ's video that we watched.
Oh, come on, Ben. You're reaching pretty deep. Mirroring a Brett Keane video in 2006 is the same thing as Brett standing on a mountaintop with tidal waves crashing and tornadoes trying to lift him up. No, dude. It's just not. I've admitted multiple times before, I used to like Brett Keane. I used to support him. I used to talk to him quite often. It took a while to realize he was a total piece of shit. But I was
How do you feel about
critical
that?
of Brett in this video.
So would you guys say that makes Paul a poor judge of character?
Yes.
I would say that Paul is a Brett Keane apologist.
Yep.
Yeah.
And really, he is to this day.
Easily duped.
Paul, what is Paul's?
Paul saw the warning
Paul's
signs.
greatest dream.
He saw the warning
Paul's
signs.
greatest dream is to make a Brett Keane documentary, which he wants to portray Brett Keane in a sympathetic
That
light.
is 100% true.
He wants to humanize Brett Keane. He wants to make Brett Keane a good guy in people's eyes. So this is just, Brett Keane is basically, Paul is basically Brett Keane's Goebbels, dude. That's what it's going burning down to. He's a propaganda minister. You should call him Propaganda Minister Paul. And Brett's the Fuhrer.
Propaganda Minister Goebbels. Yeah.
Yep, that's what you are, dude. For Brett.
I know you.
For Brett.
I know you want this. I know you want this to soothe your sore ass after the humiliation that you received, but it's just not.
At least I was never.
Video.
I innocently in my youth admired a tragically flawed figure, but you knowing he was a flawed figure, still defended him, still tried to convince people to take him seriously, and tried to help him maintain his power and influence, which makes you far worse than I could ever be, Paul.
I agree.
Far
Leave a
worse than I
comment
could
about
ever be.
it. Make a video response about it. I want to hear what some of the more vocal members of the YouTube atheist community, and along with some of the less vocal members of the YouTube atheist community. I want to hear what the YouTube atheist community...
I've had my fun with this.
Do you want to see the Keane video?
No, I don't.
He has teeth in it. It's one thing I noticed.
You always notice when he has teeth.
You responded to the Keane video. Like, Brett, this actually does prove that TJ learned about Brett earlier than I did. Because when I mirrored this video, TJ reviewed it and was horribly critical of everything that Brett had to say. So TJ fell off the Brett bandwagon before I did. But
Even
I think
though
that's
I
because
was easily a bigger dick sucker than you were.
Yeah, you revered him so much that when he revealed himself to be flawed, you had to leave. You couldn't hang anymore.
That's why I never want to meet my heroes.
And that's why,
you know, the one time I ever did, it was like,
And that's why every 3 months Brett puts out the Amazing Atheist is my biggest fan video.
Hey, I am still kind of a fan of Brett in a way, you know.
No, you're like, let's not play any more Brett videos. I can't watch those anymore.
Yeah, because it's depressing in a way, but it's also, he's so fun and he's so, like, interwoven into, like, our existence as a show.
Yeah, that's true.
And, like, we've just had he's had so many so bad it's good videos, you know? It's like watching The Room or something.
I'd like to have him on the show again sometime and see. We should like guess how many times he's gonna leave and come back.
Another French vanilla situation.
Yep. I love it. I love it how he like tricks people into running his hangouts for him.
I love it too.
He'll until it backfired the other night. The other night he left and like nobody talked for like 15 minutes. Yeah. So
50 minutes of total dead silence.
Like within the last couple of days, he uploaded a video. He's actually done this before, where he's like, "You know what, guys? I've just pretty much had it with YouTube. So if you want to vote me off of YouTube, just thumbs down this video. I'm going to leave it up for 2 weeks. And at the end of 2 weeks, if there's more thumbs downs than likes, I'm gone for good." Of course, that video's gone. Like 24 hours later, it's like it never existed, right?
Gone
because
forever.
Immediately, the downvotes were so huge that there was no way in 2 weeks he was going to be able to make enough sock accounts to make up for it. So let's just pretend that never happened.
Isn't that most of Brett's life? Is just pretending that never happened?
Swipe that under the rug. The rug is bigger than the house at this point.
Most of his life is like consists of cooking up these schemes. Like I know he was thinking like that people were going to be like, "Nah, Brett, we don't want you gone, man. We may disagree," but like he cooks up these schemes and then they just spectacularly blow up in his face, and he's left. Of course, somebody saved that video. I know they did. So like it's never going to leave.
It's around forever.
Oh man!
I just love how many Gone videos he's made. I mean, what is it now? Like at least 100 Gone videos.
You know that you're stupid when you constantly have to take down your own videos like moments later because it's like, oh shit, this was a terrible idea. It's like, Brett, here's an idea. Instead of just doing every whim that enters your head, maybe try to think things through. You know, the chess master plans several moves ahead. You know, you don't just like, this piece looks good, checkmate. Oh, shit, never mind, I'll take that back. It's like, Brett. One more Brett Keane thing.
Oh, my God.
One more Brett Keane. Shut up, Ben. One more Brett Keane thing.
We're going to cover in the post show then.
One thing. That video I made sucking Brett Keane's...
Oh, God.
The thing I said about him was he had dogged tenacity, and the fact that he keeps coming back for more... just proves that I was correct in noticing that he had that attribute. And
he also talked about how beautiful his eyes are.
He does have beautiful eyes. He did. They sparkle like diamonds. Yeah, what?
You were correct to suck his right then, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I just didn't know all the... I didn't.
Well, good for you.
I didn't see all the blemishes around the dick.
Easily
you know what I'm saying?
TJ. You and Paul both just fell for the Brett Keane.
How to
Before we move on to the next video... Before we move on, just real quick, Brett Keane, I think, took his video down to hide an alcohol problem. He's drinking a hard root beer in the video, and he claims it's normal root beer. He says, now, before anybody criticizes me, this is not a beer. This is just root beer. But you can see that it's not your dad's root beer, a popular brand of hard root beer.
Yep.
So I think Brett Keane is falling slowly into drink.
I don't know why he would feel the need to lie about that, because it's a pretty weak beer.
He did the same thing with the weed pipe.
Yeah, he was smoking weed. He's like, "This is tobacco."
Yeah, but he had to light it every time he hit it.
Yeah, it was like,
Yeah,
that's not tobacco.
that's not tobacco, dude.
It's tobacco. You're hitting it an awful lot like it's weed. That doesn't make no sense.
Well, he has to present the image of a pure, good God believer, TJ.
Well, back then it was when he was an atheist.
Oh, when he was an atheist.
See him drinking like whiskey, and he just shot glasses full of whiskey. He's like, "Don't worry, it's apple juice."
Yeah.
This is just apple juice, goddammit. Darn!
Don't worry, I have to take my medication by snorting a line of white powder, okay? Like, I can't take pills anymore.
You know, maybe in a way it's good that Brett became disabled. He had a lot of, like, what was it, like a...
This isn't heroin, I'm just giving myself a diabetes shot.
but doesn't Brett have an
Insulin.
extensive, like, arrest record, Paul? I think you said you saw something to that effect.
I think at least 5.
Yeah, so maybe it's good that he's quote-unquote disabled now.
I don't know if he goes around saying he's disabled. He did say he was bedridden, so...
Kind of the same thing.
We can see that. We didn't need him to tell us that.
Spirits.
I'm connected to the stars.
I go out and I look at the stars and I feel the connection with
But you
them.
can't expect any connection. But you will feel a connection if you don't expect it.
If you don't expect the connection will come.
You have to wish upon a star, too, to see...
But you have to have pure intent. If your intent is even the least bit diluted... If you're like, I want to connect with the stars, but then part of you's like, actually, I'd rather just off to hentai.
It sounds like something of a bad 90s movie. I mean, doesn't it really? It's like, you must be pure of heart, but not care. You know, it's like they have like the thing to they save the day. They have to do some weird bullshit. Have
Sounds like Ernest goes to camp.
some really ham-fisted
Then you
shit.
will truly be the Star Master.
Master of stars, master of winds.
Whatever happened to Ernest?
Oh, he died.
He's dead. He's dead.
Really?
Damn,
Yeah,
Paul.
a long time
You didn't
ago.
know that shit?
A long time ago.
Ernest is dead?
He's
Ernest
long
T.
dead.
Wall is dead.
Yes.
All right,
Well,
it's over.
It's been over. He died a million
No,
years ago.
I think it was lung cancer.
It was
Jim. His name was Jim
Varney. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
See how he died. I don't know.
Let's see. No, it says lung cancer. He died in 2000s. He's been dead for a long time.
Wow.
He's been dead like 16 years, Paul.
Yeah.
Wow, I've still been writing him letters every day, letting him know how much he uplifted my spirits as a kid, and hoping that he comes back and reinvents the Ernest character for the new generation.
Your life has been a lie, Paul. Your
All
life
right.
has been a lie. And be sure to learn to see the orbs.
Yes.
See the orb. The orbs. Don't expect it, and you'll get it.
If you don't expect the orbs, that's when you see the orbs.
Good night.
All right.
Let's bring on what the f his name is. Paul. There's no Paul. There's no Paul.
There is a Paul.
There is a Paul. Is he
There is a
round
Paul.
as a ball?
He's round as a ball. Did I hear correctly? Did Scotty at the top of the show say he's the least critical person in the world?
Yeah.
Yes.
I am the least critical person in the world.
Okay.
I'm the nicest person you've ever met, Paul. I'm the nicest guy in the world.
Well, that may be true.
So
Scotty
Paul,
is a nice guy.
how's your battle? How's your raps going, dude?
Slowly but surely taking shape. Slowly but surely kind of coming together.
Ooh,
slowly.
I feel that's money well won. You know what, Paul? I'm even going to give you half of my winnings just for the f of it, just so TJ knows. So just get like I'm gonna send you a $50 bill, Paul, so you can hold it up every show. Right, this is the money we won from TJ's.
You
bitch
ain't winning
ass.
shit.
Oh, we're gonna
You
win.
ain't winning shit.
We're gonna win,
do
dude.
you remember that Super Bowl bet?
Yeah.
You did win that
I won
one.
that shit.
I don't recall that.
Last
that
two
never
times.
happened.
Last 2 times I went to the casino, I
Super
fucking
Bowl
walked
bet.
out richer than I came in.
Yeah,
so.
the last Super Bowl, I was right. Yeah, I did win that bet. So I did win the bet.
No, you ain't. You a piece of shit.
I won the bet. I've won every bet I've ever bet on in my life. I'm the best
fucking
better in the
wrong.
world.
Look,
TJ, I
doesn't
have to
matter.
correct you. I have to correct you.
Because
on
my
one-
rap is going to destroy Paul's ego's bitch ass once and for all.
You didn't leave that casino richer than ever because you immediately gave that money to a manatee, TJ. You immediately gave that money to a
yes, you did, TJ.
I went a
yes,
second.
you did.
I went a second time and won even more.
You're a terrible bettor, TJ. You're the worst bettor I've ever seen. You're probably the worst bettor in the world, TJ.
Whatever, Scotty. We'll see.
You know what, TJ? The money is well won. The money is well won for me. I can't wait to hold up the money every show and show people.
Look,
all the money I've won.
The problem is you're betting on Paul's ego beating me. He beat me at the diet competition.
He easily beat you in the diet. You're going to quit, TJ. You're quitting TJ. You're quitting TJ. You always quit.
That's nothing.
You're going to quit halfway through the rap battle.
Oh, man.
You're going to wave the white flag. You're like, Paul, I'm sorry. Your rhymes, your flow is too good. I have to give up.
No, Scotty. I'm going to destroy Paul. It's going to be
you have no
thing of
chance.
beauty.
You have no chance.
Is Minx in here?
I am. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Oh, sweet. Good.
It's going pretty good. I don't know who will win the rap battle. Honestly, it's hard.
You know,
it's
deep
hard
down
to say.
in your heart, Ben. You know, deep down
Search
in
your
your heart
feelings,
who's gonna
Ben.
win. You remember when you sprung on me to freestyle and we couldn't even get CJ to try?
Yeah, CJ wouldn't even try.
He wanted me to slow the beat down to like the slowest beat ever.
Look, it's quitting TJ. He just doesn't even. Sometimes he doesn't even start. He just quits before the battle's even begun.
Freestyling ain't my strong suit, but when I can sit down with a pad and pen, I'll destroy any man.
Okay.
Any man.
Any man.
You're gonna have your opportunity to lose, TJ.
And 70% of women. Paul is a bitch. If you guys want to see me destroy Paul in a beautiful rap battle to end all rap battles, if you want to see me and Paul go at it.
You want to see TJ destroyed, embarrassed, in ruins.
Yeah, but I have a greed. I want no one else to succeed at all, unless it's like as an underling.
Are you channeling Daniel Plainview now?
No, I just am.
Okay, well.
I have a competition in me. I want no one else to succeed.
It's true. I don't.
That is TJ. Do it to you.
Huh. I don't want anyone else to be successful unless they're just like eating like my breadcrumbs or something.
That must be why we're friends, because like I just naturally can't succeed at anything. So.
You know what though? I don't know. You know, Paul, lately.
And you especially can't succeed at this rap battle. I'm going to destroy you.
I've kind of just gotten the sense, Paul, that maybe you're funnier than TJ.
Yeah, I've had a strange feeling like that too lately. What a coincidence, Ben. A lot of people think that way, TJ.
Yeah, we'll see. You know? Let's see who writes the funniest, dopest rhymes. All right? Mine are going to be destructive. Yeah, 9.9 on the Richter scale. I'm going to shake your ass all night long like AC/DC.
Yeah, well, you might have a 9.9 on the Richter scale, but I'm the tsunami that comes afterwards, bitch. I'm washing your ass up.
You ain't.
Oh, TJ.
It ain't happening.
You're going to get destroyed, dude. I feel so bad for you.
Because I'm going to get Brett Keane to shield me from the waves. Standing upon the rock.
I will ride the manatee.
Crashing against
Dude, you're going to ride the manatee to glory.
It's me, Paul.
Paul, he has part 3 of that is actually it's actually starting to get so bad it's good again.
Okay, good.
I have that.
Good.
Yeah, I mean it really is. Like it's getting so terrible that it's like becoming funny that he like is still going along doing this.
I'm Paul Zigo, mass murderer. You know, is it I want to see what direction.
He literally kind of goes like, "You could dish it out, but you can't take it, Paul Zigo." You can't take it. It's like, what?
What?
Yeah.
Holy
He made one against
shit.
Ben, too. He made one against Ben, like positing that Ben is tired of being on the show. He's like, man, I hate sitting with these fat neck beards. Like, that was a pretty good one. Yeah, you didn't see that one, Ben?
Yeah, I saw it.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
Divide and conquer.
But it's not even. It wasn't even anything I really said. It was like. It was like my face, and he like made it look like it was talking, and made me say shit. You know,
there's a lot of like pseudo psychoanalysis that goes on the internet where it's like these people, like I hear that all the time. They're bored doing this. They're tired of it. Like they have like this whole narrative craft.
But I mean, like people would ask like, people would ask like what I thought of TJ, and I'd be like, I hate TJ. Like at the meetups, I'd be like, I hate TJ.
Well, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Who doesn't hate him?
Yeah, whatever. By the end of the night, Ben's coming up to be like,
No. The one.
He was wasted then. He was out of his right mind.
That was a different one. That was a different one.
different meetup. Okay.
Yeah. This is the one.
I seem to recall that at almost every meetup, though.
You know,
No.
pretty much every meetup, I'll do that too. Except
I'm joking
for,
when I
except to
say I hate you,
TJ. I'll be like, Paul, you're a great guy. Ben, you're a great guy. And I'll look at TJ and be like, you, TJ.
Yeah. Yes, I don't get that moment from Scotty.
No.
Nor does he get it from me, though. So, whatever.
I wouldn't want to spit on you.
I get both ends of Scotty at the meetups. Like, I get the, like, everybody gather around. This is Paul's ego. He the heart and soul of the drunken peasants. And then 5 minutes later, I am the drunken peasant. I'm Scotty.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
Bipolar piece of shit.
I'm pretty sure Brett's in the chat.
Cool.
I see him right there.
Hey, Brett. How you doing?
Oh, how's it going in the bed, y'all?
Hey, is Brett Keane here? Doing an impersonation of Paul's ego?
Holy shit.
So spot on. By the way, TJ owns you now, Brett. He's a Patreon supporter of yours. You gotta do whatever he says.
Anything.
Anything.
There's a good chance.
If Paul was here, there'd be like 100% chance I'd punch him in the face when I'm drunk.
No, dude, you love me, dude.
100%.
Oh shit! You know what that means? Paul thinks he can wreck you, TJ.
No, that's not true.
Not even sweating.
All I gotta do is pull him down and snap his back, dude. His back's his weak spot.
Are you Bane now? You're gonna just like toss him up in the air and just put his back over.
I'm gonna pull his shirt over his head and then throw it on the ground and then knee him in the back real hard. Like just put my full weight into that knee. Like bam.
You're violent,
Spine
man.
breaker, mother.
You're the most violent person I know.
He'll be bedridden for 6 months when I'm done with him.
That might feel kind of good, actually. Like,
Yeah, it might crack
I'm looking
it.
forward to this in a way.
Yeah, dude. Actually, you know, Paul, next time you're around, I might have you try to step on my back and see if you can get this crack out of there.
You got
dude, I'm the fucking master.
Cracking my back, yo. Yeah, dude.
It'll be a little homoerotic, but like if you lay on your stomach, I can straddle you and do the push thing, dude. I'm good at that shit. I know exactly how to do that.
Yes, I really need that. I need you to.
And then
mount me, Paul.
while I'm back there, I'll just slip just for posterity's sake.
Well, I suppose I might feel it. Whatever.
Brett Keane was right. Ben's tired of the show. Let's just not do the segments anymore.
Shit.
See? He hates the show.
Brett was right.
No.
Hashtag Brett was right.
Hashtag Brett was right.
Ben hates TJ.
All right, today we're going to learn about Hedville, Kansas, guys.
Time to take a piss.
Hey, come on back, Scotty. Hedville is
Scotty's tired of the drunken peasants.
Hedville is an unincorporated community in northern Ohio Township, Saline County, Kansas, United States. It lies along Hedville Road and a Kansas and Oklahoma railroad line. Neat.
Neat.
That's pretty much it.
Hedville, Kansas.
Time to learn something. Hedville, Kansas. Nothing of note has ever happened there in all of human history. So, Minx, do you like Hedville, Kansas?
It's one of my favorite places. Well, I mean, it wasn't until I learned about it just now, but now right up there, top of the list.
Hey, I was skeptical about Hedville, Kansas, but as soon as I heard that it lies along Hedville Road, I was like, oh shit, man, that place is jumping.
Real.
That place is legit. There we go.
What is that, dude? It's a Paul's Ego badge? Am I forced to wear that now? Does Ensign Paul's Ego have to wear that to work now?
You have to walk and wear this every day.
So like anytime you enter the studio, you must identify yourself with your badge.
I already have mine too.
It's a company policy.
Yeah.
Did that say title the egg bitch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wanted to take a moment to remind everyone that we have a Best of DP Clips channel now. There's a link in the description if you want to watch some of the best moments of DP so that you don't have to go hunting around through the full 2.5-hour episodes. You can go there and you'll be able to see it.
Also, our backup
more
channel
clips all the time. Yeah, it's also our backup channel in case anything happens over here.
Yeah, so you might as well subscribe to it.
Make
Just
sure.
subscribed right now.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Rock on.
Speaking of LeBron James, man, that shit that happened in Cleveland today was crazy. Like, I'm glad that I don't. Like, because Cleveland won the NBA championship. So they had like a parade, and there was like 800,000 people all crammed into like one downtown area. Just like the streets were just like flooded with people. It was crazy.
Who goes to shit like that?
I'm glad that Americans care about the right things, man.
Like just in general, like who crams themselves on the street with a bunch of other sweaty idiots to watch a ticker tape parade?
800,000 people.
800,000 people. Yeah. There's just no way, because let's say the Spurs had won the NBA Finals. Paul's ass wouldn't be standing out there. Paul was like, you had to walk like what, like a block, and you were like going to die or something?
Dude, it was 104 degrees.
Oh, it was a block. It was a block, and it was probably 85. 75 in the shade, Paul.
It was a half mile, dude. It was a half mile, and I was just about dead. And when we got there, there's this huge throng of people. And my immediate response when I'm in a place where there's just like tons of sweaty people is to look for the exit. Like, I'm not like, yeah, let's get 800,000 of us together and just rub our sweaty man tits together for 6 hours. No.
Yes, Paul. Yes.
Yo,
No.
Paul, you paid for that, Paul. You paid for it. What did you expect?
I expect 800,000 people at our Toledo meetup, by the way.
800,000.
Yeah.
I think I'll easily do that. It's fine.
Sure, no problem.
Everyone who's going should RSVP so that we know that you're coming. You know, and if there are people that you're bringing with you and they're on Facebook, you should invite them and have them also RSVP.
By the way, Dusty Smith is 100% coming to the New Orleans meetup.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate that guy. According to like fan conjecture, I just hate Dusty Smith.
Why do you hate Dusty so much, Paul?
I don't know. Ask the fans.
They could just
They'll
tell.
you.
They know.
Every time I have any interaction with him, you can just tell Paul's seething with rage at Dusty Smith.
So let's go ahead.
You're so hateful, Paul. You're so hateful.
Well, you guys can settle a feud in New Orleans.
Dusty's a racist.
Huh?
I mean, I wonder if they can tell how much I hate RPG minks, dude.
Yeah.
Is my seething hatred for minks?
I mean, I must admit, I feel pretty awkward in this call. Like, Paul's like just anger is projecting at me non-stop throughout.
Yeah.
That's how it
really
is.
awkward.
So, sometimes you're just sitting around with Paul and you look at him and you just see the hate in his eyes and you're like, ugh, what a hateful,
I mean, look,
creature.
there's several guests. Yeah, maybe even up to 15 guests. That, like, I can't be on the show. Like, you guys are fine, but Paul, how do you even know about Paul? They're like, I know about Paul, and I'm not going to be on.
No, Paul.
Like, at least 15 people.
Can't deal with the Paul, then, man.
I mean, there's all those genuine celebrities that turned down coming on the show because they were scared of Paul as well.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Vigilant Christian Mario.
Yeah.
To be fair, he genuinely hates you, Paul.
You just Paul, you couldn't disrespect Mario's worldview, man. Come on.
No. I have no respect for anybody's worldview.
So sad.
Wow, Paul.
Everybody knows better than you what you ought to be doing on your channel, man. That's just the rule of YouTube.
Yeah.
I think it's the rule of the internet and life.
That is true. It's everywhere.
Okay, Paul, here's an installment of the Brett Keane series.
I can't wait.
Saga. Brett Keane saga.
The saga continues.
I'll turn this down.
Once upon a time, dude.
Oh my God, this intro just gets worse and worse and worse.
In the kingdom of Brett.
Maybe Spinal Tap.
What is going on? Is
Now
Brett
it's
now
over with a
Brett
fucking
Keane video?
Is Brett
Yes,
trying to do
yes.
like a Slender Man intro or something?
I don't know, dude.
What is going on?
Oh, man. There's like
You know what this vaguely visible ghostly picture of my face is?
Look at that! Oh God! That was the best. No, Ben, go back. Go back. Dude, that's a screenshot. That was. What was that?
It looked like Brett Keane trying to do like the Captain Morgan's pose. The like,
Yeah.
like look at this. I'm so epic. The lightning strikes behind me, man. That's exactly what my videos project.
He's eating a piece of fried chicken too. Dude, it looks like he's about to eat something.
Dude, somebody Photoshop and put a big turkey leg in his hand, please, please.
If Brett's still in the chat watching, this is probably the greatest intro you've done. Thank you very much.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we'll make it better, like a Renaissance Festival turkey leg in his hand.
Lightning bolt really does strike you, Brett.
My name is Brett Keane. I want to start off this video by stating I apologize to Paul's ego.
Hold on. It's funny because the rest of this video is totally berating to Paul.
I apologize
But
to
he
Paul's ego.
apologized at the beginning of it.
In my last video to him, not the mac and cheese song situation that's over on my other channel, but on this channel, towards the end, things got a
Do you
little
think
personal.
it might be a problem, Brett, when you have to explain to people like which video on me in the last 24 hours you're talking about? Like, maybe you need to. Like, holy shit! Not the one on this channel, and not the one on my second channel, not the one on Games You Love. What I did, but the one. Oh my God, dude!
Bringing up his wife and saying I was going to leave out of the video, like his wife did him.
That was
And
really
extremely
ignorant.
wrong of me.
Really
You know,
ignorant situation.
I love that
I
Brett
actually like Paul.
puts me into shit like this, but my wife didn't leave me, Brett. I was the one that instigated the divorce, Brett. I left. So this whole
That's not
video
what
now.
happened, Paul's ego. She left you because you're
left her.
infertile.
Yeah.
You couldn't have any babies with you, Paul. You're impotent.
I think that Paul has some potential. I think that the guy actually, if he really were to put what little of the mind that he has left into something,
What little mind?
He could really
Is
grow
Paul
up to
losing
be
his
somebody
mind? I didn't
special.
realize it.
Isn't that right, Paul?
Appreciate all the nice situations.
No, I'm serious, Paul.
Well, it's a really wonderful thing of you. You're a nice guy,
So-
Mr. BK.
Today, I decided to spend some time trying to help Paul.
Oh, you are? What are you going to do, situation?
I talked to him earlier today over a hot cup of coffee.
Because you know what, dude? When I need help with something, the first person I go to is a toothless layabout living in Festus, Missouri. Yep. If I'm looking for advice, it's going to be the guy that's been hammering away at the same try at YouTube fame for 10 years. Yeah.
Man, these are even better. Check this shit out, Paul.
Oh my God, dude.
What is that? It's like pure delicious.
It's like chocolate-covered raisins.
Oh my God.
He's got a new girlfriend. She's about 15 years old or something.
Yep.
I want to tell you.
Arm man on the joke.
I want to tell you that's like. Yeah. I mean, you're like accusing him of committing a crime that he's not actually committing.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Brett has threatened Paul with jail so many times. So many times. Paul, you better get ready for your warrant. You're going to go to jail.
I think just turned 15 or birthday or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
What do you mean
Just
it's not
turned
good? What's
15.
wrong with the situation, particular individual?
Yeah, but it's not good, Paul.
What's the problem?
Why is it not good? Because he's
just
just turned 15, Paul. That's why.
So?
No, Paul. No, Paul. So, no, what's that?
I don't understand your problem.
Hold on, everybody.
I want to know what his. Well, honey, I'm talking to Paul's ego right now, and I'm going to try to help him get hooked up with.
Dorn is there.
Brett's gonna help.
A woman that's sophisticated, logical, intelligent. Someone that's he's not used.
Listen to what Dorn says in a moment here.
Okay.
You mean someone like me? There is no other.
No,
like me.
no. Sorry, Dorn. No.
What? Dorn? Really? There's no one like Dorn. Like, that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing.
I think I'll stay.
Every Brett has his Dorn. All right.
I want a smart woman.
I'm gonna try to get him hooked up. That's some good tea.
Yeah, I want someone who's yeah.
And
It doesn't even match up. It's not. It's like it's so badly put together. Like
it's really bad.
Oh God.
I like how his impression of Paul is barely distinguishable from his own voice.
What do you guys? This is like, dude. I thought it was Pixar. This is seamless. What are you guys talking about?
get him away from these underage drunken peasants.
You really think you can help me, situation?
Help him be the man that he should be.
Help him be the man that.
I want to be the
Whoa!
Dorn.
Dude, Paul, you're not man enough for Dorn, dude.
Help him be the man that he should be.
I think Dorn is trying to imply something here.
Please, Brett, tell me how I can be in a horrifying, loveless, abusive relationship. Please show me the ways. Show me the ways of Brett Keane. Show me the way. Hey, Brett, can you give me some advice on how to rack up some domestic violence charges? Because I've been trying. Piece of shit.
The man that I can be.
So, how are we going to be able to do this? Oh, there just so happens to be a woman walking down the street right now, Paul. Go talk to her.
Help me be all I can be.
Well, I know it might be weird for you to go up to her, but you're already weird, so that's something she's going to have to get accustomed to anyway.
That's true
Sick
situation.
burn.
Go on, Paul.
You're gonna go,
Come on,
Paul's
Paul.
gonna go talk to this woman.
Okay, he's going.
He's going.
Camera's not moving.
Well, the camera's not going to follow him. It's just we're just going to wait for it to happen.
Okay, no, this is okay. Pause it. This is so laughable. If you know anything about Paul, like especially with strangers, will be like your best buddy, kind of like I'll talk your ear off, especially if he doesn't know somebody. So Paul has no problem talking to people he doesn't know. That would never be an issue for him at all. It's laughable.
Oh, he's almost out of the picture. Okay, grab the camera. Let's go.
Okay.
Whoa!
So riveting.
Brett moved. Brett moved.
They're like inside of like a mosquito.
1
tent.
hour later.
Nice.
Is that the He-Man?
Castle
Yeah,
Grayskull.
Is that Castle Grayskull?
Yeah.
He-Man? What the?
Yeah, the font choice as well is great.
It's happening at Castle Grayskull now.
Well, Paul, you guys are pretty impressive digs, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul. I was just joking around on the whole running off on you thing.
Okay.
I do plan on helping you out, though.
I want to be all I can be situation.
Paul, I think what we're going to do is one of the ways to help you out is get you a job. Ain't that right there?
A job? I already do a job.
Get a real job like Brett Keane, right, Paul?
Yeah, I know. From the mouth of Brett Keane, a man who literally has never worked a day in his life at anything.
Paul, he is a published author.
Published author,
he has
dude.
health problem. Author, musician, all-around Renaissance man, Brett Keane.
Philanthropist.
Laying
many
under
titles.
a mosquito tent in his pestilential swamp of a backyard in Festus, Missouri. Man, how can I be more like you,
In
Brett?
front of his trailer, no less.
I think it's behind his trailer.
Oh, behind his... I apologize, behind his trailer.
I don't think it's a trailer, though. I think he does have a house.
It looks
I
like
already
a
have
trailer.
a job, Mr. Keane.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Speak up.
What's he good at? I mean, in real life, what's he good at? What are you good at?
He's not really good at anything, but we can get him.
Oh, she wants to know what you're good at,
Good boy.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm good at, Dorn. Come on over. I'll show you what I'm good at.
Dude, this is just so on its face.
Come over and cuck me, Paul.
Yeah.
What is Paul good at? Paul's good at nothing. Gotcha.
Brett's such a nice guy.
You know, we'll get him
So
moving
funny.
furniture or something.
You're a big boy.
Furniture's good, a
Can I-
bouncer.
Have a cigarette, baby. Yeah, I mean, he can be a bouncer, but he's kind of.
So, Brett, what is
he's got
your
little arms,
job?
though.
What is your profession?
You got little arms. You can't be a bouncer.
Yeah, I got tiny little arms. Tiny, stumpy little T-Rex arms. Man, all I ever dreamed of was being a bouncer, but these flappy little T-Rex arms, man, I can't do it. I guess I just got to be on a podcast for a living then.
Otherwise, you'd be unnatural at it.
One of them pear-shaped type of guys. He's got the little bald head on top and then the little tiny shoulders and starts getting wider on the way down, but it's all good. I think they're
You burped.
You're literally in the middle of a fat joke against me, and you're belching like the most disgusting fat pig that I've ever heard.
Dude, he's drinking like a 30-ounce coffee. You know, it's probably loaded with that fake sweetener shit that he loves, like the French vanilla shit. He's smoking a cigarette. I mean,
And
it's lazing around.
I am not going to be happy with my life until I'm sitting under a mosquito tent with no teeth, puffing away on my 90th cigarette of the day. Man, teach me how to live, Brett. Teach me how to live.
He's trying. If you just shut him.
Show Paul how to live again.
I don't know.
You're saying that you do have a job.
Yeah, I do. I work for the Drunken Peasant.
What's your job?
I said I work for the drunken peasants individual.
Drunken peasants situation. That's your job? Yeah, but you always say that I don't have a job and other people don't have a job.
Yeah, Brett, the
that do
difference is
YouTube
Drunken
videos.
Peasants is a successful show, and you get like 10 views on your videos.
Yeah, that's because you don't have a job, Brett. I do. I'm employed. I am currently employed, and you're not. So that gives me a position where I can go, well, at least I've got a job, unlike Brett Keane.
You sitting on video cussing and talking shit all day is a job, then I've been working a job for 10 years on YouTube.
Well, there's
one difference. Yeah,
there is. I get paid, Brett. I actually get money for cussing and talking shit on the internet all day. You don't get a dime unless somebody feels sorry for you and pays you $1,000 to look at the ruin that is your mouth.
The desolation.
Well, it's different than doing YouTube, sitting there smoking dope and cussing people out all fucking.
Speaking of smoking dope, let's play the Vader music.
Let's smoke some dope, dude. Talk about smoking dope. It's just got me in a mood.
Day is a job.
Yeah, but I make money and get views. You don't.
Valid point.
Wow, you know, he's presenting a strong argument against himself.
Yeah.
Situation.
That was like a killer blow.
Yeah, even his like paper doll cutout of Paul makes better points than he does, dude.
Yeah, it's like
he's literally being defeated by.
I don't make any money.
His insulting impression. Like, he's so dumb. Even his insulting impression of you can outwit him.
Hey, you know what? No,
it's crazy.
Many a truther said in jest.
How is that possible?
Many a truther said in jest, and even Brett knows.
$1,000 watch.
Talk shit will get you a job.
Yeah, but people like me situation.
Plenty of people hate Paul too. So what?
You're not an individual who's popular, though. Not as popular as me.
You know, I heard from somebody once that Paul's done so many drugs that whenever he dies, they can roll him up as a giant joint and smoke him.
I hope so.
Is that
true,
Paul? Sweet.
I can't wait for Paul to die now.
We're gonna smoke some Paul tonight.
Where did that even come from? Why is that a topic of discussion?
Paul.
But it's awesome.
If I keel over, I want you guys to go buy just like 1,000 rolling papers and put my big fat and just blaze me on the show, dude.
Sweet. Yeah, Paul, you should start eating like a big Whataburger meal every day.
Too late.
Holy shit.
2 a day.
Hasten the day.
Literally no human nutrients in the guy.
Whataburger is awesome.
Hey, be
How
careful.
about we start here? Paul, adjust your diet, adjust your food intake.
All right.
Oh my God!
What?
Mr. Mac and Cheese Motherfucker.
Advice from this blubbergumptious
Dude, Brett
necklace
Keane's
fuck
diet
is
advice now.
This chili needs more cheese.
Lord, how do you keep that wonderful, beautiful physique you've got? Change my diet. Oh.
Dude, I'm just seeing like a fitness thing. It's like
also
you can go from Paul to Brett Keane. It's like I'd rather be the first one. Like it shouldn't be the before. You shouldn't want to be the before, Brett.
He's also giving you health advice while he's smoking a cigarette.
You realize that as you're like telling me how to lose weight, people can see your big flabby face swinging down below that small puby-looking chin beard thing that you keep. You're you. Do you remember that you're you, Brett?
Apparently not.
I think it's left his mind.
Eat your vegetables.
I think it's just that when he looks in the mirror. When he looks in the mirror, he just sees like this muscular Arnold Schwarzenegger-esque physique looking back, and I'm like, yeah.
Eat your vegetables, Brett. Brett, you didn't get fat eating too many fruits and veggies, dude.
Pizza is a vegetable.
Oh, pizza's a vegetable now? Okay,
Mashed potatoes is a vegetable.
Deep fried mashed potatoes.
It's got a career as a life coach, I can say. It's gonna turn it around. It's gonna be his new YouTube thing. Life coaching with Brett Keane and Dawn in the background.
Eat the vegetables.
Take some vitamins.
So what did you think about Don's mac and cheese yesterday?
That was some good mac and cheese individual.
Good, huh? Yeah.
I gotta point out again that the picture of me that you put up that you're pretending is me is beating you in this argument. Like you're like,
it's great.
Like you actually made it say, well, at least I get paid. Like, yeah, at least I get paid. That's what I'd say if I
Dude,
was there.
he's arguing with himself, but at the same time owning himself.
I mean, this clearly isn't scripted. He's just sitting out there talking to himself and then dubbing in some loosely sort of like tenuous links to what he's saying afterwards.
I feel like almost any other person doing this video, it would actually be better than this.
Oh yeah, I can imagine almost anyone else
Most
doing it
people
better.
would script it, you know, and edit it like to some level.
Even if I didn't script it, it would come out better than this. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know.
I believe that.
You mean like when we sat down and did eggs too, and you ripped on me for like half an hour just off the top of your head? Yeah, you're right. You could do better.
Oh yeah, I'm back into some tuna situation, right, Paul? Hey, you need to stop making fun of my voice situation, you particular individual.
Well, Paul, it's hotter than Satan's ass out here. I think I'm gonna go in. Now, if I let you in, you're gonna quit digging in the cat litter, right?
I'll quit digging in the cat litter.
There's no cat litter. You can't afford kitty litter.
That's done, so make you some mac and cheese. You don't even have to fucking
I love mac and cheese.
Hey, I made stew.
You made stew?
Homemade beef stew.
You like beef stew? You guys are awesome sauce.
Oh my god, this is so painful.
Awesome sauce?
You guys are awesome
I don't think
You say, Paul, you do say that all the time. Awesome sauce. I mean, he did get that spot on.
Paul, I can really imagine Brett's life now. I'm just thinking about it. Just like him sitting around, like him and Doran just sitting there all day, just being like Paul's ego and the amazing atheist, like that, like just talking about that shit and having their frequent smoke breaks. They go out there and they smoke and they talk some shit. And Brett tells her his harebrained schemes and all the videos he's gonna do against all of us and shit. Mainly you and TJ, of course.
Has he made a video against TJ since you paid him? Because I feel like everything's been Paul.
Yeah,
Paul's not paying him.
He did Ben. So he made a video a while back saying he wasn't going to rip on anybody else but me. And then he just did a Ben video. So I think a TJ video is a couple weeks away. TJ will be sitting next to him, beating him in an argument, too.
The truth is only temporary, Brett. It's only temporary.
Situation.
All right, so we're going to have some beef stew, Paul. Come on in.
Yeah,
I am a patron of Brett Keane's, though. I give him.
That's why I told him he's on notice.
I do give him
You
66
fund this
a
quality
month.
content. Because
I
of
do.
you, this video is possible, TJ. Because of you.
Because of me, us sitting here. Well, I mean, he'd make the videos no matter what, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but
might as well give
degree of
him. Might as well give him
budget
some
behind it,
thanks for all the shit he's given us over the years.
Do you want to watch something else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Satanism is very involved in the drug scene and that sort of thing. Getting back to Europe, though, this is another thing.
I know
that is
when I go to cop some
indicative
weed,
of-
I've got to hail Satan, or my guy just won't even sell it to me, dude.
Or he tax
True.
on like another 50 an ounce. Like, well, you don't want to say it, Paul?
He's like,
Another
okay,
50.
dude, before I give you this green, you gotta praise the dark one.
You gotta slit this
And
goat's throat.
You gotta admit that, like, you're going to hell, and you forfeit your soul, and then you can have the weed. It's still
make
$200
sure when you
though.
make sure when you come to pick the shit up, you wear something foresty too, man. I don't want to see nothing that isn't foresty.
Praise the Dark Lord,
Dude,
man.
I'm buying more weed with that, man. I'm buying more
See,
weed.
like dragging a narwhal behind him down the street.
Well, thank goodness we have J. Gordon Heddy here sitting in front of his books to tell us all about how Satan infiltrated a tunnel opening somewhere we don't care about.
Looks like he's ready to punish someone.
I'm glad I've been warned.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God we were warned.
Yeah. Are we doing anything else?
Are we doing a story time with Paul or what?
Are we?
Yeah.
I think we should.
Impromptu story time with Paul.
Paul said Paul said he had 3 stories.
It's time to go, Paul.
I mean, I did, but I haven't really put them together yet. Like, give me till the next show. Like, give me what? I didn't think I was gonna be doing a story time.
Ban Paul. No, ban Paul.
Boo.
I hate to do it to you, Paul, but ban Paul, man. What the?
All right, I guess story time with Paul is next week.
It is canceled.
Yeah.
Story time with Paul is canceled.
All right, Friday's show though, Paul. You doing
Canceled.
fucking story
Oh
time?
no, it's
bitch.
just canceled.
I'll have it ready by Friday.
I don't know.
We'll do it.
I don't know, Paul. Well,
I mean, I guess I could do it now if you wanted me to.
no,
I mean,
no, Paul. It's too much to ask, man.
There we go.
Paul can't do it.
All right.
I thought Paul could do anything, but I guess I was wrong.
I was high in New Orleans the entire time, and so it's hard for me to remember exactly what I thought was noteworthy back then. But the one that sticks out in my mind is Tony the Tiger on the way up to New Orleans. We were talking about it earlier, but I don't think anybody knows what we were talking about. There's a truck stop in Louisiana called the Tiger Truck Stop, and they advertise it for like 20 miles in either direction along the interstate. And it says, "See a live tiger." And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the swamp that we're driving through, and I'm like, there's no way there's actually a tiger there. Like, it's a stuffed tiger or some stupid shit to get people to pull over. And we all had to, like, me and Ashley had to pee, so we ended up pulling over at this Tiger Truck Stop, and there's a tiger there, like a real tiger, in a tiny little cage in the middle of the Louisiana swamp. And it's the saddest I've ever seen. Now, on the way up there, we got hit by some kind of typhoon from hell. Like, I'm driving on these Louisiana freeways with no shoulder on either side of the road. So if you're going in the swamp, like, that's basically what it is. And these giant curtains of water would just come out of the sky. And we drove Ashley's car down there, and her windshield wipers, like, at one point we were driving and they were going, as fast as they could, and they just went and stopped. And I'm like, I'm on a place where I can't pull over because there's no shoulder. I'm on a bridge over the swamp. I can't pull over, and there are curtains of water descending on me. So this drive, I was already stressed out. When I got to the Tiger Truck Stop, I was just sad to be a human. Like, this tiger was so sad. Like, it was just laying there like, I've given up. It had a tiny little cage. All these people are looking at it and taking pictures of it and shit. On the side of the cage, there was this long screed, like an anti-animal rights screed. So you can tell, like, people, even in Louisiana, are pulling through going, man, maybe you guys shouldn't have that tiger. So they want to try and convince you that this sad, once beautiful beast that you're looking at is happy here. So they're like, yeah, animal rights activists want to paint this as cruel, but blah, blah, blah. Tony is a happy tiger and yada, yada, yada. And then there's also a thing on there saying, hey, this place is a registered zoo. And I didn't think in all my life that I would lose confidence in every aspect of the American government. Like the zoo foundation, like whoever decides what gets to be a zoo, I had confidence in it until that day. Because it is. I looked it up. It's an actual registered zoo. A shit truck stop in the middle of the swamp in Louisiana is a registered zoo because they have one sad tiger. So that was that. I mean, I was pretty depressed by the time I got to New Orleans because of that tiger. And I did, dude. I told TJ I wanted to spring that tiger out of captivity. Like, there was part of me that wanted to drive back, but then there's also part of me that doesn't want to get shot at a truck stop in Louisiana. So I guess Tony the tiger is just going to have to rot there in the swamp for the rest of his short, uneventful life. But that was one chunk of the trip that I definitely remember sticking out to me. It was before I even got there. Do you remember any of the other stories, TJ, that I'd said that I was going to cover? Because as I'm sitting here now after that long-ass drive, I can't think of a single one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember you talking a lot about the swamp bridge in general. Like, wondering how it was, even built and shit.
Yeah, that was that made it hard because, like, I'm driving down the fucking swamp bridge, and there's like 20 miles of freeway built on a raised fucking bridge that cuts through a swamp. Not like around the outskirts of a swamp, but dead through the middle of a fucking swamp. And so this curtain of rain is coming down. I'm depressed about Tony the tiger. I'm trying to pay attention to what I'm doing on the road, and all I can think of is how the fuck did they build this fucking bridge in the middle of, like, what a shit job that must have been. Like, how do they get a truck to the edge? And Scotty, of course, explained it to me. He's like, yeah, you can drain the swamp and build on it and then let it fill back up. I didn't know that shit was possible. I didn't know human beings could build a fucking raised bridge in a swamp for 20 miles.
I think you were also pretty tripped out by the causeway when I took you on there.
Yeah, that fucking there's a causeway. What lake is that? Is that Lake Pontchartrain or what is it?
Yeah, Pontchartrain, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a fucking bridge. It used to be, according to TJ, the longest bridge in the world, and then the Chinese beat us. But that was fucking freaky too, because we get on this bridge and I'm like, oh, okay, this is a big old long bridge. Cool. After about 10 minutes, it's a 24-mile long bridge over a lake. And the lake is so big that once you're in the middle of it, you can't see land in any direction. Like, you can look behind you and it just looks like you're on a fucking infinite road that just goes all the way to the horizon and there's nothing but ocean in the world. I've never, like, I was kind of freaked out in general, I think, by New Orleans in a lot of ways. The sirens there, we talked about those. Like in every other city I've been in my entire life, the sirens are meant to make people get out of the way. But TJ had told me that people don't get out of the way of ambulances and cops in Louisiana. They don't give a fuck. So the sirens there are just like this mournful wail. It's not like, woo, 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 get out of the way. It's like, we heard this go by our fucking room, and nobody else notices it but me, and I'm just like, that's a fucking disturbing, like, just disturbing.
Like, sounds like Silent Hill.
Yeah, it did. So, you know, New Orleans is a pretty spooky place. The food there is great, but our room was haunted, and there was a sad tiger, and there were bridges.
Your room was not fucking haunted.
Dude, the cemeteries freaked you out too. I remember that.
Oh yeah, that was another thing that happened. Like, we're driving by this cemetery, and it's not like any other cemetery you've ever seen. The headstones are all giant, like, I don't know, like cadaver boxes sitting on top of the road, and I'm like, wow, that's a weird looking cemetery. And Scotty's like, yeah, you can't bury bodies here in Louisiana. The ground just spits out the dead. And he just said it like it was such a fucking. Like, it's just, you know, you bury a body in the ground, and the ground just vomits it back up. But there was, like, no look of concern on his face. And I'm like, what? Like, you put a body in the ground and just vomits it back out? Yeah, that's why we have to build, it's the weirdest fucking place. It really is a strange fucking place.
Even I knew about that, and I had never been there before.
I've never been there. I mean, I think I'd heard something about, like, they have to build fucking...
mausoleums and...
Mausoleums or whatever.
Crypts.
I didn't know it was because the ground puked the dead out. You know what I mean? Like, I thought, oh, maybe the ground's too soft.
If you go to one of the cheaper cemeteries where like the poor people are buried, like you can see like body parts of dead people just poking out of the ground and shit. Like you can see like rotting flesh just. Yeah, but like that box doesn't fucking. It gets crushed pretty quick, you know, and the body just gets spewed up. Like coffins don't withstand the weight of all the shit that's put on them. They just they just collapse.
I think the most shocking thing to me about that wasn't that the ground vomits up the dead, although that is shocking. It's just the cavalier way in which Scotty told me about it. It was like he was telling me, like, over there's the PTA where they have PTA meetings. It was that level of emotion in his voice. He's like, yeah. Can't put a body in the ground here.
Expect some like grizzled old man to be like making like body. Can't bury him in Louisiana. Ground just spits him on back up.
Yeah, some dude with a lantern that just kind of stomps out of the swamp and goes.
He didn't expect it to be like Scotty just saying it real casual, like, oh yeah, ground spits the dead back up. So what you want for dinner?
That's pretty much how the conversation went. Like, dude, that was the funniest thing about being there with people that weren't from there was just that, like, they were just like, what the fuck? And it's like, in Louisiana, you just realize a lot of times, like, no one really cares. Like, it's why, and there's also this really violent thing about the South. That's why I think this was the most, like, violent meetup in terms of some people kind of, like, going over the top, is there's a lot of violence in the South, and it's clear to see.
See those black dudes riding, like, shirtless riding ATVs through the street and shit?
Oh, yeah, there were, dudes just on bikes riding on the freeway. Like, what the fuck is going on in this state? It's the first place, I haven't traveled a lot. I've recently traveled a lot. And the other places that we've been have all been either places that I've been before, or places that look pretty normal, like, you know, Columbus and Toledo. They look like pretty normal American city. I mean, maybe not so much Toledo. Toledo's a smoking ruin, but I've been in cities like that before. But New Orleans had its own thing. Like, it just had, like, it's unlike any other city I've ever visited in my life. And you know, it was cool to be there with people that grew up there and watch them react to the things that I found weird about it, because they're just like, whatever. Like that siren, nobody was going to talk about that siren, but it doesn't sound like a siren anywhere else in the United States that I've been.
I know that Paul was pretty impressed with our food, though.
The food was fucking great, dude. I think I said to you at some point, and then you had to tweet it at Ben or rub it in his face, that like the sandwich that you bought me beats all of Toledo by itself. Just that sandwich right there is better than the entire city of Toledo.
It was a good sandwich, man.
Anything to stroke TJ's ego, Paul. Anything.
Dude,
I didn't make the fucking sandwich, dude.
No, I'm sorry. That fucking... We even talked to the dude that makes them. He's like, I've been making this for 41 years. Like, damn, dude, you could tell it's like one of the best roast beef sandwiches you could fucking buy.
41 years, I mean,
They were real interested in what we thought about the sandwich too. There was like a crew of 3 old dudes that worked there that kept coming to the table like, "What y'all think about that sandwich?" And I'm like, I wanted to say it's all right, but I couldn't. I was like, it's fucking delicious. Every other fucking roast beef I've ever had should hang its head in shame in the face of this fucking sandwich.
I had a lot of like fried shrimp there.
Paul was a shrimp eating motherfucker in Louisiana, dude.
Why would you?
I've liked shrimp in the past, but shrimp in Louisiana is a whole different thing. Like I'll probably
because
never
it's
order
fresh
shrimp.
there.
It's right out of the Gulf, and it's just delicious.
Yes.
Amen.
So,
All right,
anyway.
well that's a show. We're 2.5 hours into this shit, or 2 hours and 23 minutes.
All right.
See you guys on Friday. So, boom.
This story. Take your clothes off. Thank you, miss. You don't want to see that. Trust me. It's veiny. He's so fat he has to be cut out of his clothes, actually. It's true. Someone asked me to rip out my dick earlier. Did they? Did you do it? What the? I saw it. Yeah. Maybe we skip story time with Paul and just have to whip his dick out. It's not easy. Oh, fine. Let's go down the hall if they want. Whatever. Dicks out from So one time I LARPed. I can hear that most of you know what that is and you respond appropriately. But for those of you that have never heard of it, let me explain real quick. LARP stands for Live Action Role Playing. Yeah. And it's basically like D&D, but instead of like rolling the dice and going like, oh yeah, 10 points of damage, you're actually there. And you are that character. And the reason that I LARPed was I was in high school, and I had this friend named Mike, who I really looked up to, who's a couple years ahead of me, and he told me that there was going to be this, my first boyfriend. Fuck you, TJ. It's true. But he told me he was going to be LARPing, and he explained to me what it was, and then he sold me on the LARP. God damn it, like being in the studio, that fucking thing sucks. Do it right, Paul. Oh, thank you. That's much better. Thank you, engineer TJ. So anyway, he sold me on it by telling me that there were going to be a lot of hot goth girls there. He was like, dude, it's a vampire LARP. Like, you get to be a vampire, and there's going to be a bunch of hot vampire chicks there. Win-win. And I was like, fucking sign me up. So he hands me this booklet, tells me I have to create a character. And there's a bunch of different tribes of vampires in this LARP. And I gravitate towards the ugly ones. They were the Nosferatu, which meant, you know, if you've ever seen the movie, they just look awful. You know, and I was like, I want to be that. He's like, don't be that. Be anything but that. Pick anything else in the book but that. And I was like, no, that's what I want. So he helps me create a character. I'm excited because I think I'm going to be swimming in, like, goth poon. And at this age, I didn't even suck on them Dracula. Yeah. Oh, you're fucking delusional, dude. Like, my whole fantasy began and ended at a girl with spiderweb fishnets. That was it. That's all I wanted. I didn't get it though. No spoiler intended. So we pull up to this mansion, and that becomes worthwhile later, but not now. We pull up to this big mansion. And it's one of those places where you have to have a code to get in the gate, and you go in, there's a big long driveway and a fucking fountain in the middle of it, and I'm like, where are we? Like, what is this? And it's like, this is where we do the LARP. It's like, oh. So we walk up to the door, and once again, I'm expecting like Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, to answer the fucking door. And it's this little dude, and he's wearing this jewelry. And I know you guys know what kind of jewelry I'm talking about. It's a bracelet, but it also goes around your finger. It's all hooked together. And he does this. He goes, oh, you. And he points at my friend Mike, who had done this before. You I have seen before, but this one, this is a new vampire. And I'm like, fuck me. What have I got myself into? So it didn't get better from there. I walk in there and my hopes of like a hot goth chick are instantly shot to shit because it's at least 95-5 men, women. And the 5% of women that are there already have a vampire courting them. Like I walk up and there's already a dude there like, oh, my princess of the dark, come to me. Let me taste of your sanguine liquid, come. And I'm like, fuck, how do I...
Oh, you got no game, dude. You got no game.
So I gave up early on in getting any poontang. So I thought, I may as well make this interesting. Let me see what people are talking about. But the problem with vampires, as I learned that night, is that they're a very secretive group. I would walk over to a group of people that seemed to be having a jovial conversation, and I'd walk up, and instantly everybody'd be quiet. And they'd look at me like, who is this one? Perhaps we should move elsewhere with our conversation. And I'm like, fuck, so I thought, I'm not gonna get laid. I can't listen to what anybody else is saying. What fucking kind of game is this?
You picked the wrong fucking clan, dude.
Apparently.
Did you have signs
This guy knows where the story is going.
He knows.
So, about halfway through the night, my friend Mike, who brought me to this fucking debacle, comes up to me and says, you know you can go invisible, right? And I was like, what? I can fucking go invisible? He's like, yeah. All you've got to do to show people that you are not visible is to hold up this. And I shit you not, it's the fucking... Like, those of you that weren't around in the 90s are probably like, oh, okay, whatever. But this is like, back in the 90s, this is like, loser. And I'm like, I gotta fucking... This means I'm invisible? He's like, yeah.
Kind of like high school.
Kinda, I guess, yeah. It's true. So, now I know I can go invisible, and people don't know what the fuck to do. Right? Because now I walk up and they can't go like, oh, who is this one? Because I'm fucking invisible. I'm like, yeah. You gotta keep talking, bitches. You don't know I'm here. So I'm generally just shutting this whole party down. Like the inside, nobody's talking about anything. Everybody wonders, like I'd walk up to a group of people and they'd be in the middle of like a plot, and they'd be like, I'd walk up and they'd be like, can I keep talking? And one of them would be like, it's invisible, I think you have to. So, but eventually people just stopped talking. But I noticed through one of the windows in this mansion that everybody had moved outside. There was smoking going on out there and conversation. I was like, fuck, that's where I need to be. Out front, smoking a cigarette, listening to all the juicy vampire gossip. So I think I'm pretty fucking smart. I walk out there, I open the door, I walk up to a group of people, I pull a cigarette out, light it up, and I'm like, waiting for the juicy gossip. And nobody's talking. And I'm like, guys, you have to fucking talk. I'm invisible, bitches. I'm invisible. And they go, OOC. Which I learned later meant out of character, which means they're actually talking to you like you're a normal human being. So outside of the game, OOC, you know we all know you're here, right? I'm like, oh, I've got the fucking, look. And they go, okay, so let me explain to you what happened, kid. We're all standing here having a conversation. The front door opens and closes by itself, and a cigarette comes out of nowhere and lights itself. And it's now standing near us smoking itself. So do you understand now? I'm like, fuck. So my night's ruined. But this story is only an introduction to what really went down.
You know, as much as we shit on those like top 10 this channels, like I fall down the YouTube rabbit hole all the time.
Oh yeah.
Like I'll watch one, and then like 2.5 hours later I'm watching top 10 reasons why Walter Matthau was not a funny comedian. I'm like, what am I doing with my time?
Dude, I wish I could just make that. Like, like top 10. I could just make like videos like all I have to do is go find the crazy clown sightings and be like, there's the top 10 crazy clown sightings, and here's one, and here's one, and here's one, and here's a shitty joke, and here's one, and here's one, and here's one, and that's the show. The end. I've conveyed nothing. I've taken no position. All I've done is shown you some clown pictures, and you've given me, you know, so I could put an ad in front of it and make some money. You know. What's happened to YouTube, goddammit? There seriously is something going on in this country, man.
Something going on?
Something going
There's
on.
something going on. Yeah.
I'm just, all the time I ask myself, come on, God. Come on.
Yeah.
There's something
Dude, I'm
happening
so
in this
glad you
country,
spotted
and
that
I'd
on the
like
last
to know what it
episode, dude.
is.
What do you think is happening?
I don't know.
I don't
Something
know.
big's happening. I'd like to know what it is. I'd be really curious to find out what it is. It'd be really
I
cool
don't
to
know.
know.
I don't know if you even have that moment of revelation. I think it just passes, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that was a weird time. Remember when all that crazy shit happened?
Whoa, that was awesome when that crazy shit happened.
It's pretty obvious watching this debate what's happening in this world. The
Tell us, Paul.
up jumped apes are failing to prove that they are beyond the animals from which they descend.
The DNC tried to make PPs look racist to make Trump's campaign look bad because his
PPs?
campaign is like pretty much ran off of PPs.
Is PP the
little
frog?
frogs. Yeah, the little
Oh
frogs.
yeah. PP the frog. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we don't have to worry about that. Our entire country is getting the conga line.
Dude, this is just like this episode has just been like watch Paul's morale just sink lower and like gets on, hey guys, and then 2 hours later, yeah.
See, I didn't know that we were going to be just kind of watching the debate tonight. And when I saw, that that's what was going to go on, I psyched myself up. I was like, okay, Paul going to be funny. I'm going to find some interesting observations about this. Going to find some twists, and it never happened. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore.
It's like a song.
Yeah,
dude.
damn,
That was like that.
It's that
fucking
ICP song.
Yeah, it was like the ICP song, dude. Cynic. I don't.
Fuck the
come
West
out.
Coast and fuck everybody on the East. Eat shit and die. Fuck off at least.
Oh,
No, I know Paul's always cynical. I'm not saying that, but this is like, whoa, Paul is being real. Like, he's like, fuck everything, just let it all end. Time for it to end. Arizona Bay shit, like let the tidal wave hit us, let the tsunami hit, let the bombs go off, whatever, the fucking plague, the diseases, let it ravage the lands. I don't care. Just let this shit end.
I might feel that way too if I was living in Texas, though.
Yeah, Texas does suck. Paul, what the fuck were you thinking, man? What the fuck were you
I have
thinking?
no idea. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing 90% of the time anymore. I have no clue. Seemed like a
Welcome
good
to my
idea
world,
at the
dude.
time.
Dude, that's totally my approach to life too.
It seemed like a good idea.
Made sense at the time, man.
I knew that shit the minute I was like, Paul, moving to Texas. I'm like, there's no way that's gonna
Yeah.
last. There's no possible fucking way would
No.
Paul want to stay in Texas. Like, if it was any state, I just don't see Paul as like driving with and meshing with.
I mean,
in
like, even if
Texas.
it was like Paul's like, I'm moving to fucking Mississippi, I'd be like,
yeah,
that might, maybe, But Texas, nah.
Yeah, you had no chance, Paul. Zero fucking chance.
I wanted something different than where I grew up, and I got exactly the same thing as where I grew up, basically. So
It's like, man,
I
I'm
fucked
really
that
not
up.
comfortable here, and these people are kind of like judgmental towards me.
I'm gonna go to
You should move to Kansas City. That's where
Dude,
I'm
Paul,
from.
I should tell you this. Like, 3 separate people have sent me Dr. Robotnik dolls, like pictures of them, and said, this looks like Paul.
Kansas
I know.
City.
See, it's true about everything. The whole look. Like, what is this look I've got going on? I don't even know what I'm going for. I don't even know what I'm doing. I need a life coach. I need somebody to tell me how to be. Casey Tron, will you help me? Will you tell me how to be? Will you tell me how to be an adult? Tell me where I should be living. Tell me what I should look like. How should I dress?
One of my biggest, like, what I go by is, you guys laugh at me because I'm different, but I laugh at you because you're all the same. I don't care what people think of me.
I don't laugh at you, Casey
shit.
Tron. I laugh with you.
The smile. I love the Casey Tron smile. It's the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I look like a fucking. I look like Dr. Robotnik. I'm living in a fucking state that is the exact opposite of everything I believe. I'm 100 pounds overweight. I'm depressed. I'm literally advocating for nuclear war. Things are not going well in Paul Town. You know, I need some help.
Paul, any other problems? Any other problems at all?
What?
Yeah. No.
I'm just putting my mic up because you guys all have your mic up to your mouth.
Yeah.
It sounds like you can hardly even see your mouth.
Cool.
Yeah, but your mic's a lot louder.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe you should set that on down.
Oh, sorry. Should
Make
I
America great
should I
again.
take down my green screen and have a white wall too?
We're in between locations right now.
Are you guys all in the same place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, wow, their walls are all the same.
No.
Yeah.
We're all in
Not
the
a crazy
same
coincidence.
exact place.
Oh.
We're in the same fucking room at the same
except
fucking
Paul.
time. Except for Paul. Paul's elsewhere.
Paul's in Texas.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah,
Glad
but
to
Paul will be
find
here
out.
soon.
Paul, I think you could maybe you could fit into Texas if you just like wear a different kind of hat. Just get yourself like a semi-cowboyish hat. Doesn't have to really be a full-on cowboy hat. And then you got to also shit. What was the other thing? There's something else that you could do. There's a behavior you'd have to adapt.
Become
well,
a total fucking retard.
No. You wouldn't even have to do that. Oh, you got to get a gun. You got to get a shotgun. You got to be a guy who walks down the street in Texas with a shotgun over his shoulder like this. I'm just walking along. I think you'd fit in then. I think people would be like, that guy's all right. He likes guns and he has a fucking cowboy hat, kind of.
I was
You got like a Rick
I took
Grimes
Dinor
hat,
down to shit the other day, right? And I'm
Yeah.
standing kind of at the bottom of the steps in my apartment, letting him run around the yard, find a place to shit. And this woman is walking by to come into the apartment complex. And she looked at Dinor and smiled, you know, because he's cute. And then she looked at me, and I smiled at her, you know, as a gesture of, hey, how's it going? And she stopped and just stared at me like I was like a fucking alien that came from another world. And then she kept walking, and I kept looking at her because I was like, what did I do? And I looked at myself, and I'm like, is my dick out or something? I'm looking around. She kept walking, stopped, turned around, and looked again. And like, that's my life here. Like, everybody does that, and I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what it is.
So that's bizarre.
That's why I wanted him to have the pink mohawk, because that would have been priceless.
Is it for breast cancer month?
No, it was if he lost some bet. He was gonna have to have a pink
Like Paul,
mohawk.
you don't look that out of place. I mean, it's strange, really. I mean, like maybe I guess in the area you live in, you must look just like a total fish out of water. Just because, like, even in like Louisiana, I don't think people would have stared at you like that.
No, but Texas is different, dude. Texas is not the same culture as like this part of the South we're from.
I mean, I look around and I see fat, beardy guys everywhere here. You know, I'm a fat, beardy guy. I don't
Maybe
get
they
it.
all get
but
stared at like that, dude. Maybe everyone's like, I don't know about this fucker. I think they just look at you and they know.
like
that
I can
guy.
still see that woman's face. She looked like I assaulted her by looking at her and smiling. It was the weirdest. It was the weirdest thing. I felt so bad when I came back in. I was like, "What did I do? What have I done?"
You threatened to rape her, Paul. You smiled.
Paul, in Texas culture, you basically said like you wanted to rape her, dude.
Yeah,
and take all her money. Yeah,
fat dudes should not smile at people. It's just people find it disgusting because they think like either this fat guy wants to rape me or he wants to eat me. That's no good. So it's no wonder she got away as quickly as she could.
Who knows what Paul's intentions were at the time?
She's probably like,
oh, he's probably going to go up in his room and fuck that little dog.
So
that kind of weirdo.
That's the thing. If she had just kind of hastened away, I'd be like, okay. But she stopped again and turned around to look at me to see if I was still doing whatever it was I was doing.
So,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, what's this guy up to?
Someone in the chat room said that DP stands for Depressed Paul.
Aw.
Yeah, tonight it does, apparently.
Paul just a fish out of water.
I just need it to be the 25th. That's all. I need it to be the 25th of this month. I need to be where you guys are. I need to be surrounded by people who I can talk to. And,
What's the 25th?
I'm going to Seattle to hang out with the guys for 10 days on the 25th.
Is it a guy's trip?
Well, no, my girlfriend's coming too, and you know.
Can I come?
Yeah, come on down.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking about going to Seattle soon
Yeah, come on down to Seattle.
to protest the marijuana legalization.
Oh. I'm gonna protest it by smoking, drinking, eating, snorting, and injecting as much of it as I can.
Yeah. We want to keep it out of the hands of kids, so we try to use as much as possible.
Yeah, you know, we're like, man, hope some kids don't find this joint. What can I do with
Make
it
sure
to
you
ensure
check-
they won't? I'll smoke it myself.
Make sure you check out the Seattle Space Needle.
Oh, is that like a NASA thing?
Yep.
Yeah, it was invented by NASA.
It's a rocket
thought
ship. You can
NASA
actually
was
go
in
inside the
Florida.
rocket, and you know, sometimes it blasts off into space.
Isn't Amazon in Seattle?
Yeah. I don't. Not the Amazon though.
Do you want to yourself there? Maybe Paul shouldn't go there.
You know, actually,
I
we
mean-
looked it up, and Seattle does not have higher side rates than any other place we looked at. So.
I kind of take
Oh, I
that
thought
with
you
me.
did.
That I don't leave that behind when I go places. My desire
Paul-
to end myself just kind of goes. I pack it in my bag when I travel.
Also,
It's
yeah,
just one of the
Paul-
things I take.
Paul's been carrying that torch for a while.
Yep.
Poor Paul.
Though coming to Seattle will probably actually improve your mood. I mean, not only seeing us, just the amount of weed you'll have. Because I mean, yeah, Paul, I can tell why you smoke. I
It
can tell
wouldn't
why you smoke
improve
a lot
my
of
mood.
weed
I'd be
now.
mad. I'd be mad. I'd be angry.
You're too sober, Paul. You're too damn sober.
He's crying. He's weeping. He's
Paul
weeping
is
now.
Paul is too sober.
Yeah. All right. I think it's about time to wrap it up.
All right. Enjoy this
now it's
election.
time to wrap it up.
Yeah. Enjoy this election, everybody. Casey Tron, you fucking make your closing argument for why Trump should be president.
Well, because I have to say, and this is as a woman, I have to say that as a woman, I don't want the first female president to be Hillary. You know, that's just humiliating. And women have already been humiliated enough throughout history. We don't need any more, you know?
Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Episode 286 is a fucking wrap. Give it a thumbs up.
Drugs.
It's so perfect. That is so TJ ordering fries. Oh my god.
Oh, when TJ does. Yeah, but you have to incorporate this into it too when you're done talking. Okay. Get away from me.
Oh my god, guys. I hope you guys find that as funny as I do, because he did that at dinner, and TJ was doing that shit. He was sitting there like, I can't do it. Ben was just like, he looked right at me. He was doing the I am
It
the
was so
cold
fucking
thing.
funny, yeah.
He stared me right in the eyeballs and was like, I can't. I gotta get pumpkin pie for Chelsea. Yeah. Chelsea told me to bring. When's that waiter coming back? I need fucking water. And I was just like, because it was just the day. He's doing it again.
Hey, Paul. Paul, I have kind of an aside. I'm sorry but I mean, can we all just agree right now? Like, what is the greatest movie of all time, Paul?
The greatest movie?
The greatest. I mean, there's one movie It's an animated film.
Oh well, that's central to TJ's life.
That's central, like
central to all our lives, really. But TJ in particular is definitely a product of that movie.
Yeah,
I would say the Black Cauldron.
Right? Oh wow.
Yeah,
you got it. That was...
I like Black Cauldron best, man.
Dude, did we tell that? Did we tell that on the last show when he got all salty?
No.
We didn't?
No.
That was after, dude.
That was after the last show.
Oh, that was after the show. Oh, yeah, we did it on Periscope.
Yep.
Okay, so after the last show, we started with TJ about the Black Cauldron, right? And he was doing his TJ thing where he's like...
Okay.
Looking at his phone, like, I wish I had my phone. I don't.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, can I just use your phone as a prop?
Yeah.
He's like...
No. TJ holds his phone like this.
Yeah, like this.
Like this close to his face.
I don't care. And we're like, dude, the Black Cauldron is everything about you, TJ. And we did it all night, like all the way to the restaurant, at the restaurant, and then all the way back. So we got all the way back to the studio. And right before we got to the studio, Scotty did some innocuous thing and just like bumped him as he walked out of the elevator. And TJ was like, "Hey, Scotty, don't bump me! You crushing Chelsea's pie! Fuck you! I don't care about this." And Scotty was just like, you're salty about the Black Cauldron shit. He's like, I'm not. I just don't want you fucking up my pie, man. And everybody knew that we had broken him. It only took about an hour and a half to 2 hours, but eventually TJ boiled over and his attempts to ignore us failed.
Oh, dude, it was fucking epic, dude. He was so pissed. It was so great just to trash talk him too. I'm like,
oh yeah,
oh, you're a dog. No, because you bumped my head with cheesecake. You want me to destroy the cheesecake. I'm like, you're just pissed, dude. You're pissed because you know the Black Cauldron's everything in life. I mean, look,
everyone tweet the Black Cauldron at TJ.
Please send pictures of the Black Cauldron
to
TJ.
Clips of it, like the trailer. You can tell them that it's better than Aladdin.
The essence of
Beauty and the
TJ was
Beast
forged in the Black Cauldron.
Yeah. Tell them it's the greatest Disney movie ever.
There would be no Amazing Atheist for the Black Cauldron.
Yep. Hashtag TJ's Black Cauldron. Send it to TJ, man.
I mean, I think we should demand.
He needs to know.
He needs to make a video praising,
admitting that everything that he is was born forth from the Black Cauldron. Literally.
We're actually on TJ's channel right now, so...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well,
we
there
declare on TJ's channel...
I do declare.
TJ's favorite animated film of all time, The Black Cauldron.
Black Cauldron, dude. Far and away.
And you get the seal of approval. Here, I'll even... You know what? I'll have TJ type it in the chat here.
Yeah.
TJ, what's your favorite animated
TJ,
film?
Can you type that in real quick, TJ?
Yeah, just for posterity, I'd like to see it in the chat.
All right.
All right, hold on. There it is.
Did you do?
Oh, there it is, guys.
Yep. Fuck, dude.
The Amazing Atheist. The Black Cauldron. There will be screen grabs. Screen grab time.
You know what? He misspelled it.
Oh, he did? What a dumbass. Maybe he'll type it again like a retard.
Yeah.
And spell it right this time.
Did I?
Cauldron. Cauldron. I assume black wasn't the problem.
Black.
It's been so fucking stoned.
I couldn't see it for one thing.
I can't see it, dude.
Cauldron?
Cauldron. Cauldron.
Okay, then I got it right the second time.
Okay.
Sick.
Cool.
I was like, did I spell it right? And I looked really close. I was like, no, that's not right.
Yeah, you're right.
The first time,
it is a weird looking word.
Well, I couldn't see it at first because like Vader's in the way there, and it's like that big on the screen.
Blaming Vader, huh? Vader's innocent.
Blame it on Lord
Vader. Vader is right.
Vader's innocent.
You are weak and impotent.
But I spelled it Cauldron.
Cauldron. The Black Cauldron.
The Cauldron.
Cauldron.
I am the Cauldron. I am the
It was
Cauldron.
TJ that did it, though.
Clearly he was feeling Ben's presence when he did it. But, of course, Ben isn't the one that doesn't admit that the Black Cauldron is the center of all things. It's TJ. TJ, born from the Black Cauldron.
And TJ's agreed to watch the Black Cauldron with all of us.
Scotty, fuck you, man. You touch me. TJ, and Scotty was so cool about it too. Like, Scotty is a hothead sometimes, but Scotty didn't even start with it. He was just like, TJ, you're salty about the Black Cauldron. Oh man, sorry I hit you.
Someone said the Black Pauldron.
The Black Pauldron, yeah. Well, I admit.
No, Paul admits it. I admit it too.
Everybody here admits the role that the Black Cauldron played
in my family, the first day I watched the Black Cauldron. Like, I don't even remember because it was the first day I was born. But that's a tradition. Every day in my family we watch that movie.
All right, TJ's watching this shit. Because he just commented.
I'll reveal I'll reveal a deep dark family secret about the Black Cauldron. If you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Personally, just to show you I'm serious about this. My dad used to call my mother's vagina the Black Cauldron after I was born because it was cavernous, I guess, for a while. So, but it was that central. It was like I was actually born from the Black Cauldron. I was a large child, so you can imagine the space my vacancy left. But yeah, so the Black Cauldron, man, central to my life, certainly. But TJ just won't admit it.
You know what? TJ can't make up his mind. He keeps saying he loves it, keeps saying he hates it. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, TJ, we need to watch this movie, TJ. And we need to decide once and for all.
He's at war with himself.
He is.
He's at war with the Black Cauldron.
No, this is about Chelsea's pie.
No,
it's about Chelsea's pie.
This is not about Chelsea's pie.
The only way we
TJ.
can save TJ, Paul, we got to convert him to this. He's got to believe, Paul. He's got to sincerely believe the Black Cauldron is the force of change and the force of everything that he is.
I can't do it alone. We're going to need you guys to help us. So if you could let TJ know on Twitter,
Facebook,
all his social
Instagram,
media, let him know how central, if you guys want to do some photoshopping to show TJ being born screaming from the bowels of the Black Cauldron, please send those to him and me and the Drunken Peasants. And, maybe we'll show some of them on the show. How do you feel about that? I mean, I don't have a lot of money, so I can't offer a cash prize. And maybe we don't want to do that till we've wrapped up the last one. But hey, I think we'd probably look at some good ones, no? If it really illustrated to TJ that the Black Cauldron was central to his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd show that.
TJ with his fucking...
Oh, man, it's jumped again, dude. It's almost a 14 just tonight.
Yeah.
Up from 11 when I looked today. That's so awesome, guys. Thank you guys so much for your continued support on this.
Wow, Vivo.
I mean, look, I feel bad because look, right here on the screen there are two people that I
appreciate them both.
Absolutely. Vivo came out of pocket $200. Some people can do that. Alex gave $1. He says he wish he had more. And then he says some stuff I also agree with. Dude, I love both of you guys. Thank you guys. Dude, seriously. We've been saying that from the start. $1. $1, dude. $60, Danielle. I mean, I feel like we should just go through and do some ball washing here. I don't know how many people have contributed, but Jesus, man.
Brent K.
You look like a young Mr. Bean. Okay. $50, $100. Victor, Amanda, thank you guys, dude. Seriously. Jacob, Lauren. Oh, wait. Well, Lauren didn't do shit. Lauren just left a comment. But Chrissy gave $5. I mean, fuck, dude. Thank you guys. $10, $20, $80, $500, Charles Baker. I mean, I hate to accent the $500, but I mean,
that's a lot.
It is a lot of money, and some people can do that. But the $1, honestly, if everybody that watched this show gave $1, fuck, man. Thank you guys. $100. I mean, fuck. I feel I'm kind of overwhelmed by this because I've never been involved in something that personally affects me this way, and had so many people that don't know me personally come out of pocket to help. I mean, it's not just for us, obviously. We're, like I said, we're one of the people that are doing that, but fuck, man, look at this. Thank you guys, honestly. For all the shit we give our fans, we've got that love-hate relationship, but you guys, when we're in need, clearly you show up. And that means a lot, and it does not go unnoticed. $14.99. There you go. It's always $14.99.
Yeah.
$5, $100. I just saw a couple multi-$100 go by.
Yeah, we're going
way back in time, but all of these count. You know, I feel the same way about all these people.
This is
what they gave for. You know what I mean?
In just the last few days, and then eventually, then you'll see ones from like.
Right.
Back
I mean,
in
we're going
April.
back 2 days ago. $9.99, $50. I mean, thank you, Micro Penis TJ, for being a piece of shit.
Someone said hi, Tommy.
Hi, Tommy. $1. I mean, man, I wish we could spend the show just reading everybody's comments and shit. But like, honestly, thank you guys, everyone that's on this list, so much. I mean, there's Ribeye, dude. Ribeye just went by.
Yep.
Good old Ribeye Jenkins. Thank you, Ribeye. Thank you, K Derp. I mean, look at these fucking people. Thank you guys, honestly. Because, like I said, the broader issue at stake is the most important thing. But on a personal level, this is what I do. This is where I live.
TJ, you're watching right now. Would you be able? Would we be able to Skype with you and you could give us maybe more information?
Like what? If you've got anything to add on the lawyer front, we were very vague because we didn't know what we could say.
Yeah, because people really want to know, and I think if we let them know how.
That would be really cool if we could just get a statement from you on what you know.
You lazy sack of fucking shit.
If you can, do it between bouts of projectile vomiting and
he's in the chat right now.
Liquid diarrhea.
Projectile vomiting. Give me a break.
Whatever. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's sick. I don't know.
Nah.
Dude, I had diarrhea, but I did the show. I had diarrhea on the last show pretty bad, but I didn't.
He says he'll be on Skype, so we'll get him on here.
All right, cool.
Fucking faking ass TJ.
Man, dude. I feel like this show has been a roller coaster of emotions. I've been really angry, and now I feel kind of touched. One of the reasons I love the show. Some of the shows are like that, man. Highs and lows, peaks and valleys, good and bad, yin and yang, man. The Drunken Peasants. Thank you guys for supporting us. Thank you for being there. Thank you for watching. I feel like, Ben's doing something. He's trying to get TJ, so I'm just filling time here. Scotty, if you want to jump in with another topic, but fuck it. I'm ball washing the fans tonight. Because honestly, they're making this possible. They're making fighting this possible. And we give the fans a lot of shit. They give us a lot of shit. Fuck it. But I think like what I'm learning here is that it's all love. And for those of you that have come out of pocket in big ways and small ways, thank you. Honestly, this is where I live. This is what I do for a living. And for you guys to come out of pocket so deep and, at such a critical time and in a way that directly benefits me in such a close to home way. I don't know how to say thank you for that. I've never had people do that for me before. I've always climbed out of holes on my own. And this is really going to be the first time in my life that people have given me money.
Greetings.
TJ, sorry, I'm ball washing the fans. I'll shut up. What do you got for us, man?
About the lawyer.
Yeah, what can we say? What can you tell us?
Fucking faking piece of shit, TJ.
I won't dignify that with a response, Scotty.
Oh yeah, exactly. You sound fucking fine.
I'm horrible. It's horrible right now.
What?
Anyway.
Oh fuck. He's so full of shit. Yeah, go ahead.
I've had a miraculous recovery, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, yeah. Dude, did you think for a second I fucking believed you were sick, you fat motherfucker? Come on, dude. None of us fucking bought it.
I don't want to get an Uber, so I'm just gonna.
I don't want to ride.
I'm just gonna tell the guys that I'm gonna stay home tonight because I have poo-poos and pee-pees, and they'll be like, okay.
You motherfucker.
I knew you wasn't
you
sick.
You cocksucker, dude. Listen to him. He knows it's true. You ass-eating piece of shit. Okay, what do you know about the lawyer, TJ? Thank you for coming on to tell us.
Earlier, I called the lawyer. I talked to the lawyer for about 25 minutes. I gave him some of the case information that he requested from me. He basically... I don't know how much I should say about what he told me. All I can really say is that he feels strongly about the case. He's still waiting on a few more pieces of information from me, which I already put Paul on getting what I need from him. So, but from what I've told him and from what I've sent him, he said that the case looks strong, and he has confidence that we can, be pretty successful in what we want to do, which is first things and foremost, get this fucking DMC off our channel, and then figure out some penalizing bad behavior that he continues to perpetrate against the YouTube community.
TJ, not to interrupt you, where did you put me on getting information? Where can I find that?
The subreddit, dude.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah. And somebody got back to me. I'll get with you when I get home.
Cool.
We've got it. I found it. We got it. So thank you, subreddit, for coming through so quickly on what we requested. So.
Yeah, wow. Thank you, subreddit.
Seriously, like I put the feelers out right before Scotty and I came, and by the time we got here, I checked it, and a dude had given me a link to it. I haven't gotten to download it yet, but it's in a place that I can get at it, and when I get home, we'll get it on TJ's computer, and bada bing, bada bang, bada boom.
Did you happen to watch any of Tommy's stream tonight, TJ? We haven't watched it.
No, I was watching you guys.
Oh, okay.
You fucker.
Paul, what? When you were saying that, fuck you,
Dude,
the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, I don't get to get.
Scotty, I have a hilarious fucking story for you, dude.
What?
I have a hilarious fucking story for you. So you remember when we were in New Orleans?
Oh, fuck you, TJ.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, go ahead. This is great.
I fucking dropped a bombshell on Paul last night, dude. Because Paul has been fucking seriously kind of halfway thinking that there's fucking ghosts. Once now. I did to him in fucking New Orleans, dude.
Can I tell the story?
I knew it was TJ.
Can I tell the story?
Hold on, Paul.
And then I'll tell you about the
Okay, I'll let TJ take it where
you know
it
what?
ends.
Play story time with Paul.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do.
It's kind of do we have story time with TJ as well? Because it's kind of more of a story time with, well, whatever. Just whichever one you've got.
You know what? I'm just going to tell the whole story. Fuck Paul.
Okay.
All right,
Fair enough. Story time with TJ.
Hold on. Let me see if I have
Hold on. Hold it.
We have your intro, I think.
We're trying to find your intro.
I might have it. Hold on.
Ben may have it.
If I have, I'll check one more place, and if we don't have it, then we don't have it.
All right, that's fine. I'm fine with ceding the reins to TJ on this because it really is his fucking story, not mine.
You know what? I'm really not sure where it is.
Okay.
I'm just
So
character.
go ahead, TJ.
All right, so when we were staying in New Orleans, I walk into the room one day, and Paul and Ashley are sitting there. Paul says something along the lines of, he's talking about ghosts. He's like, I'm telling you guys, there's something in here, you know? It's like, there's weird now noises and stuff. And, you know, you could tell it's like, he's kind of half joking, but he's also putting out feelers of like, let's see if anyone else kind of believes this. You know, so I'm like, I'm like, I don't think so, Paul. Don't be silly. And right in that moment, a plan was concocted in my mind because he.
Oh shit! You cut out. Hold on, TJ. Sorry, you cut out really bad. You're cutting in and out a little bit. You're dropping a little.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Continue.
Paul says that like he thinks the ghost sounds are coming from the bathroom. You know. There's weird noises coming from the bathroom, and like I went and checked in there, but there was nothing in there.
So it sounded like a person rummaging around the bathroom. That's what I heard. Just to clarify.
When Paul was, I don't think he wasn't sleeping, but he was in his room. Him and Ashley were both in their room.
Yeah, we were.
I went into I snuck real fucking quiet, like into the bathroom. And very fucking meticulously, I just moved shit around. But I made it look like something really chaotic had happened in there. You know, like I took fucking shampoo bottles and I grabbed them on the floor and I like squeezed them so that shampoo was bubbling out of them and shit. I grabbed a fucking toilet seat off the toilet and I put it in the fucking bathtub. I fucking just everything I could. I just turned it topsy-turvy. And then the final straw was, and Chelsea helped me do it too. And Chelsea rolled the toilet paper roll into the hallway, all this stuff. So eventually, probably like an hour later, Paul comes out of his room surveys the bathroom, and I hear him. I'm in the bedroom trying to conceal laughter. He's out there screaming like, "Look, all this stuff happened, and look at this. I told you there's something weird happening. I know, you know, maybe you guys are skeptical, but I think something's going on." And last night we're on the porch, and Paul is sitting there, and he's like, what did he say? Paul, you remember what you said?
We were talking about ghost shit, like supernatural stuff that we'd experienced. Or that we, you know, whatever, like hypnagogic shit. And I was like, yeah, man, the ghost stuff, like, I'm not a big ghost guy, but that shit in New Orleans, man, I've been fucking freaked out about that. And TJ
was
like,
oh, that was me.
Yeah, he was like, oh, we did that.
And Paul looked at me for like a moment of like it took him like about 3 seconds to even comprehend what I'd. The gears turning in his head, like, what is that, Dad? And he's like, what? And so I just explained to him what I just explained to you guys just now, what I'd done. And he's just like, "Oh, you're such a shit, TJ."
Dude,
and all this shit.
I seriously, so let me come in on the end of this.
Months, Paul. I fucked with you for months.
Months, dude, and I'm gonna own up to it here. So that happened, that exactly like that. The only difference is that I want to commend the actors involved, because I went to Chelsea. Chelsea just kind of came out, and I was like, "Did you see this shit?" And she was like, "No, what is it?" And I was like, "Look at this. Who did this in the bathroom? Like, it looked like somebody had a fucking seizure in the bathroom." And she's looking at it like going, "Oh my God. Oh, what is this? Oh, like, did you?" And I was like, "No, I just came in here and it was like this." She's like, "Oh, I didn't do it." And she was like, "TJ," and you were like, "Yeah," from the bedroom, just like you normally would if somebody disturbed you from your fucking slumber in your den. "Yeah." And she was like, "TJ, did you fuck up the bathroom?" And he was like, "No, I haven't even been in that bathroom."
Dude, I fucking knew
it was funny. I remember that moment. Because as that was going on, I'm sitting in bed, like, trying my hardest not to burst out into laughter.
But whatever, it sold me, so I was like... And I asked you guys several times over the next days, did you guys do that shit? Are you sure?
No. You know you do with TJ? He's going to corner TJ and it's like... And just, if you ask him enough times, he'll fucking burst out into laughter if he's fucking full
I
of
didn't
shit.
know that. See, I didn't know that. So I just, like, I asked him 3 or 4 fucking times over the course of a couple days, and he was like, "No, dude."
Do you know what the title of Tommy's newest video is?
White Boys.
No, it's Drunken White Boys DDoS Tommy Sotomayor's stream.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Nobody ever asked for a DDoS of your fucking stream. Never mind. We're not talking to that individual. We have somebody that we've retained to speak to him. So, pardon my indiscretion. Look. Yeah, no, for months I've been puzzled by this shit. I was like, somebody had to do it, or some shit happened that I can't explain. And then, like, I brought it up in a sincere way to TJ last night. I was like, yeah, like that shit in New Orleans, man. Who fucking did that? And he was like, "Oh, we did that." And for months I've been puzzling over it.
Wow.
What a troll job, man. A month, like that was the New Orleans meetup till last night.
When you were, what did you think exactly?
What do you mean, what did I think?
Like, when you were sitting there puzzling, were you puzzling, like, were you trying to figure out a rational explanation? Or were you just like, "Oh shit, was it just ghosts?"
I hadn't fully rationalized a non-supernatural explanation, but the one that I went with was, there was a night that was around the time that you did this to me, where somebody that was very drunk was in our house. No need to go beyond that.
Yeah.
But I thought that maybe it was related to that. But the timeline wasn't right in my brain. But I thought, okay, I was really stoned a lot there, so maybe I got that night mixed up, and maybe that had happened during that. So that's what I had gone with, like, as a rational explanation. But it made no fucking sense. I had no suspect of you guys at all, because you'd have all been sincerely like, "No, I didn't do it." Like, Scotty didn't have to because he had no part in it. So he was like, "No, wasn't me." Ben wasn't there. He had his own place in New Orleans. Wasn't him. You know what I mean? So everybody was excluded in my mind. Ashley didn't do it because I was in her presence when it happened.
Dude, you should have known that shit was TJ.
Now I will. I mean, you get one of those over on me, but good job, guys,
Like,
all of you.
I remember when Paul came to me, I was like,
I feel like that's a fucking challenge.
dude,
It's a challenge.
Dude, Paul
It is
came
a
to me
challenge.
with that shit, and I was like, that sounds like some TJ
Let me
shit.
tell you why it's a challenge,
Dude,
TJ.
dude, I remember telling them, like, this sounds like some TJ bullshit, and you're just like, no, man, TJ already denied it. I'm like, well, come on.
Yeah, why are you so gullible when it comes to TJ?
Let me tell you this. Dude, I'm a credulous idiot. I have a massive capacity for suspension of disbelief. It's part of my life. But here's the deal. I was also born on April Fool's Day. My birthday is April 1st, 1980, and my entire life people have been pulling fucking pranks on me, and people have gotten one over on me. But you notice the key word in that statement? They've gotten one over on me. They've gotten one over on me. After that, can't be fooled again.
Oh, shit, TJ.
Fool me once.
Hey, TJ, that is a direct challenge to you, dude.
There you go. It's a challenge to you guys, too.
Scotty, you know what? If it might be a
Maybe
challenge,
not Ben.
but it's not going to be a challenge, if you know what I'm saying.
No, it's a challenge to TJ and Chelsea.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Because they were the ones directly involved in the deception. Scotty went along with the deception, because I did ask him fucking about it, too. And he was like, nope, wasn't me, and I'm sure at some point he knew. But I'm not challenging Scotty. Scotty could probably still get one over on me because I don't think he's been engineered one yet. But you, TJ and Chelsea, I'm watching you guys.
Dude, Paul, if I got one over on you, you would never know it was me. I would just enjoy it. I would just enjoy it where it's like Paul stuff.
See, that's maybe Scotty has gotten a few over on me and I just don't know it yet. And Ben too. If I catch you though, or you cop to it, you get one, man. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Only fucking TJ cops and shit like that, because he's like, it's his fucking TJ's like, oh, I did it. I got you, Paul.
I mean,
dude, TJ was relishing. Dude, like I'll tell you, he was relishing that every time you brought it up.
I let it go for a few months, you know. Whatever.
Yeah, a few months.
Oh,
fuck you, man.
The minute you told him, I could tell because Paul was like, "What?"
I've got a
TJ just burst out laughing at you, dude.
Like even for a stoner, when an event interests me, I've got a pretty good memory. You know how many hours I spent poring over the incident where everybody was drunk and that night and going, the timeline doesn't add up. The timeline doesn't add up. The timeline doesn't add up.
You're insane, dude.
I think it's just really fucking baked, man. Paul seems pretty baked right now.
I'm stoned. I'd like to be a little more stoned.
Well, I think it's about time to wrap up the show, Eddie.
No, come on. One more video, Ben, please.
No, we're going to go do the post show, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, the post show.
Yeah.
Well, fuck it then.
Yeah, so everyone that wants to check out the post show, go to our SoundCloud, link in the description. There's also a playlist where you can hear all the post shows. There's like 30 of them.
Thank you to our special guest TJ for coming to us despite being unable to stop puking and shitting.
Yeah.
What a great guy for coming on for us. Thank you, TJ, for your selfless act.
And I'll be shitting on you we'll shit on you during the post show, TJ.
Yep. And good night, everybody. Thank you again for your support, and we'll see you next week.
Drugs. Sure. So that's what you're seeing.
All right, let's
it's
go.
about time for that Paul's ego to be taken down a peg by his superior.
Fake Sagan. Oh shit. So Fake Sagan is going to open up some old school pwnage on Paul's ego.
Yeah, I'm scared, guys. I'm scared.
And what I'd like to do here, actually, which is something I may regret, but I'm going to hand the keyboard over to Paul, and I'm going to let him pause it.
Could one of you guys just do it? I don't want that. I don't want that fucking. All right,
You're taking the
I'll do it.
responsibility.
What do I do to pause it? I hit the space bar.
Yeah, you hit the space bar. I'll start the video. So just remember to that there is a video and it does play, Paul.
Sure. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. It's not a still image.
That's what I think about Brett Keane and Fake Sagan content.
All right, I'm going to be honest. The first part of this video is really...
It's
really
this
boring.
whole video.
I mean, the whole video is boring,
The whole video
but the
is
first
off.
3 minutes or so are just
TJ and I, full disclosure,
tediously boring.
watched this earlier.
Yeah.
It's so boring, dude. I've watched some of it.
All right, here it goes.
Yep.
All right, guys, check it out.
Check it out.
I woke up
Check
this
out my
morning
melody.
I woke up this morning, but
Good job. You did something.
Got a text from Brett Keane, and he says Paul's ego's talking shit about you.
I have have no charisma. What happened to me?
He's a blues singer all the time.
Yeah. This you'll notice this. I want everybody to listen to Chris's voice in this, especially people that knew him back in the day when he was fake Sagan. He's affected a weird stutter.
Did he smoke crack or something?
I think he might be on meth or some shit.
He sent me a link. Anyway,
he sucks.
Yeah, so
I liked you better when you were the fucking maniac that held a gun to my head.
That says a lot.
I know. I liked that case
He could
better
have killed
than
you.
this.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
That
was cool. He was dangerous and unstable and shit.
Cool. Can I hold a gun to your head, TJ? Can we still be friends?
Yeah, you get one, I guess. It's only fair.
TJ, can we just be honest? It was not cool when he fucking held a gun.
No, it was not cool. But I'm saying like. He always had that, like, he's kind of dangerous and he's crazy and shit. So there was kind of like that level of intrigue.
It was certainly more
entertaining. This guy is fucking boring.
Yeah, this is a flop, Chris. So far, I mean,
no, the whole thing's a flop. It sucks.
You're right. I won't keep up the
Late
pretense.
response on this one. It's already like 2:44 p.m.
Thanks for letting us know, man. That's scintillating.
I had some stuff to do. I had to go do some errands and stuff. But
Oh, wow, errands, huh?
Anyway,
That's great.
here's the long and short of the situation. I
Situation.
uploaded a video last night called "Fake Sagan Owns Paul's Ego," and it only had time to get about 20, 25 views, something like that.
So it was up for about 6 hours then.
And the very first thing I did after.
Oh wait, no, Case. You can't go. It only had a chance to. That's how many views you really earned, buddy. Because you know what? You're irrelevant. You fucking, and aren't you retired too? It's sort of strange. You're retired from YouTube, but you're not making you're still making videos.
Yeah, you know, it's weird. This is the most I've heard from him ever.
Yeah.
Since I started doing YouTube. You know?
Right after his retirement, he's more prolific on YouTube than he's been since 2007.
Hey guys, you want to know something interesting? Chris Anderson starts associating with Brett Keane, and then the next thing we know, he's attacking Paul.
Shocker.
I wonder if he's acting as Brett's proxy. Got a text from Brett, and now I'm making this ownage video.
After I uploaded it, I gave Brett Keane a call, and I said, "Hey man, go check out my new video. I pwned Paul's ego for you there." And I was like, "Well, what do you think about this, Brett? Is it good, bad? You like it? You don't like it?" And Brett didn't like it. Brett didn't like the video. I think the fact that I do a little impression of his...
Sorry, I forgot I've got that power now. Look, the beginning of this is almost unwatchable. Ben, would you mind skipping forward until the part where... Because the beginning part of this is basically just a long story telling me why he took this video down originally.
So
it's bullshit. So keep going forward until it's not
You'll be able to tell when it changes.
It's a long, drawn-out fucking bunch of horseshit. There we go. Okay, so you want to find where that begins. So maybe lead into it.
7 minutes in, that's
go
when
ahead
the video
and hit
actually
space.
starts.
Friend, but... this video's fucking going back up, okay? It's going back up. So without further
put it back
ado.
up.
7 minutes.
Thanks for the 7 minute
7 minutes of a
boring fucking intro.
Okay, guys. Well, the fake Sagan is in a foul mood because earlier tonight,
The fake Sagan.
I did a live chat with Brett Keane, and Jesus,
what a waste of time.
And a little
Double
theological argument got started, and they basically called me a. Well, they didn't call me, but they insinuated that I'm an idolater and
you also insinuated that Martin Luther, and this is without irony. I want everybody to know this about Case. Without irony, during this conversation he's talking about, he said that Martin Luther, the reform figure in Christianity, was a heretic that should have been burned at the stake. Not jokingly, but actually.
For being a Eastern Orthodox Christian, shit like that. It put me in a bad mood. It put me in a foul mood. Okay? I'm not feeling too good right now, but
all right.
You know, I shouldn't be making pwnage videos about my brothers in Christ. No. Not when there's better people to take out my anger on, like these godless heathen atheists. These godless atheists.
Man, you are a consummate entertainer, Case.
You know, earlier tonight, before that live chat started, I was talking to Brett Keane, I was talking to my boy, Brett Keane. On the phone, like I so often do. We spend hours
it's
a day
like
talking
pulling
on the phone.
teeth, man. What happened to
He's
you?
agoraphobic and-
What happened to you, Chris? Is this the same fucking dude that used to be the king of pwnage on YouTube?
Talking about buddy.
This husk of a boring flop of a man? What is this? This is not a pwnage video, Case. This is a weird, meandering mental breakdown in action.
Well, I think the mental breakdown, in fairness,
So,
happened a
he likes
while
to
ago.
Talk to his friends.
Yeah. Pwn him.
And
Pwn
you know,
Paul.
I was taking a call from my boy Brett Keane.
Yeah, you were taking a call from your boy, huh?
And I said, "How you doing, Brett? How are things going tonight?" And he's like, "Oh, I gotta be honest with you, fake Sagan. I'm not feeling too good about myself. I'm feeling kind of bad right now."
Right.
And I said, "Oh shit, Brett. Fucking,
God, this is so
what's
fucking
going on?
fascinating.
What's the problem?" And he goes, "Well, I did that interview with Paul's ego, and I thought we were getting along pretty good and everything whenever we did that interview, but then,
oh God,
he did this
Ben, you may as well just skip ahead to a random point in the middle future in this video, because he does what he did. Like at the beginning of this video, he put an addendum, right, where he talks about why he made this pwnage video about me, and then he starts the pwnage video, and it's 10 minutes of him talking about why he made a pwnage video about
And
me.
why did he make it? Because you hurt Brett's feelings?
Because I hurt Brett's feelings, because on my Periscope or somewhere, I said that I didn't believe Brett had really changed. I was taking a wait-and-see approach. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but as far as my my belief that Brett has turned over a new leaf, I reserve judgment. I don't think so. I think we're in the Brett Keane cycle. You don't just get to erase all the weird shit that you've said about me and my friends and my family.
For years.
For years.
Yeah.
Because you made a couple of good videos, Brett. Sorry, it's going to take a little longer. Trust is earned, not given freely.
It's the same shit with with Case right here.
So that's why he's pwning me, is because I hurt Brett Keane's feelings.
He's pwning you for being skeptical, something he was for years a skeptic.
How dare I not be a credulous retard like Jesus Freak?
Wait,
Chris Anderson.
Wait till he gets to the part where he actually starts trying to pwn
When is
Paul,
it?
quote unquote.
Just skip like a couple minutes ahead.
Go like another minute ahead.
All right, so 8:48, so 9.
Try there.
42.
So I'm like, Brett, you know, can you
he's
give me a
still doing this.
timestamp on this to where he actually talks about you?
He's still explaining.
See what I'm saying? So could you skip ahead another minute?
Let me keep explaining.
Look at. We're halfway through this video and nothing has happened.
It hasn't even started.
Go ahead.
Thing. And oh my goodness, I mean, okay, guys, you know, I mostly know Paul's ego from before he went through this transformation, this midlife crisis that I guess he's going through here.
Let's talk about my midlife crisis, Chris, because you seem to like to talk about it in this video. My midlife crisis consists of a few things. Getting out of a marriage that didn't work for either people. Moving to a new state that I never thought I'd visit before. Making more money, or at least gaining the potential to make more money than I've ever made in my life. I've traveled more this year than I have in my entire life previously combined. I've seen places I never thought I'd see, and it's looking good for the future. That's my midlife crisis. Can we examine the Case midlife crisis for a second, guys?
Yeah, sure. Be my guest.
Case went from a guy, a little crazy, but generally intelligent, made pwnage videos that were fun to watch, made good arguments against religion, to a simpering fucking that hides behind God because he's too to own up to the bad things that he's done in his life and make amends for them.
And is a Brett Keane sycophant.
And on top of that, your midlife crisis, Chris Anderson, involves you becoming one of Brett Keane's island of malicious misfit toys. One of the little boogers that clings to the manatee's mustache. I hope you're ready to be brushed aside, Chris.
You know, back in the day, he used to act like an adult. And he would do sketches for movies and you know, Paul was like a semi-pro actor back in the day.
No, I wasn't.
No,
I wasn't.
He dedicated his life to
your narrative,
atheist.
Your narrative about me, Chris, just continuously is wrong. I was never a semi-pro actor, ever. I can count on one finger the amount of times I got paid to act. I acted in high school and community theater. I did some student films. Most of it centered around high school and college.
Correcting autobiographical errors.
You know, and he used to like do scenes from Network and stuff like that. You have upset the natural order and you will repent. You guys know what I'm talking about. Back in the day, he used to do stuff like that, interesting stuff. But, you know, I'm looking at him in this thing. I'm looking at him in Ideas, okay? And he's got this. He's wearing a Nirvana hoodie.
He's got the. He's got the. He's wearing. What is this, Chris? Why are you bumbling, stumbling now? You used to be a good speaker. Did that disappear with your reasonable mind when you decided to accept the stupidest fairy tale ever told?
And
the most story ever told.
He's
Religion.
sitting there with his ironic hipster
Sitting
beard,
there.
and
You
his red
hipster.
beanie cap, you know, and he looks like from the zigzag cover. And you guys know? Did anybody catch that reference?
Dr. Green
You
Thumb?
know, High Times by Cypress Hill.
No.
It was once
Oh,
said
yeah,
I smoked
yeah.
so much
That's right.
weed
It
by
is
a
High
brother that I
Times.
looked like on the zigzag cover.
We actually listened to that the other day.
And he's
That's
sitting
so
there passing a
ironic.
ball of
Pretty
weed
strange.
back and
Yeah.
forth with TJ.
A ball of weed?
You know, and he's
So
sucking
what?
on a 2-battery mod vaporizer with a sub-ohm tank, looking all hip and cool. I smoke a vape too. All right, I suck on the vape too, guys. I do. But you know what? I'm trying to quit smoking. Okay. I've been
Hold on.
smoking
Okay.
2 packs of
It's
cigarettes.
okay if he does.
Whatever.
You don't
Chris?
smoke. You're pulling off.
Chris?
He's attacking Paul, so whatever.
I feel like I shouldn't even have to say this, really. But you're so dumb. I vape because since I was 14 years old, I smoked 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I don't carry this around like a tool of social advancement. Hey, everybody, check out my vape. Hey, Scotty, want to smell some bubblicious grape vape? I sure do. Woo! Smells like root beer and pumpkin pie in here. I do this because I smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. You simpering What are you talking about, Chris?
He doesn't want that vape to look cool. That's what you're doing, bogey hipster. What the f are you doing with your life, bro?
Improving it. I'm moving to Seattle, Washington from Madera, California. I'm moving on up. Making more money, Chris. Meeting new people, traveling to places I've never been.
What about you, Chris?
What are you doing, Chris?
Yeah, Chris, what's going on?
Sucking Brett Keane's fat manatee.
He's also performing on stage in front of crowds of people. I mean,
Good.
I could pull it up right now. Like
Oh,
Paul.
really?
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
Oh, you want to do that?
Who of what?
No, I was talking about Paul.
Oh, Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Chris.
No.
Oh yeah,
Chris
I'm
ain't
performing, Chris. I've been on stage in front of hundreds of people, doing basically stand-up comedy, and all of them laughed at me, and it was fun. We had a good time together, Chris. What have you been up to, bud?
You're a folk.
Convincing yourself that Christianity's the answer,
Hipster.
so that you don't have to face up to the bullshit you've done in your life.
Hipster.
Sitting on a damn porch for 5 hours, looking like on the zigzag cover.
Yeah, and you're sitting in a Brett Keane hangout for 5 hours with the manatees. Look in a mirror, Anderson.
Pulling on a vape, sucking on a bowl of weed with high school dropouts, talking about like youth appropriate stuff, like eating ramen noodles and moving out of your parents' house.
Have you watched the show? Have you watched Ideas at all, Chris, or did you just find a screen cap and go with it? Is that what happened? Because I'm not going like, whoa, guys, welcome to Ideas. My name's Paul Zigo, and we're totally going to get stoned and talk about stuff that affects teens. Hey, you having trouble with your dad? Let me take a puff on this doobie. Here's what you do, man. Talk to him like an adult, bro. That's not what's going on, Chris.
Dude, the funny thing about
I almost wish the show was that.
I'm not painting myself like some cool guy. I rip on myself harder than anybody in the world.
You sound like Michelangelo.
You did?
Whoa, bro.
Yeah.
Tubular man. Whoa, weed.
look at my midlife crisis, man.
You do eat a lot of pizza, though.
But Case, when he moved to Louisiana, actively was like, "I will not work. Uncle Sucker needs to give me money. I need no part of."
Well, he's still milking Uncle Sucker's teat. He just found a few more suckers.
Which is really funny that you're criticizing Paul because Paul has been continuously employed since he was like 16
Never
years
been
old.
unemployed, Case, since I was 16 years old for longer
Case,
than 1 month.
You can't even deny this. Like, you even told us blatantly, like, I do not want to work. Working's going to go to food banks. I'm going to get, like, you know, money from the government. That's how I'm going to pay for my lifestyle.
Religion has made you soft, Chris.
We went, Case, I remember, like, I actually took you to a Walmart, and you're like, I'll go see if my EBT shit's come in yet.
Like a soft person, you found your way to religion. Welcome to the club, bro. All
right. And you know, saying all this street jive, jibbity jabber talk, like, y'all already know what it is, my brothers. It's the Poe's ego, man. Y'all know what it is.
What is this?
When I start my Periscope, I start by saying "what it do" a bunch of times because it's a joke.
Isn't this the guy that, like, when he got trashed that crazy night, said like 1,000?
Yeah.
Oh, he's about to
what was
say.
that? What was that,
Case?
Case?
He's about to address that. Kind of.
Okay.
Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what time it is. You are the biggest hipster doofus ever. Okay. You know what you remind me of, Paul? Did anybody watch Kids in the Hall? Kids in the Hall. That Canadian sketch comedy show where they had that one sketch. He's hip. He's cool. He's 45. You guys know what I'm talking about? That's you, Paul's ego.
He's not 45.
You are that guy. You are that guy in real life.
I never claimed to be hip.
But you're not 45 anyway.
I've never once in my life said I'm cool. And I'm not 45. But other than that, I kind of get it.
Okay. All right. You really want to be hip and cool and
No,
he doesn't.
No, I don't.
What are you talking about?
I'm not driven by a desire to be perceived as cool like you are, Case.
This is your straw man.
See, Case just puts his own little idiosyncrasies onto me. You're the one that wants to be perceived as a cool guy, Chris. You're the one that wants to be aloof and cool. Oh, look, it's fake Sagan. Oh, God, everybody start whispering because fake Sagan just walked into the room. You know why they start whispering? They're on you, idiot.
Youth appropriate.
You got
and
angry
shit.
Paul tonight.
Why don't you?
Well, I mean, he is getting pwned pretty hard.
Yeah.
Stop showing up to the parole hearings. These two black kids.
Great. This is great.
Jacked your shit way back when.
What?
Hold on.
Put your dumb ass in the trunk of your own car, drove you out into the middle of nowhere, took your wallet and your clothes, and left you standing there in your tidy whities with your tidy white.
No, I was actually naked. I want everybody. I want to illustrate something to you because this is the new fake Sagan. When I was a teenager, I'll tell the story really quick, not the whole thing. When I was a teenager, I was kidnapped and carjacked by two young people, held at gunpoint for a couple of hours, and dumped naked in a field. In Chris Anderson's narrative, the guys that did that to me are the victims in that story. And on top of that, in Chris Anderson's narrative, I go to a parole hearing every year to make sure that these guys stay in jail. Now, the actuality is this. Number one, Chris, I know you're a soft, probably never been around jail, but let me fill you in on something. You don't get parole every year. And on top of that, when the gentleman comes up for parole, I get a letter, which I summarily throw in the garbage. I've never appeared at a parole hearing in favor of or against the person that held a gun to my head for 2 hours and dumped me naked in the field. So this entire riff that you're on is a fantasy that came out of your stupid religion-addled head. You dumb, credulous, cretinous piece of scum.
Privileged skin, stupid. But they chose not to shoot your ass because they took mercy on you, right?
They took mercy on me. How merciful of them to drag me through hell. What a merciful thing they did to me, Chris. How merciful they were to swoop in on me, unbeknownst to me, and hold a gun to my head and torture me for hours, talking about how they were going to come kill my family after they were done killing me. How merciful that they didn't put a bullet in my brain.
Felt bad. I mean, how can anybody not feel bad when they look at you? How can they not feel a little bit of sympathy when they look at you, right?
Yeah.
So they took mercy, but are you capable of forgiving them? No.
I forgave them a long time ago, Chris, as part of getting over my PTSD.
Chris, why are you even talking about
You see, Chris, when you're held at gunpoint for an hour and threatened with death, you get this thing sometimes called PTSD. And as part of that, as part of my therapy to get over that, I forgave these guys. Now, that doesn't mean that I go show up and be their lawyer at their arraignments and shit. But I no longer hold any grudge against them. I hope they go forward with their lives and choose a better path.
Oh, yeah, I show up their parole hearings once a year just to make sure they stay.
Where'd you get that?
He made it
Not
up.
from me, dipshit.
Made it up.
Who gets parole hearings every year?
Nobody.
Annual parole hearings.
Everything he's saying against you is just bullshit.
Do you really think I fly back to Madera, California every year to keep this dude in jail? Are you functionally
in jail and they never get out?
Not sure about the functional part.
I mean, you are a joke, Paul. Do you even realize that? Like, look at yourself.
Well, you know what? There's been a few jokes during this video, but you're the butt of them, bud. I'll let you decide who's the joke, Chris.
Your life, okay? This is all it's about for you now in 2016 is
making money, traveling, meeting new people, making new friends, doing something with my life that I enjoy. That's all it's about with you now, Paul?
Midlife crisis.
Why aren't you down here with me swinging from Brett Keane's nuts like a guy that's got a real forward-thinking plan?
Yep.
You dumb. Look at yourself.
Hey, but he's going to heaven.
You're pitiful, Chris.
He's going to heaven, Paul.
He's going to heaven, and you're going to hell, Paul.
just being a hipster doofus on a
okay, the hipster thing again.
internet show for a bunch of angsty, sexually frustrated preteens that are going through
really.
Okay, I don't disagree with any of that.
Spiritual, religious crisis, and they're not sure what they believe about the universe.
Yeah, you hear that, guys? All the atheists out there that watch us and like our atheistic perspective, you're just having a religious crisis. You're just a little kid who's confused about Jesus, and we're trying to lead you down the primrose path. That sound like anybody out there listening? Raise your hand.
Okay, but Paul, that's
Just,
not, what he's saying is not even accurate, because we can see the age range of the people that watch our show. Our fans are not comprised 90% of preteens.
Yeah, like when
they
we
lie about their age.
When we have meetups, it's not a bunch of middle schoolers there.
Yeah,
like,
Case, how do you think we have meetups in bars that have to be 21 plus?
Yeah, hundreds of people show up, but it's just a bunch of high school kids.
I mean, we had one that was all ages, and there might have been a few like teenagers, like maybe 16, 17-year-old, but most were adults.
Guys, I just had a thought. I wonder where Chris Anderson got the misconception that a bunch of kids are all that watch us.
Who's he talking to?
Who's he talking to?
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Brett Keane, maybe? I don't know.
Rip on people that like good-hearted people like Brett.
Oh, give me a that doesn't even require a response from me, Chris.
Come on. Just come on.
Like it's your damn job, and this is... Let me ask you a question, Paul, okay? Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Why do you deserve to be this cool, okay?
I don't think I'm cool.
What a ridiculous question.
I'll answer the question. Okay. See, this is the thing. He goes on about this. Chris really thinks I'm cool. And he's like, why do you deserve it, man? Why do you think you get to be this cool? Chris, you're the one concerned with my coolness. I never wanted cool. I don't think I'm cool. If somebody says I'm cool, I don't like it.
You're cool, Paul.
Paul, you're cool, dude.
Paul thinks he's so cool,
Paul
you guys.
thinks he's the coolest
Yeah,
kid
he
around.
spends all of his time talking about how cool.
Listen to this mother project.
I mean, cool people act aloof. They don't get fucking raging cyclone mad like Paul. Like, God damn, I will fucking tell you.
Yeah, I'm not cool, Chris. I never wanted to be. I don't care to be.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
Listen to Chris project his desire to be cool onto me.
The entire time I've known Paul, I've never heard Paul be like, hey guys, I'm cool, right? Never. Never once.
I've never heard him be concerned about that.
Ever.
Here we go. Just listen to the projection.
Hey, why do you deserve to be this hip and cool at your age? All right, why? Just can you please explain that to me? I mean, why do you take off that damn?
What are you, a Jewish comedian? What are you doing?
Oh, hey, nice.
What's going on here?
Take it out, Paul.
Oy vey. You're like a cartoon, you stumbling, bumbling fuck.
Nirvana hoodie and your fucking stupid ass beanie. And put on a butterfly collar shirt and a leisure suit like me and act your damn age.
What? So you look like a 70s pedophile is what you're saying?
Look at this.
No, I know.
Look at this.
Dude,
Chris.
Case, are you fucking for real, dude? You look like a fucking doofus. You look like you have a fucking van that you fucking try to lure children.
Was this picture taken in 1972? Like, what the hell is going on
Chris,
here?
if I was a woman and you approached me at a bar looking like that, I would call the police on principle. You look like somebody who finger bangs 12-year-old girls in the back
He's
of a
movie
panel
stalker,
van.
dude.
You stupid cunt. This is not cool. What's on the screen right now is not cool.
Fucking Cypress Hill video, okay?
I don't think I look like a Cypress Hill video. Personally, I disagree.
No.
I'd rather look like a Cypress Hill video than a pedophile. Than a weirdo stuck in 1972 wearing platform boots and sporting a sparse pedo stash. Fuck you.
Roll it up, light it up.
I love this.
I want to hit that Honey West smoking on that double bubble, so I toke it up. Selling that ad revenue exclusive content.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
What are
Paul,
you doing,
okay?
bitch? Fuck you. What are you selling, Chris? A line of bullshit? An pwnage career that died with your desire to fucking become a Christian?
Fuck you. You're not cool. You're a fucking fogey hipster.
But you are, right? See, that's the point, right? You're not cool. I'm cool.
Dress like this.
Dress like a fucking pedophile from the 70s, Paul. That's cool. What are you? What did you do with fake Sagan? What kind of weird alien thing came screaming out of the void and implanted itself in a once interesting person?
Hey, how dare you shit on aliens like that? How do you accuse aliens of doing this to this piece of shit? He did this to himself.
To this piece of shit.
Trying to impress a bunch of kids by being a damn bully.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude.
Dude, are you joking?
You think Brett is incapable of doing the right thing? You don't even fucking...
Dude, okay, let me tell you something about Paul. We were gonna do this fucking hanging low with Paul and Scotty, like when TJ and Ben were not available to do it because they were in Seattle. I was like, let's bring Egghead on for like 10 seconds, and then let's go. You're gone. You're boring. Bye-bye. Paul had him on the entire fucking until pretty much the very end when I was like, kick his fucking ass off.
Right.
Paul is not Paul's not a bully.
Yeah, I'm a bully.
He's
guys.
the exact opposite of a fucking bully.
Yeah, you know who is a bully? The guy who was the king of YouTube pwnage.
The king of the
fucking
motherfucking YouTubes.
Bullied poor bald-headed meta bitch and all kinds of fucking people back in the day and made
that's
his name
Chris.
on fucking bullying.
You're trying to atone from your sins by placing them on me, and I'm not willing to burn for the sins of Chris Anderson. You're gonna have to make up for those yourself, or get down on your knees, bitch. Pray to your Jesus,
or just get down there and suck Brett's cock,
or suck mine.
Yeah, you can suck Paul's too.
You can come over here and suck my dick.
Oh, Brett. Can he grow out his pedo stash when he does it?
Sure. Might tickle my balls.
Yep.
Grow out that pedo stash again
Paul
and come suck my dick, Chris.
Paul can pretend he's 10 years old in the back of that paneled van again.
Yep. I don't know, mister. My mom said not to get into vans.
Shut up.
Now suck my dick.
No, Brett. Okay, I talk to Brett every damn day. I know who he is. I know what he's about.
Pathetic. Wow,
Shut up.
dude, that's pathetic beyond
Yeah,
all
he
reason.
fucking
How
e-bags
can
the
you
same.
say this after knowing how he used to be?
And seeing what he still is, you dumb, credulous idiot. What are you doing, Chris?
Because fake Sagan was totally aware of Brett's shit back in the day, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
TJ, move your mic. It's not
Hey,
happening.
look.
This mic is staying here till the end of time.
But look, guys, Brett swore in a Bible. He put his hand. He put his hand on the good book, and he swore.
You know, I don't want to belabor this video. Ben, do you feel moving on might be appropriate at this point, or you want to hear a little more?
I want to.
I think it's going pretty good.
Okay,
I
all
want
right.
to see the
I
part
just
where
don't
he
want
gets to Deus Vault, dude.
Oh, that's at the end, but yeah, we can keep going.
Wait, you guys do on the drunken
maybe
peasants? Yeah,
wait a
sure, he
little
does. He
longer
makes
between
money.
interjections.
Okay? But you guys are spending it on dumb shit for yourselves, like fucking vaporizers so you can look hip.
Yeah. Or quit smoking.
So we're dumb
here's
for
the thing.
spending our money the way we want to spend it.
Here's the thing.
trying to quit too.
I'm not going to talk about other people's financial situations, but let me tell you a little something about me, Chris. I drive a 2006 Scion XB. I live in a 550 square foot apartment on the outskirts of San Antonio, Texas. I don't buy flashy shit for myself. I don't have the money to do it. I live pretty raw and pretty lean, or at least I have for the last few years of my life. That's looking up for me, but I chalk that up to that crazy midlife crisis I'm going through.
That poor
But let me just tell you,
midlife crisis.
At no point in my life, even when I was making more money than I'm making now, was I a person that spent money on flashy bullshit. See, that's something that somebody like you would do when they got money, Chris. If you came into 100 grand, guess who'd be driving a new Corvette? You see Chris Anderson's new Corvette? He came into some money. And guess who'd be begging for money on the internet 6 months later when it all went down the toilet? Chris Anderson. Not Paul Zigo. This is you, Chris.
Trendy. All right. Brett can't even fucking leave his house because he has a disability. Okay.
He's left his house plenty of times.
So he's not buying like a drop top convertible.
But Chris, at the same time, the guy you're defending said he was going to kick all of our asses, but now he's bedridden. Which one is it? Because
constantly makes videos walking up and down the fucking street, traveling to restaurants with Dorn.
Do you remember?
He can't leave his house.
Do you remember when Brett was talking about fighting me and he wanted it at his house and he said before the fight we'd sit down and have a huge meal? It's like, yeah, who the fuck would have a huge meal before a fight?
You
Also,
remember
what kind of huge meal could you eat with no teeth?
You remember when poor agoraphobic Brett that can't leave his house said that he would show up to one of his brother's gigs and kick TJ's ass?
Yeah, how would he do that?
How would he do that if he can't leave his house, Chris?
Not to mention, it's a moot point because we've literally seen countless videos of him outside of his house.
Anyway, go play more.
Fucking going on vacations in Europe and shit like that. The money that he makes goes to his family. It's so he can provide nice things for his kids.
The money that I make goes to my family.
So what's wrong with someone going to Europe?
I'm just being dead honest. Now, I haven't been to Europe. You guys have, so I'll speak for myself. Right now, in my financial situation, the money I have goes to my family. It goes to me and the person I love, Ashley, and my little dog, Dinor, and that's my family, Chris. How am I any different from the god Brett Keane that you're putting up on a pedestal? The filthy, sewage-dwelling manatee that you're putting up on a pedestal like he's some example of how to be.
He is.
Nice things for his wife. Get a new guitar for his brother.
Wow.
All right. All this man does is give generously of himself.
Wow, he's so great.
Yeah.
You know, and half the shit he does, he doesn't even talk about in his YouTube video. You know, you guys want to make it out like he's some kind of like huckster, carnival barker, poser, scam.
You know, I want to point something out.
Okay. You know, if he really wanted to make himself
in the video that we're gonna play later from Brett Keane, where Brett Keane pretends to interview Scotty, but it's actually fake Sagan. Fake Sagan does this stupid stuttery voice trying to make fun of Scotty when he himself stutters uncontrollably.
Oh,
he's a bitch.
I hate getting like this, man.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
I know it, but I just want to keep going, man. Like I'm so fucking heated.
Look good. He would tell the kind of stories in his videos that I get to hear about when he and I talk privately. Okay, like a couple weeks ago when it was 3 a.m. and some drunken, drug-addled, disoriented woman who probably came straight from TJ's house showed up on his front doorstep because she was lost and knocked on the door. And
just wait.
You know, he comes to the front door. I'm wondering who the hell it's going to be at 3 a.m. It's this woman. And, you know, he calls the police to make sure that they get her where she needs to go. And when they show up, he's like, hey, guys, you know, she didn't do anything wrong. She's not meaning any harm. You know, just can you make sure she gets where she needs to go? She's a little disoriented. She's a little confused.
Okay.
And while they're waiting for the cops to come, he gets a blanket, brings it outside, and puts it around her because she's cold. Okay?
What a hero.
All right.
Saint Brett,
so,
guys.
let me lay this out real quick, guys. The guy that gave our address to a possible psychopath. The guy that has ruined every relationship that he's ever built on YouTube with his weird lies and savage nature. That guy threw a blanket on a drunk woman and he's a saint? Are you serious? Even if this happened, which I don't believe it did. I don't believe for a second that the manatee was involved in some good Samaritan deed. until I see photographic evidence of such, I don't believe it.
How often do lost drunk people just end up?
Honestly, in most towns, most places, they'll fucking tell you what the police did. Like last night, this person was picked up at this address, complaining of this. So we could easily look up if drunk person was found in Festus. Cool. Like that.
Hey Brett, it's me, Fake Sick, and how you doing?
I don't know, man. I just had a weird thing happen.
Oh, what was it?
Let's see. A drunk, like a crazy woman, drunk. I mean, she was drunk, I think. Crazy woman came to the door situation and was beating on it.
Oh, Brett, what'd you do? Call the cops?
No. I opened it. And I gave her Christian hospitality.
Really? Should have just called the cops.
No, I was too good for that. You didn't smell bullshit, Chris!
He said he did call the cops, but he told them that she was, she just needed to go home.
And then I gave her a blanket situation.
That's who Brett Keane is.
Tossed a blanket.
Right? That's who. So you want to talk about being incapable of changing and being incapable of doing the right thing? How are you capable of doing the right thing, Paul? When's the last time you did the right thing?
When's the last time I did the right thing, Chris? You want to know when the last time I did the right thing was? When I nodded my head when Ben told me he was going to play this video tonight and eviscerated you in front of 100,000 people, you simpering fucking weakling. Go back to the drawing board, Chris. Time to reinvent yourself. Orthodox Christian Chris ain't working. Time to find something else, bitch boy.
When's the last time you paid for a surgery that somebody needed? When's the last time?
That's a fantastic question. I can actually answer that question. Yeah. I raised thousands of dollars for our very own beloved Galen Halcyon, who needed some very, very severe dental surgery and was able to get very far on the way towards recovery with a little help from me and a lot of other people. So that's the last time I reached out. And you know what I did for that, Chris? Not that this will matter to you. I kissed Pimp Monk with tongues on stage in front of 150 people.
Yucky.
Fuck you!
You gave somebody $100 of your own money, like fucking Von Helt, so they can afford food and stuff for their fucking kids. Or did anything besides spend money on your fucking self.
Yeah.
Dude, Case, you're just talking about shit that you have no idea, dude. You have no fucking idea.
Look, I don't brag about shit like this, so people don't hear about it much. Before I got divorced, which was less than a year ago today, I was heavily involved in an organization called ARF, where I lived, Animal Rescue Fresno. It's a no-kill shelter. I volunteered my time there helping rehabilitate sick dogs and work with aggressive dogs. I donated a lot of time and a lot of money to that organization, and that was just one thing that I spent my time doing that I felt gave back. So this narrative of me as a greedy, avaricious monster sounds more like Chris fucking Anderson to me.
The guy who exploits other people's charity.
The guy who exploits other people's charity. Remember Uncle Sucker, Chris? Who's on the dole, bitch? I work for my paycheck. What do you do? Cunt.
Hey, man. Let me ask you something, okay? When can we expect the next regular monthly installment of Paul's Ego's manic depression cycle, okay? Where you sit around bemoaning what a piece of shit you are.
You're a good person. You're a good person, but then you go and shit on someone else's mental illness.
I'm not a manic depressive, Chris, but yeah, I love how you're trying to paint me as this greedy, empty, avaricious person who bullies people. And to do so, you go as low as to make fun of a mental illness that I have, that I've struggled with my entire life. What a good guy. What a Christian you are. Isn't everybody just bowled over by the charity pouring forth from the mouth of Chris Anderson?
You wonder why you go through those kind of emotions, why you feel that way about yourself. You want a hint? Because you don't do anything good for anybody.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
What a
fuck you,
lie.
man.
What a fucking lie.
I'm a positive force. You know what? I don't like talking nicely about myself, but let me tell you something about me, Chris, and this is real talk. I'm a positive force in the lives of the people that know me.
Bullshit, Paul. I saw you wrestle
you.
$1 away from a homeless man.
Fuck you, TJ. I try to the best of my ability to do good things when I have money, and when I don't, I try and do good things when I don't have money, that don't require money. I try and be on the right side of issues. I try and argue for people who aren't good for arguing for themselves. I take that upon myself because I feel like I want to give something to people. So go fuck yourself, Chris Anderson, you greedy, money-hoarding goblin of a man.
Mr. Anderson.
It's because you're a selfish, fucking mean bully.
You know what? Let's just wrap it up.
No.
That's why you fucking get depressed. Because you're a piece of shit.
God, what a swing and a
And
miss.
you can fucking try to bury that.
I really hate this motherfucker.
We got fucking Sigmund Freud here.
That
I want you to
under
hate him.
alcohol and weed and fucking treating others badly, but fucking it's going to come to the surface. I guess about once a month, right on schedule, right? Right?
Are we talking about Case or are we talking about Paul?
He's telling us why I'm a manic depressive.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Case, for the last 20 years. I'm sorry. For the last 20.
That's some Sam Kinison shit going on here.
For the last 20
Let
years.
the hate consume
This is you know what, guys, we can move on if you want.
Let the hate
flow
consume
through you. I'm not.
Do it.
This is not a joke to me, though.
I don't
This
care.
isn't funny.
It's not funny, but it's entertaining.
Okay. Then fine. I'm going to go forward.
I mean, actually, it is pretty funny, too.
All right. I'll go forward then.
Hold on.
Hey, yo, what to do, yo? What to do, yo?
No. There's a point on the board here.
Okay.
Chris Anderson is making an argument for a psychological diagnosis of me, okay? Now, I want Chris to know the truth, and I want everybody that hears Chris to know the truth. For the last 20-plus years of my life, I've struggled with clinical depression and anxiety, and since I was a teenager, I added PTSD to that mix. I've been to dozens of doctors and been on dozens of medication cocktails. I've read books about what I have, and never once in all those professional encounters in all of those 20 years did one person say I was a manic depressive. So go fuck your stupid armchair diagnosis, Chris. It's just like everything else in your life. You didn't earn it.
What's the Paul's ego with the high ideas? Man, fuck you, Paul. Fucking corny son of a bitch.
Dude, fuck you, Paul.
I remember back in the day.
I love it. I love the alternation in this exchange between totally cringy attempts at pwnage, which of Paul just like eviscerating and burning him alive. It's just great.
Dude, the fact that they're just lying and just making up shit up whole cloth about Paul,
I
it's
hate
like,
this
come
motherfucker,
on.
man. Because you know what, dude? People like this stymie progress when it comes to social acceptance of mental disorders. When they throw around casual diagnoses of people, it undermines people that actually suffer with that shit. And that's not a fucking joke to me, Chris. So go fuck your stupid diagnosis of me.
Yeah, he must be schizophrenic or something.
Keep your mouth shut. You know what, Chris?
you used
Going
to make
forward, I'll listen to the rest of this because the guys are liking it. Going forward, you better keep my fucking name out of your mouth, motherfucker. And that's not a physical threat. That's a YouTube threat, bitch. Old school. I'll keep doing this. If they like it, I'll keep doing it, Chris. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Remove Paul's ego from your vocabulary. If you know what's good for you. Remember that advice.
Rap song covers but it was a gimmick, right? It was funny. Because it was supposed to be like a nerdy white guy covering rap songs. You weren't taking it seriously then. Now you actually are. You actually think you're some kind of fucking tough guy gangster.
No, that's you.
You think you're cool.
That's you,
You
bitch.
think you're fucking...
That's you, bitch. I think I'm the tough guy. We've already addressed this. It's you.
Yeah, Paul.
Because you're an Orthodox Christian now. You can talk about people the way you do. You're the one with the tough guy persona.
Next time, because there's no point.
Shit whistle.
Shit whistle. I like that.
Fucking cool, bro. I went through my tough guy gangster phase too. Yeah, in my mid-20s.
Yeah.
How fucking old are you, Paul? 48?
36.
What?
Yeah.
The shit is embarrassing.
You're off by about 12 years, Chris. I'm 36.
And Paul doesn't act like that. If he does say that shit, it's a fucking joke,
I mean,
dude.
Paul has tons of times on this show even
Chris,
said, like, I'm a pussy, I can't fight, or the shit.
Chris, do you understand someone can be sarcastic or sardonic? Like, he's not being serious. It's
Whatever.
satirical, it's funny,
Fucking
it's meant as a
painful to
joke.
watch.
Let's see, hold on.
I mean, damn,
Oh, yeah, this
my
DS
instincts
vault
told
shit.
me not to watch the drunken peasants, and now that I've finally seen this shit, I understand why.
Oh, this ends with listen, by the way.
Picture doofus.
Listen.
You know, and by the way, and anybody who thinks that it's not Christian or whatever for me to be making pwnage videos, no, pwning sons of bitches like
great.
this
Hold
is
on.
exactly the Christian thing to do. Because if you're gonna pick on a decent guy like Brett Keane and make your career out of treating him like shit, throwing in insults like Waterhead that you know are in reference to his
That
daughter.
you know you originated?
You originated that case. You were the first person I ever heard say Waterhead. Because somebody made a fake email account of you and sent Brett Keane a message, and he accused you of it, and you made a video denying it. The first person I ever heard use the term was Chris Anderson. How did that happen,
How
Chris?
ironic.
Disability, okay? And that's low, Paul. That's low.
But when you were making fun of manic
Okay?
depression a minute
Then
ago,
pwning your
that will-
corny ass
Yes.
is exactly the Christian thing to do.
No, it's not.
I'm declaring a holy crusade on you drunken peasants. Deus Vault, bitch.
Oh man, dude, Chris Anderson. Oh shit, I'm dude. Chris, let me tell you, I am scared, dude.
Chris,
we're all scared.
You followed up what may go down in history as one of the biggest belly flops of an attempted pwnage ever, with the most pretentious thing that I've ever heard. Deus Vult. God is exalted. That's what the Crusaders used to yell when they went into battle with the infidels. Now, I want everybody to remember that I'm the fogey hipster douchebag here. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Anderson.
Dude, it's full.
Let's watch some more.
I wish you'd watch more often because you seem like a cool cat, but if it's not your cup of tea...
See this one?
Thanks for realizing that this doesn't just
Hail
affect us.
Ben, the true king of TV.
Hail Satan, Archangelo.
I am the cold.
I call me the king of deep.
Hail Benjamin, he is the cold. Ben Pie, Ben Guzzy, Benjamin.
That's hilarious.
We have to get more nicknames.
Since the beginning of the podcast, Ben has run things from his chair. There's no way the show will run if Ben is not right there. Maybe he could swoop down and suck the manatee as it swoops in here.
Like a face could just be a barnacle
like a little
on the manatee's underside.
No,
or something.
I want to see a little Chris Anderson suckerfish, like those remoras that attach themselves to the undersides of sharks.
Sweet.
Sucking its though.
Anderson.
That'd be good.
You just come out and say, these crazy fake news people, why they say that, you know, there's a dungeon at this pizza place, and as you can see, there's no dungeon here. When you know good and well it's Podesta putting out emails about, look at my dungeon, or I'm in the dungeon right now, or, you know.
What?
Oh, God, there's so many hot dogs coming, you know. I mean, it's in those emails.
Hot dogs?
Oh, Obama's getting $60,000+ in hot
Jones, you're the
dogs. I
definition
love
of fake
those delicious
news.
hot dogs. Oh, I can't wait to get a hot dog myself. Oh, will there be, what type of sauce will be on the hot, I mean, you know. And then you go to the FBI's own breakdown of code words they use. I didn't know this stuff. And I'm sitting there reading this, and I'm just like, what the hell? You know, the internet is popular.
Okay, but the reason Pels use those code words is because obviously they're trying to use commonplace words so that nothing sounds suspicious, but that also means that people all use those words. That's why they're commonplace words to begin with. I mean, how do you know he's not talking about hot dogs? But he's also in government, so how do you know he's not talking about something else? I mean, how do you know instantly, like, that's a reference to child?
Yeah. I mean, you know who else? You know who else does that shit? The military, hotel, whiskey, foxtrot. Everybody knows these words are military, but they're not used because they're military. They're used in the place of something else.
Yeah, I mean, this could be conceal. I mean, like, even if it is a code, it could be concealing any number of things.
Yeah, I mean, most likely a bunch of hot dogs showed up because they had some fundraiser or something. They ordered a bunch of Nathan's hot dogs.
You guys are just ignoring the truth.
I'm sure there's no weenie barbecues on the road to the presidency. Sure, there's no weenie roasts in little towns.
Pizzagate, denying pizza.
Get out of here, man. What?
There's all these weird sexual fetishes. So I've learned all these horrible terms, you know, like upper decker. People crap on the top of a toilet just
Alex,
to
do
be
you
mean to
actually
the
have
next
any
person that
proof?
comes in.
I just want to
You know,
point
in the
something
water.
out.
How's that a sexual thing?
When Trump got elected, we were like, what is Alex Jones going to talk about next? He's talking about Pizzagate.
Yeah.
He's talking about this fictitious
upper deckers
ring.
You know where I really learned what an upper decker was? From Beyond Fear. Because she said, "Oi, first thing when I land, I want you to take me to a nice restaurant." And I'm like, "Why?" "Because I'm going to drop an upper decker." It's like, what is that? "I'm going to take a shit in the top deck of a toilet." Or what do they call toilets over there?
Dunny.
A dunny. Yeah, I'm going to empty me bowels in the top part of the dunny. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Dude.
Was it a sexual thing?
No, she just wanted to be an asshole. It's just an asshole thing, right?
It's not like being a jerk.
Yeah, if you drop a deuce in the top part of your buddy's toilet, it's not like a, hey, I want to...
It's like, oh, yeah, I'm going masturbating to this tonight.
Before you play this,
oh, look at
this is tripping on acid while hanging out with Alex Jones.
Yeah,
right
you're
here.
right. Woo, Alex.
Like, Alex, you're tripping me out, man.
Whoa, dude.
Dude, stop moving your hands like that. That's crazy.
Whoa, how are you
Tripping
doing?
me
Looks
out.
like you got 4 eyes, bro.
Whoa, man, you're transforming
Got
into a
2
reptilian in
noses.
front of my eyes,
Prying open my 4th eye.
Container. That abused my mind. I'm sorry I'm even spreading that, but that's one of the more innocuous ones.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Well, now since I read these WikiLeaks,
Look at the madness
it's
in his
50
eyes.
times
He
worse
looks
than what I knew
insane.
before.
Look at him. There's something wrong with
Alex
this man.
Jones is a concerned citizen.
Look at the madness.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's something wrong with this man. Now, there's something wrong with me as well.
Wait, didn't you guys just a little while ago say that you don't want to be armchair psychologist?
Yeah,
and
right.
diagnose
No,
Alex Jones.
I'm not diagnosing him. I'm just saying I see madness in his
You're
eyes.
saying he's insane. That's diagnosing him
I
as
see
insane.
madness in his eyes.
I
Yeah.
see concern.
You don't have to be a psychologist to
I
see
see
that.
concern,
You see
Ben.
concern.
I see concern.
I'm diagnosing him with
you don't have to be a
fucking
psychologist.
That sounds like
to
you're
see
making us.
madness.
No.
You don't have to. You don't have to be a psychologist to say something like something's wrong with this dude.
Sexual stuff till I was in college.
Right.
She's concerned.
And when I say crazy sexual stuff, I mean mild stuff, folks. Mild.
Right, yeah.
Mild. I had to read thousands of pages of these things, and so do my reporters. Weird ass crap and spirit cooking.
Yeah, you're a globalist, Paul. Tell us what spirit cooking is, dude.
I have no clue.
No, come on, Paul. We all know you're part of the globalist club.
Okay, fine.
Tell us about spirit cooking, dude.
Spirit cooking is when you take normal cooking and you infuse it with an ingredient of the spirit. Marijuana is one of those ingredients. So when Chelsea makes weed brownies or cookies, she is spirit cooking in a way, and that she is infusing a food with something that also brings about spiritual enlightenment and release.
You know what, dude? You globalist. All right.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is just a big fluffy pile of keef that has stored up in Ben's grinder.
Yeah, look at it.
I mean, it looks chunky, but trust me, this is like a cloud of
starting to chunk together.
Dude, it looks like one of those pictures where if you cross your eyes, you see something.
You should try it.
Dude, I can see a skull. I can totally see a skull. Can you not see a skull? Here, let me trace it. The outline of it. Skull shaped, right? The mouth down here
Yeah.
with the teeth.
Yeah.
And the eye.
That's one eye, and that's the other. Yeah, I see it.
Eye, and the nose.
To me, it looks more like an
Am I
alien.
fucking wrong? Is that triangle of a skull there?
Yeah, I see it.
Do you see it,
dude.
guys, or am I just high?
Dude, I totally see it. I see the skull.
The skull is there,
It's
guys.
right there in the center.
The center of the picture, guys. There's a dark outline of
I do
keef.
see it.
Hashtag I see the skull.
It's shaped like a skull.
Post this on
There are
Twitter.
two dark areas
Dude,
of keef.
this if for those of you that don't know what keef is, these are just the little particles of
trichomes and pistols and all the weird shit that like sifts through your grinder.
Yeah, through a screen.
Like you have a grinder that catches all the weed, but when that weed hits the grinder, all the like tiny little particles of fine dust and shit fall off the weed, and it falls into another chamber that you save up for months and months, and this is what you get, and it's keef. And if you throw this down on top of a bowl, you get super high. You can also press this into hash.
Yeah.
It's crazy good.
Paul rambling on, trying to
Wow, look at that.
distract
That's
from
our
how him and
desk.
his elites are all part of the pizza.
Yeah, you see that shit?
Dude, I saw the skull. Hashtag I saw the skull.
You can see the little holes in our desk.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
TJ, put your dick under this microscope.
It'll look big.
I already heard someone make that.
Oh, did they?
Here's my finger.
Oh, dude, you need to clean your nails, Ben, you disgusting
Is it dirty?
freak. Look at it.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Damn, Ben.
Looks like you've been picking your ass.
Have I?
Dude, let's have an impromptu inspection of the peasant's fingernails.
All right.
And see who's got the filthiest one. Ben, you're in the lead.
Probably.
Let's see
Let me
TJ's.
see if I can find my dirtiest one.
Yeah, I'll look at my dirtiest one, too.
All right, here, I think this one's the dirtiest. Where is it?
Ugh.
That's pretty filthy, dude.
Dude, your nail's disgusting.
Yeah, well, let's see how yours looks.
Yeah, let's find Scotty's dirtiest. I'll come around
Yeah,
there.
I mean, like, we're magnifying it pretty large. Here's my thumb.
I guess I'll get out of the way.
Yeah.
Get out of the way.
Scotty. This is Scotty's finger.
I think mine's better than TJ's. Paul's.
Where do I put my finger?
Just right under the light.
Get it around you, TJ, around the back of Ben. I'll just get in between them here. Right there, that's my worst one. Is that good? No.
No, not. I mean, there it is.
Yeah, that's my worst one.
Paul's worst one.
I feel like saying this is so gross. Yeah, it's not too pretty when you're magnified like this, you know? You can see my fingerprint.
Dude, you guys had some... Dude, my finger was nowhere near as bad as some of you guys' fingers.
Yeah.
What? Mine was better than yours.
You guys had a stank-ass finger, dude. One of you guys had a stank
TJ was especially bad, dude.
All right, so we're going to go forward. TJ got up and just walked away.
So, TJ, we voted, and your nail's the nastiest, dude.
Cool. That's why it's here. It's not for me to. Oh, I'm so scared.
You're like Leafy.
Oh, no.
You're like Leafy, dude. Are you afraid of your weak chin, TJ?
Oh.
Hashtag TJ's got a weak chin.
I got a beard anyway. It doesn't matter.
Hashtag TJ is Leafy.
Hashtag you have a beard too, so you're probably hiding some jowls and a weak ass chin too.
I'm hiding a strong, manly jawline under God's pelt.
You are not. We've all seen White Guilt Paul.
Nah, he doesn't exist anymore. He died.
PolitiFact
You know what?
essentially says this is basically not true, or it's basically codifying an existing practice.
White Guilt Paul, and 90% of the population were killed in the war of 1988. The government covered it up. The government covered it up. Oh. 2017.
That's basically what it says.
All right, what does it say?
One day in Columbus, a freezer burrito magically appeared in TJ's freezer box.
Sounds reasonable.
The government covered it up. The government covered it up. The government. Okay. All right, TJ. My grandpa was on my dad's side was pretty into bowling. He wasn't like a pro bowler or anything, but he used to get like high 200s, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I've bowled over 200 like once or twice.
I used to bowl like what I used to think was like a bad game. I'd bowl like a 120 or a 140 or something, and I'd be like shit, because I was watching him bowl 280s, you know, routinely, and he was like, boy, he's like, most people that pick up a bowling ball are happy to break 100. And that's the truth. Like, if you break 100 in bowling, that's a pretty good game unless you're a pro dude.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a hard game. It's not easy bowling. Around bowling is easy, but actually bowling is a tough thing.
Free bearing. Free bearing. Free bearing.
Yeah, free bearing, man.
Hashtag free bearing.
We support that shit.
Now it's time.
Here's another one.
For more feminist.
Here, I'll play the intro again.
Feminist. Slam poetry. Hissing. Screeching. Squawking. Fuck you to all the men. I am blaming you.
Wow, I am triggered by that applause. I am a victim of gun violence. That is the truth. And that applause really, guys, I have to leave the show now.
Get out of here, Paul.
Shit.
Actually stay, because I want you to be tortured by this. This is from the
finals. Fuck,
This
dude.
got all the way to the finals.
In Brooklyn.
The feminist commandments.
Whoa.
Thou shalt not shave thy legs,
or armpits, or vagina. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord Taylor Swift in vain.
What?
Thou shalt not cook for a man, make a man's plate, let a man pay or drive no beauty products, because the man makes beauty products, and if you are wearing beauty products, you are wearing the man. Thou shalt not break any of these commandments, lest you be banned from the Church of Latter-day Feminism. I'm a feminist, but unlike most feminists, I will shave my pussy before I fuck you. I'm a feminist who wears makeup.
I'm going to say this is the best.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, well, I agree. I hadn't seen this one yet. So far, so good. I like this chick. Thanks for shaving your pussy, big girl.
She was bossy the second she got on, but in like a
Van
fucking
bossy.
cool way.
Van
Snip,
bossy.
snap, flip, flap. Oh, yeah. I like you.
I consider it self-defense to keep my contour sharp enough for cheekbones to cut a bitch. See, I'm a feminist.
Yes.
I'm a feminist, but that don't mean I'm not gonna call you a bitch. It just means I think you deserve equal rights and shit. Comparable wages for comparable work. I swear I'm a feminist, unless I'm amongst white women, and then I'm a wrinkle in time. I'm the feminist standing in the back, the only one with the coat switch fondling her throat. A reminder that my skin is black, but my words are still passing, and I try not to say things the way my mother would.
Your words
My
are working
blood
on
type
me,
is
and I'm white. Like, I was with you until you started going on this nobody hears me shit.
Miley, what's good? I am a feminist.
Yeah, because no one listens to the fucking words of a giant, imposing black woman.
Who dat?
With a fucking voice that carries, who ain't afraid to be like, let me tell you something. Like,
Yeah, I mean, seriously,
like
you are.
I guarantee you don't have a problem being
You
heard,
are
okay?
what I want at the head of feminism. Please, just accept that
I
about
am a
yourself.
feminist, and hip-hop is my best friend. Is hip-hop a feminist? Sometimes. But intersectionality is a contradiction I call home. A swap meet where I trade my womanhood for bamboo earrings.
Yeah, you lost me now. But whatever, the beginning part was awesome.
Yeah, that first
More
bit.
of that, less of this bullshit. Take this over. Fix it for us.
And a baseline, and still I choose feminist. Some days I'm a queen, some days I'm a hoe, both days I am Imani. Both days I do not need the guise of royalty to anticipate respect. Both days I am fighting to be black and human. I am fighting to be woman and human, all while taking note of how feminism can become so restricting that it circles back to oppression. But I will not follow your feminist rules. I will not bow to your white feminist god. She wouldn't hire me anyway. She does not, listen,
that is true.
She does not believe that my life matters, but feminism does not belong to the white women or the women who do not shave or the ones who don't wear makeup. Feminism does not belong to the women who cover up.
Oh, it belongs to you, Bertha.
Oh, man.
It belongs to you.
Oh, man, this woman is awesome.
You got
Hold on,
charisma.
can we finish this? I want to hear her.
Go ahead.
For the ones who will not take a man's last name. One day, I will take a man's last name for the sake of the tradition. I will glide toward him in a champagne gown because white lies like a rug. There will be no broom or church in sight, but we will bind ourselves in the holiest of matrimonies. And I will still be a feminist. And feminism will still belong to she who chooses whatever she wants. Because that's what she wants. And can't nobody, none of y'all, tell me shit otherwise.
All right.
Wow.
TJ and Paula went over to the feminist cause.
I don't agree with everything she said, and some of it was whiny shit, but like.
So let's hear first.
I don't know, man. That seemed real. That didn't seem like it was just coming from the same place of bullshit that I've seen all these bitches whining about.
True.
There was some actual genuine thought and fucking personality in that.
Get her on the show.
And she had.
Can you come on our show?
She actually had the charisma of a fucking performer.
Look. I don't like the intersectionality bullshit. I don't really believe that that's supported by a good argument. That being said, real talk, if this chick was at the head of feminism, I probably wouldn't have a fucking problem with it anymore. Really. Because she's talking about being a normal human being.
Yeah.
and working to advance the causes of women and girls across the globe, but maintaining her normality because that's what she wants to do.
Yeah, she's talking about...
She said at the end, in the end, feminism is for the woman, for whatever the woman chooses.
Yeah, which is not what you hear from most feminists.
No.
You hear, like, you got to do this, you got to do that. And she was basically, I mean, her whole poem was against that shit.
Yep.
Against the way
Not
that
gonna
feminism
follow
tries
your
to
rules.
program women into being a certain way. She's
Not
saying,
gonna
fuck you,
pretend.
I'll make my own fucking choices. That's what it really should be about. And she's right.
Right. I'm not going to be something that I'm not for you. Which is what modern feminism demands of people. Fuck yeah, I'm with this chick. Let's get her on the fucking show. Let's make her popular,
It's
man.
fucking, a lot of it's just brainwashing,
Holy
dude.
shit.
Total brainwashing.
I never thought I'd see a feminist slam poetry where I was like this. But I honestly, I'm cool with this.
Shut up, Paul.
God damn.
Feminist shills.
SJW Paul, dude.
We're all SJWs
Whatever.
now. Or at least me
Yeah.
and Paul are.
If hanging out with her is being an SJW, I'd like to be an SJW.
God damn, dude.
Because that was a refreshing perspective.
Oh, yeah. Paul wants to hit that so hard.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ooh, yeah.
I will reserve comment.
Paul wants that. Let me unwrap this chocolate bar.
I will tell you, though, that I do appreciate that she will shave her pussy before she fucks.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Paul got jungle fever.
Paul don't want them,
He does, dude.
hairs caught in his teeth, you know.
Oh.
Welcome to Washington, Paul.
I'd have to talk to Ashley, but call me anyway. Yeah, I would. Look. Whatever. I liked this. What an awesome feminist slam poetry.
Look, the feminist slam poems we've seen have all been horrible. That was the first one. I mean, I didn't agree with everything in it. I think the intersectionality crap is crap.
Sure.
But like that message of feminism being about the personal choices of individual women and not just you got to comply with these rules, and if you do this, you're a bad feminist. You do that, you're a bad feminist. Yeah, I mean, if she's fighting against that trend in feminism, that's nothing but a good thing.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. As long as you're fighting against the SJWs, hey, you got a friend in me.
Paul, you're killing Ben here.
Oh, can't you see?
Can you sing about eating her pussy out?
Can't you see? I wanna eat your shaved pussy. If you let me do it and my girlfriend is down, well, I'll go downtown pretty soon. Hey, you got a friend. You got a friend in me. Come on, guys. You know the words.
I don't.
Fuck.
But that was great.
You've never seen Toy Story?
Yeah, I have. But
You're a soulless lizard.
It's been many years.
Lyle Lovett, and I don't know the other guy's name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's a really famous dude, though. He's
done a lot of soundtracks.
That's how he sounds. You got
Yeah. You're talking about Randy Newman.
Randy Newman.
Yeah. He plays the piano, and
that's how he sings. He sang the theme song for like Monk and shit.
I just looked over at the chat, and the first thing I saw was new mail go by. Whatever.
You got a friend in me.
Don't mock Randy Newman, you fuck.
I love Randy
Someone's
Newman.
like, don't mock Randy.
Dude, do you think I'm
Newman.
mocking him? I love Randy Newman. Why do you think I just did that? Like, yeah, maybe my fucking voice is a little over the top more than he is, but I'm not trying to fuck on him.
Would that make you Paul Newman?
Whoa, I wish. I wish I had
would make
either.
you dead.
I wish I could have either his looks or money or both.
Well, right now he's not looking too good.
Well, he's dead. Yeah. Well,
Right.
I'm talking about Paul Newman.
I know what you mean.
You know what not Road to Perdition Paul Newman, but
early Paul
Catch 20. What was this?
The Sting Paul
The Sting.
Newman?
Yeah, that's the one I was trying. I was thinking of Catch 22.
That's a great movie.
Oh man, The Sting, Paul Newman.
Yeah.
What was the one he did with? Didn't he do one with about pool sharking with Cruise? The Color of Money.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. That Paul Newman.
Yeah, dude.
You got it. Whatever. I like this chick.
A lot of people.
I would smoke a fat
A lot
joint.
of people are deeply disgusted by the idea of you eating her pussy. I just think it's funny.
What are the comments saying?
Oh, there was just people like, she ugly though.
Why would they be disgusted, guys? Let me tell you something. It tastes so chocolatey. When a black girl shaves her pee-pee, there's no curly hairs all around there when you eat a black girl's pussy. You got a friend in me if you're a big black girl who shaves her big pussy. It'll be a feat, but I'm down to eat. Chocolatey pussy. Whatever.
Damn.
Fuck you guys. If you're grossed out, be grossed out. I'm just being real.
Oh, that was the best shit. That was the best fucking
Paul
shit.
fucking Newman, dude.
This is going in the highlight reel of drunken peasants moments right here. Oh yeah.
I'd do it.
Paul would do it.
Oh, I know.
If Ashley was down and she wanted, I'd let my girl take a turn.
Oh, dude.
Whatever, dude.
Some people in the chat have started calling her the Black Cauldron.
I can't. Okay.
Paul's dying.
Ben is dying too. Scotty's just kind of like. Everyone else around him's cracking up. Oh.
Is this a job?
This is a job.
Yeah! I got the best job ever. Wow.
Someone says, ugh, I'm vomiting. Good. Go vomit on that pussy so Paul can lick it up.
You might be vomiting, but that don't change a thing. If this chick hits me up, I'm gonna get me a cup of that chocolatey yoo-hoo drink. Yeah!
Good times. Well, the show's not going to get any better than that.
Yeah.
Thanks for your donations. Check out the link below if you haven't yet. Love you guys. Bye.
Good night.
Bye, boy.
Drugs.
For that, because that helps.
So I guess we'll get into this really quick. Even though they're not here, we'll get into Chris Anderson's latest video. I have not yet watched this. Give me a little summary on this.
So, those of you that saw the last show, we covered Chris Anderson for about 45 minutes. I yelled at him a lot. I hate the word pwnage, but I think that he used it first, so I pawned him.
It's pawnage.
I pawned him pretty fucking hard in front of about 1 million people. And you remember how he was talking? I'm Deus Volt, bitch. I'm coming for you. Well, less than 24 hours. Now, hold on. Let me give a quote. I hate quoting myself, but in the last episode, I said, "You're just a crumb in the manatee's mustache, Chris. Hope you're ready to be brushed aside." Less than 24 hours after I said those words, predictably, the manatee stabbed Chris Anderson in the back, made a video denouncing him, saying they were never friends, talking about what an awful person he is. And then Fake Sagan made this video where he is now the Deus Volt guy who was coming for our blood. 24 hours later is retiring from pwnage. So that's what we're about to watch.
Pawnage.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this is a very special Fake Sagan video. This might be the most important video that I've ever made in my 10 years here on YouTube. So I really hope that you all pay attention. Now, my last video that I made was about fidget spinner, hand spinner toys, and how I think everybody on YouTube needs one because we're all kind of autistic. We're all kind of spurglords that are somewhere on the spectrum, maybe like mild autistic spectrum. Maybe some of us are.
Already you're wrong. Like I said, Chris, in the last show, I'm not as mad as I am as I was then. But look, I've been to mental health professionals, and I've never been diagnosed as on the autism spectrum. And I'm a YouTuber. Now, it may be common for YouTubers to have autism, but this idea that we all do is just false.
We're a little bit more severe, but we're all on there.
No.
And you know, that seems like such a silly, innocuous little topic that you wouldn't expect it to lead to greater wisdom. and yet it has. For me, it has led to great wisdom. Sophia, oh, see. Because that's where wisdom comes from, guys. It comes from the Holy Spirit. It's a gift.
Shut up. Oh my God, this is just so hard.
Yeah, and here's Chi-J.
Well, there's a really interesting part in this video, Ben. A lot of it's like this. But if we could scan to a part where he's showing some PMs from the manatee himself, that would be a part. Oh, right. Well, if you go back there, he compares himself to the man that stood in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square.
All right. I'll be right back in just a second.
Sure.
Authoritarian, tyrannical, and do like a martial law kind of situation. I would be that Tiananmen Square tank man. Like, I would be that fucking guy. I would be the guy standing in the middle of the street.
Dude, I don't even know what the fuck is going on. I just walked in, but already this is fucking ridiculous.
This is Chris Anderson's drama denouement. He's telling us now why one day after posting a pwnage video and saying, Deus Vult, I'm coming for blood, he's now, after getting fucked by me and the rest of us on the last show, he's now retiring from pwnage.
Really just by you, Paul.
But he can't.
We gave you the torch.
See, most of this video is very humble. Like, he's coming at it like, I don't want to do this anymore. I like these guys, whatever. But this, he can't resist going, you know, if the government ever did clap down and become authoritarian, I would be that Tiananmen Square hit play. He goes on.
With a semi-automatic assault rifle in both hands. Do you have two semi-automatic assault rifles, one for each hand? Yeah, I do. Big ones, too.
Oh my God, he's got
But
guns.
I would be that
He's a
guy standing in the
badass.
middle of the street just like, come on!
Listen to this fantasy that he has about himself. You're not John Rambo.
Dude.
You're not John Rambo, Chris. You're a pussy.
This is like
Newsflash, you're a pussy.
It's more like Hot Shots, dude.
I'd be that guy standing in the middle of the road and facing the tanks going, come at me. No.
And then they roll you over.
Wrong.
The end.
Wrong.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Also, your fucking assault rifles ain't gonna do shit against those tanks anyway.
Nope.
Even if you were that kind
Trust
of guy,
me,
which
dude.
you're not.
If there were tanks rolling down the street, fake Sagan would be hiding in a fucking closet somewhere, not standing in the middle of the road with a fucking gun.
As would I.
According to what I've heard, fake Sagan is in the closet because didn't he have a crush on Cody Weber?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Well, there you go.
We talked about that on the show before.
Well, God probably relieved him of those homosexual thoughts.
That was when we thought that Case was never coming back and he was just gone from YouTube forever, so we figured whatever. But I guess he's back now. We told the story here before. I'll tell it again really briefly. You know, me and Scotty, we were going to pick up Cody and bring him to Louisiana for a little while, for a little visit. And Case just was adamant about going. I gotta see Cody. Let me come with you. And it's like he had no money to help pay for the trip, so we're just like, whatever. And we just went and got Cody because we figured, like, we'll just get Cody. Maybe Case will be a little butthurt he didn't get to go, but he'll be able to hang out with Cody once he's here. So one day Case writes me like, when we going to get Cody? It's like, already got him, buddy. Come on over. You can meet him.
Oh, our friendship is over.
And then while Cody was there, we're like, Case is pissed at me, Cody, but if you want to go hang out with him, that's cool. Because we figured, like, they must be really good friends because Case was so fucking adamant about meeting Cody. And I remember them talking in the past online and shit, so I figured, they're close friends, they're good friends, they want to see each other. But then Cody never wants to go over there, Even it comes down to, like, the last day. We're like, well, Cody, it's your last day. You want to go see Case? You want to go pay Case a fucking visit? He's like, I'll just be honest with you guys. I really don't want to see Case. And we're like, why not, Cody? And he says, all right, listen. One time we were talking, and I was talking about Case about shooting a porno. He was like, he asked me if I would shoot a porno with him and his girlfriend, and I told him, yeah, sure, I could do that. And then he says, yeah, you could be in the porno too. And I'm like, okay, that's maybe, no, not really, a little weird. Yeah, you could suck my dick. I can suck your dick.
Whoa, bro, wait a minute.
And Cody's like, okay, that's not going to happen. I'm not into that.
Cody, shockingly, a straight guy.
Well, I mean, at the time, Cody was going around pretending to be bisexual, but he never had any.
Never did anything with a dude.
It was just like.
It was just kind of like.
I'm a special snowflake. I'm bisexual.
It was the 2008 version of being an otherkin or a PPO gender or some shit.
Some crap like that.
Right.
But he never, so he wasn't interested. And I guess Case just wouldn't let it go, and every time that him and Cody would talk, he'd be like,
"So you think more about my offer? I just love a little girly boy like you sucking my dick."
Really?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so of course Cody got creeped out by that because if you're straight, you don't want another guy.
Well, look, dude,
aggressively hitting on you.
If a dude
he talks to you,
as a straight dude, if a dude hits on me and I go, "Look, guy, I'm not interested. I'm not that way. Sorry."
Yeah, I mean,
and that's it.
That's not gonna be an issue.
I'm fine with it. But if it's a constant barrage of like, "Are you gay now? Are you gay now? You want to suck my dick now?" No. Who
Quit
does
hiding
that?
from your feelings, Paul's ego.
Who does that?
I know you want your girly lips around my mammoth penis.
Yeah, so
all right, so let's get to the Keane part of this so we can be done with fake Sagan.
once again, that's just Cody's version of events. Now Cody is not any more reliable than Case is, really.
Sure.
So that story could be total bullshit. I don't think it is, but it could be. It's not coming from me. It's coming from Cody Weber.
Take it up with him.
So if you got some issue with that story, take it up with Cody because he's the one who fucking.
Well, you're making videos.
So now I'm going to show you guys a little text conversation. And by the way, YouTube staff, in case Brett tries to report me as doxing him or something, he posts his phone number on every single YouTube video he makes, as this picture here demonstrates.
Right. Yeah, he does. That's true.
So earlier today.
But Case, the thing about Brett is that even though he does post his number there, if you ever read it aloud on your show, he will be like,
"They gave away my number.
Dox situation.
They just away my home phone number."
Yeah, whatever.
Brett sends me this text and he says, "You take Paul and I'll nail Scotty."
That sounds so gay. That sounds so gay.
It sounds like they're planning another.
So this was, by the way, I love that these are date stamped. This is actually something that Fake Sagan did with this horrible denouement video. Was he showed you guys that got suckered again somehow by the manatee, thinking that he had changed. This was December 6th. He was still playing good guy when these texts were sent. Still going, "I got a new relationship with Paul's ego, and I really liked doing that. I'm liking it. Thank you, guys. If you like my stuff, support me." I shouted out on this date his dumb brother's fucking new guitar thing on my Twitter because he asked me to. I was like, "All right, Manatee, you've been doing good lately." On this date.
I told you, Paul.
Oh, I mean, me and Paul knew.
I knew. I'm just talking to the people on the subreddit and the people in the chat and shit that got suckered again.
The thing about me and Paul and Brett is me and Paul are kind of just trying to train Brett the way you would a dog, because we know we're not going to be able to change what he is inside, but maybe we can correct some of his behavior.
Exactly.
So that's what that's all about. It's not us actually believing he's a changed manatee.
If you guys thought for a second after that interview that I was like, "Oh, no. Now, even though I said I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, I'm willing to step back. That doesn't mean that I thought that he was going to change, guys. I knew this was happening. And here's proof. Here's a text message, something Brett thought would be private for all time, where he's talking, saying, "You take Paul and I'll nail Scotty."
Brett said he'd nail you, Scotty.
Yeah, he's going to nail you, Scotty.
He's going to nail Scotty.
Oh, I'm going to nail
him. Nail him to the wall.
You're going to get nailed, Scotty.
Hold that thought. And he says, question mark? And then I said, "Brett, let me ask you a question. Do you think that drama is what God wants you to do?"
Didn't you just defend in a few, day or two ago, why
Deus
God does want you to do drama?
I'm declaring a crusade on these drunken peasants. Deus Vult, bitch.
What happened to that case? You really come to these life-changing realizations quick, don't you?
Am I talking to King Pone today or Holy Sagan?
I mean, that's a good question that he asked you, Case, because it seems like you want to be both.
Yeah.
And Brett says, "Am I talking to King Pone today or Holy Sagan?" And I said, "Holy Sagan." And Brett says, "Oh boy, shall I call?" And I said, not yet.
This is Brett Keane, the committed Christian, by
And
the
then
way.
I said, just tried to call. If you want to talk, I can give you 5 minutes, but I'm busy. The reason I was busy is because I was recording the first 11 minutes of this video that you're watching right now. And then he says, to answer your question, God has condoned drama for years and most likely to my death. Fucked with till the bitter end. God bless. And then I said, God does not condone drama, Brett. You've got it wrong. Drama is of the devil. You need to pray on this and think about it.
Drama is of the devil. That's why it's
So
cool.
you're going to stop being my friend now, I guess. And then he says, and he quotes the Bible here. He says, take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them. When anything is exposed by the light, it becomes visible. For anything that becomes visible is light. Ephesians 5:11 to 14. Yeah.
So is that
You
it?
know, Brett.
No, there's more.
There's a little more. Right here, actually, if you just keep playing it.
It was a bad idea to hit me with that biblical verse because it's the reason I'm showing people these text messages. I was going to just let you tell them what you wanted to tell them. Anyway.
Say what you need to say, Brett.
So, yeah. You know, the last time Brett stopped being friends with me and said he didn't want to be my friend anymore, it was because I refused to stop talking to Tommy from the Bronx when Tommy and Brett were having their little drama exchange with one another.
Aww.
Because I've known Tommy forever. I mean, he's one of my oldest and best friends here on YouTube. He's the one who hooked me up with Ocean of Bonnie.
That's basically the info that we want, right? I mean, the rest of this is mostly him just talking about how he's of God and he doesn't want to pwn now. Apparently getting bitch slapped in the face in front of a bunch of people changed his tune really quick.
No,
so,
God
Oh, it was God. I'm sorry, God changed his heart. My bad. Jesus burned away the desire to be the king of pwnage from him. I'm sure if I had reacted differently and not pwned him hard back, he wouldn't still be doing pwnage videos. That certainly, he would have God would have given him this wisdom with or without my bitch slap, I'm sure.
Deus Volt, bitch.
Deus Volt 2. I don't want to do this anymore. In 24s, Chris. What's going on in your life, bro?
So yeah, thought ya might like to move on with the show.
It's all reality TV.
It really is. Chelsea came downstairs the other day and got in front of the fire, and I was sitting on the couch, and she looked kind of shaken, and I looked at her and I was like, you all right? And she's like, no. She's like, yeah, I'm fine. She's like, I was just reading the script for TJ's new video, and he was talking about how Trump is going to remain the CEO of, or whatever, the executive producer of
The New Celebrity Apprentice, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And she was like, and she was like, I thought about that and I read it and I was like, that's so funny. And then I was like, that's real. And she was like, I just had this realization as I was walking over here that like this whole reality TV show and politics thing is now blended and it's probably never going to go back. And I was like, yeah, you're right.
That is absolutely right. She is absolutely right.
I was like, you're right.
It's a good thing Arnold can't run for president, because I'm sure he would.
Yeah,
maybe Trump will fix that for him.
In Columbus, Ohio, where we used to live, Arnold is the biggest celebrity on Earth.
It is time for a constitutional amendment allowing people not born here to serve as president of the United States of America.
Like Arnold has a big gold statue of him in
Columbus,
in the center of Columbus.
And TJ ate its asshole.
Yep.
And I ate its ass.
It's like 19, 20-year-old Arnold, like Arnold in his prime when he was like full of steroids and just unbelievably massive.
Because that's where he worked out, right? He worked out at that Gold's Gym there.
Well, no,
Columbus.
no, that's not true.
It's not?
No. He, when he was 19, 20 years old, he moved to the U.S. and he did like Mr. Olympia, but you had to like prove yourself and you had to win like smaller bodybuilding tournaments.
Sure.
So he won his first major bodybuilding tournament ever in Columbus, Ohio.
Got it. Okay.
And now, because of that, because he rose to, you know, like the highest ranks of bodybuilding, that
People would
tournament,
come.
that first tournament that he won is now known as the Arnold Classic.
Okay, because that makes sense because I remember you
down for it every year.
Yeah.
You were talking
And
to
now
me.
it's more than just bodybuilding. It's like tons of sports like gymnastics, weightlifting,
Boxing.
even pro wrestling.
You were talking to me about how the Thurmans, that place where Pimp Monk ate that burger, that Terminator burger that Pimp Monk ate was made originally for bodybuilders in the area that needed a huge protein boost.
Yes.
And it was like meat on meat on meat. And it became a thing.
It's 2 pounds of cooked meat. I mean,
it's insane. I can't believe Pimp Monk ate it.
He threw up.
I know he threw up afterwards, but the fact that he was able to get that all in his stomach at once and be cognizant is a feat.
He deserves all those lashings.
Jesus
that he
Christ,
got.
man. He did get an ass whooping. Oh.
He took the best strategy. He took it apart piece by piece. He ate all the meat first, and then he ate the bread, and then he ate the veggies.
Yeah.
And then he ate the fries.
Yeah.
And he was drinking a beer. Yeah, the fries after all.
He was drinking a beer too.
That's what he
That's
asked
such
for.
a filling
no,
dude.
I would ask for water.
Yeah, water or anything. If anything, water or like light lemonade or
Dude, there's just a black,
unsweet iced tea.
He has a black hole stomach, dude. He does.
Well, dude, I mean, the pimp gut. We all saw it. You know what I mean? On,
Yeah, you
on
could hold
episode
like 5
300.
babies in that.
Yeah,
gut.
dude. And he's got 3 balls too.
Yeah, what?
Ben, you were so drunk you didn't hear me say that?
No. I remember. I'm just like, what?
Yeah, no, he has 3 balls.
He does.
What a weirdo.
He told me that. What weirdo? I want 3 balls.
Why?
Because you want to know why?
Trying to impregnate some
Do you want to
people?
know why? Because you're going to go gross or whatever. I'll tell
trying
you
to
why.
impregnate someone?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I asked him once because he was telling me this on that couch
You wanna
that
bust a
Positive
giant
Smash
nut?
is on. He's like, Paul's here you go. He's like, Paul's ain't go. I got 3 balls. And I was like, yeah, you do, whatever. You know, because we were talking about whatever. We were talking about guy shit. And he's like, no.
That is how you tell you too. That is how dude. That is so Pimp Monk.
Yeah, he was like, no, man. I actually got 3 balls. And I was like, you actually have 3 balls? He's like, yeah, man, I was born with it. And I was like, shut up, you're lying. He's like, I wouldn't lie to you, man. Like, honestly, I got 3 balls. If you want to look at them, we'll go on. I was like, serious?
Did you look?
I didn't because look, dude, I know Pimp Monk. I didn't want to see. Look, I'm a straight guy. I don't want to see his balls. But maybe I should have. But whatever. He was like, he offered, and I was like, no, dude, if you're telling the truth. And he was like, yeah, man, my uncle was changing my diaper when I was a baby, and he was like, holy shit, this boy is loaded for bear. And my mom came in and felt around in my ball bag and she felt 3 balls in there. So they took me in to make sure it wasn't a growth or nothing. And the doctor came back and he was like, no, it's a fully functional 3rd testicle. It happens. And I asked him the question, and this is to answer Ben, why would I want 3 balls? I was like, dude, what's the load like? And he stopped for a second and he smiled that big old catfish grin. And he was like, it's heavy, Paul's ego. And I was like, God damn you!
Dude, even you know, Pimp Monk is fatter than you.
Oh, he's bigger than me. Yes.
But Pimp Monk is
gross.
just like Pimp Monk just beats you on that department too,
Dude,
man.
he said, he didn't go into too much detail because he's not that
Paul
kind of
just
guy.
can't win.
But he was like, it's heavy, Paul's ego. And I was like, God damn it, man. He's got a Peter North load. He's shooting 8 ropers, and I'm over here like with my pitiful like 3 or 4 ropers, man.
I think we should move on.
All right. So here's a request. It's our buddy Dusty Smith.
Yay, Dusty.
What's worse than social justice warriors?
Dusty.
Hey dudes, welcome to the Cuck of Dusty. I am your host, Dusty the White. You know, recently I've taken...
So I'm sorry to interrupt already, but what is this weird ass setup you got going on here, Dusty?
Dusty, what's going on?
This is not good.
That's a podcast. Like that's like a vocal performance isolation thing.
I get
sure.
that.
The angle. Yeah. What is this?
This angle he's shooting himself from, and what is the like?
Dusty, there's a way better angle to shoot yourself from. I don't really get this. I mean, I understand like if you're recording that setup makes sense, but when you're doing video as well, like why don't you put a webcam on top of that monitor there, dude?
Yeah, right there, or the laptop monitor.
Just look
that's just nitpicky shit.
Look at all the
whatever.
wasted space. Look at the strange composition of this shot. It makes no sense.
Well, let's just get to what he's saying.
Sure, of course. I just wanted to point out right away that this setup just looks bad.
And a buttload of flack for a whole bunch of things.
Sounds
but
good,
among
though.
those things,
Are you wearing pajamas?
Yeah, Dusty. Also,
You're like Zod. What is going on?
I also want to say, Dusty, it looks like you're putting on a little weight there, dude. Kneel before Dusty.
it's my insinuation that social justice warriors aren't the most important thing on earth, and that by over-focusing on social justice warriors, we're ignoring even worse things that are being done by
Dusty,
the conservative
can you
Christians.
pause it? Dusty, I hate to break this to you, man, and this is a valid point for just me as well, but I'm not going this way. You're not Hugh Hefner, dude. the bathrobe, everything you're doing, you're not that. Just stop it. Like when you have a mansion filled with beautiful women who are just sleeping with you because you're just so rich and successful.
Never.
You know, you can pull this off. Right now you can. I'm sorry, dude.
And never mind
Not
the fact.
saying I can. Just
Cult
saying,
of Krusty,
come on.
dude.
Yeah.
This is sad. Sad, low energy.
And ignoring that has come.
Go ahead, Paul.
I was just gonna say, like, what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Like, he's talking about like how we're over focusing on SJWs. Why can't we focus on both?
Yeah,
I don't
know what this false dichotomy is.
I don't ignore the damage that the conservative Christian right does in this country and hyper focus only on. Why can't we do both?
That's not true. Yeah, we do focus on that somewhat, but we cover politics. We cover a lot of shit. We don't just cover only SJWs. That's
Neither does TJ or any of the other people you're talking about.
I mean, like even the big anti-SJW channels like Sargon and Chris Reagan and Shoe on Head and Blair White, like all of those channels tackle like a wide variety of issues. Yeah, there's some focus on the SJWs because guess what? They're fucking ridiculous and easily mockable, and people really enjoy it.
And dangerous too.
They are dangerous. I mean, look, what was that story I just read a couple days ago that kind of just highlighted why it was so like there was a teacher that was fired because they mentioned during the course of a fucking school a chat in class that they were pro-life. And some girl was like, "I'm triggered," and she goes to the principal, and everyone becomes this big thing.
Let's get a little further through the video.
Sure, of course.
Back to slap us on the back of the head. In fact, just the other day I was debating with popular skeptic cartoon bear Bearing, and this cartoon bear called me a cunt like 40 times. It's like cunt, 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 cunt. And then he said something like, "Let me ask you a question, cunt. What exactly are?"
Yeah, it's kind of important to note that cunt really doesn't have the same connotation in Australia as it does in America.
Yeah.
What Christians doing that are as bad as what the social justice warriors are doing? And that's a great question, dudes. I'm glad you asked it. Here's just a few of the things, in my opinion, that the conservative Christians are doing that's just slightly more important than what the social justice warriors are doing right now.
Dusty,
How about
this boils down to your opinion, which I mean, you just said it is your opinion, but I mean, so what is your issue? Like, Dusty, if this is what you feel is important, then cover those topics and say, I don't think that I'm going to waste my time covering SJW shit. I think it's done to death. That's fine.
The fact that 81% of evangelicals voted for Trump, and Trump decided to side with him about global warming being a hoax. So we now have a president of the United States who believes global warming is a hoax. And if you've ever researched global warming, you understand why that is slightly more important than whatever the fuck the social justice warriors are doing right now. And it's not just that he has this personal belief that global warming is a fraud. No. If you've actually been paying attention...
But you act like if Hillary Clinton was elected, she'd have been this great, oh my God, she's going to solve global warming with some fucking lame-ass like a little fucking carbon tax. And,
which never would have passed, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like, this issue would not have been addressed by Hillary Clinton. She was a puppet for fucking Wall Street. Don't act like... I mean, Hillary Clinton would have fucking talked the talk, but she wasn't willing to walk the walk on climate change any more than fucking Trump.
Plus, old false dichotomy Dusty is back. So now, because global warming is a problem, we can't talk about free speech. Because, look, I make my nut speaking. And SJWs want to control that. They want to censor that. They want to change the way that I interact with the people that watch me. That's important to me. That's just as important to me as global warming, which is going to kill the planet long after I'm fucking dead.
Yeah, I mean, like, and just this idea that everything that you do, if it opposes the SJW narrative, is going to be sexist, racist, misogynist, whatever.
And I mean,
all these like labels they slap on things to diminish
and as
another
I've said,
person's opinion.
Dusty, I looking through your video library and speaking to you and talking to all these guys that did hang out with you, I asked them, did Dusty ever bring up anything like this? And the answer was no.
Yeah.
No, the most
I'm not saying that's representative of you all the time.
The most Dusty did was fucking come to, yeah, guys, you did a great job stealing my idea for putting out T-shirts. It's like, Dusty, you didn't invent the idea of fucking putting out a T-shirt for an intellectual property. You stupid
can you
shit.
admit that was a stupid thing to say? Like, you didn't come up with T-shirts. People were doing it for so fucking long before you were even born. Come on, dude. You didn't come up with this idea.
I mean, isn't Dusty Bathrobe Smith king free speech? Isn't he the guy that's always whining about how he's getting kicked off?
Facebook banned me again, guys.
Why did they ban you, Dusty?
But it's not an issue to you.
What contingency of people on Facebook made sure you got banned every time? Was it the Christian right? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. I think it was the loony left,
Attention
dude.
to his policies from the very beginning. What he says he's going to do
he's totally
is
wrong.
that he is going to immediately remove all environmental regulations on corporations.
Terrible
they can pretty much
idea.
do whatever they want to now.
I
At least
totally
Obama
agree.
tried a little bit and tried to add at least a few measures to help combat global warming. But Donald Trump, from the very beginning, has always said he will rescind those policies.
They've been ineffectual. So, I mean, the argument you're making, like, look, Dusty, I totally agree with you on the environment. This is a serious fucking issue on so many fucking fronts. But at the same time, I agree with TJ. Hillary wouldn't have made a difference. The whole, look, Dusty, this is bigger than the U.S. This is the entire planet. And this is really more about humans. Humans want to continue to live on this planet. They're going to have to fucking make a lot of changes. And a lot of big business is already entrenched in a lot of places doesn't want those changes to happen because they lose a lot of money if it does.
Policies immediately. Basically step us back to where we're doing absolutely nothing, and also remove the shackles from corporations to allow them to do all the polluting they possibly want to. You guys want to talk about how regressive the left is, but truth be told, conservative ideas are much more regressive. They actually move us back in time before we evolve to the point we're at now.
It depends on what ideas you're talking about. Because Dusty, if you're not allowed to really say what you want, Dusty, then you talking about this issue is gone. So saying free speech is not an important issue is ridiculous. This is just as important as global warming because only if people can talk openly and honestly about climate change will anything ever be done about it.
To gut the Environmental Protection Agency. This was part of his policy
That's a
all along.
idea.
Trump has decided to go along with his evangelical base.
Idea.
They're actually moving forward as though climate change is a hoax. 97% of climate scientists say climate change is real. Now, I know that's an argument from authority, but that's one hell of an argument from authority. The ones that actually spend their life studying.
Dusty, that's actually not right. That's an argument based on scientific evidence.
Yeah, I mean, well, why are you you're not even a good advocate for what you're talking about because it's not an argument from authority. It's not 97% of scientists believe it, so it must be true. It's like, no, 97% of scientists were convinced by this fucking evidence, and then you look at the evidence and say, holy shit, I can see why this is such a compelling fucking case. It's not an argument from authority. It's an argument from fucking evidence, dipshit.
Can I ask Ben a question? Ben, you're an opinionated guy. You know what you believe, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you had your mind changed in your life by somebody walking up to you and going, "Hey, man, you care too much about this. Care more about this."
Never.
No, I don't think anyone's ever had the experience.
Pretty much almost no one would be convinced by
my
that.
point in asking Ben that question is that's what Dusty's selling here. He's selling a world where you have to be more concerned about what he thinks you should be. Like, what you're doing what the social justice warriors do, Dusty.
Okay, here's what you do, though, in that situation. You don't go to someone and say, man, this thing you care about is stupid. No, you convince them why the thing that you care about is important and let them decide where it falls in the hierarchy of fucking thoughts and ideas.
I'll tell you what.
Make a compelling case. Don't if you want to go after the Christian right, who's fucking stopping you from doing that?
Oh shit.
Who's fucking stopping you?
Oh shit, I see what Ben's doing. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
What is Ben doing?
I don't know.
Things might get real fast.
We're gonna see if we can get him on here.
We may as well.
Yeah, because every time, you know what, and I realize this is impromptu, so he may not be...
Yeah, but every time we talk about Dusty videos, they're cowards, they won't have me on to talk.
Well, look, Dusty, we were more than happy to have you on at some point. If we can't get you tonight, we'll definitely have you on. We'll schedule it, dude. We have... I mean, look...
Yeah, no one's scared of fucking facing the wrath of Dusty.
I just disagree with him.
Has he contacted any of you asking to come on the show to defend himself?
No.
Crazy.
No,
But he's gone on Facebook talking about how we won't let him.
Dusty, I have a Twitter. TJ has a Twitter. There's the Drunken Peasants Facebook. There's Ben's contact. There's Paul's contact.
You follow me on Twitter. You follow TJ. You follow Scotty.
I don't know if he follows me, but you follow these two guys. Reach out to them, Dusty. We will schedule. We will make it happen. Dusty, I am not in fear of you at all in any way.
Nope.
Like, I have no problem talking to you. And I mean, like I said, I really have no problem with Dusty. I just disagree with him on this stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I think he's a cook.
Cuck.
Oh, whatever.
Cuck of Dusty.
Whatever.
Cuck of Dusty. King Cuck. Cuck of Dusty's cunts is crusty. Get in the cuck tent, Dusty.
Get in the cuck tent.
Cuck.
Doesn't look like he's online.
That's all right.
Aw.
All right.
Well, you want to try to call him?
Give him a call. Let's see.
Maybe
he's just invisible.
Nope.
It went right to. All right.
We'll leave a message. TJ, why don't you leave a message?
Go ahead.
Hey, Dusty, it's TJ with the Drunken Peasants podcast. We were watching one of your videos, and then we remembered how every time we do, you cry like a bitch because we didn't bring you on to defend yourself. So we figured we'd try to give you a call, see if you wanted to come on and defend yourself. Apparently, you're not there right now. Maybe you can come on Wednesday.
Or Friday or sometime in the future.
And defend yourself. We'll figure it out. We'll work it out between us. Why don't you write me on my Twitter or something, and we'll work it out. All right. Talk to you then, Dust.
Yeah. This so they know what the fuck is going on. Believe it's true. They believe it's man-made. They believe it's harmful. They believe it's having catastrophic effects on our planet.
Yep.
And the most powerful man in the free world claiming it is a hoax and taking steps to regress us back in time before we did anything about it whatsoever.
Dusty,
is fucking
hey Dusty,
dangerous.
let me ask you a question, Dusty. What can you possibly do to stop Trump when Trump is president? As you said, one of the most powerful people in the world. Trump is president. There's a Republican Congress and there's a Republican Senate. What are you going to do to stop it? Dusty, you can bitch and moan all day long. They don't care. This is about money, Dusty.
Nobody's trying to stop you from bitching and moaning either.
Yeah.
If you think this is the most important problem in the world, make that content. But don't tell me I have to care as much as you do about everything, or that the things I care about are lesser.
I would just say, why is this video about SJW, too much SJW content? Surely, if global warming is more important than SJWs, which I agree that it is,
And you've made videos about
then why
those
not make a
topics.
video about that instead of this video about how too many people are talking about SJWs?
I mean, this is a line out of the SJW playbook.
Why are you paying so much attention to this when rape culture is a thing?
Yeah. Yeah, let people prioritize their own shit.
How about the fact that Trump just made a Secretary of Education conservative Christian wingnut Betsy DeVos? DeVos was put in place to implement Trump's #1 goal in education, and that's to set up a voucher program which would give over $100 billion to religious schools. It would literally be the greatest new subsidization of religion in our lifetime. Literally billions of dollars going from taxpayers into the coffers of Christian schools and used to brainwash children with religion.
Dusty.
Yes, a lot of the stuff social justice warriors are doing is dangerous, but is it more dangerous than this? Fuck no, it's not.
Hey, TJ, pause it. Yeah. Dusty, look. Dude, Dusty, all I can do, and I've seen people do that, look, obviously you're concerned about all this stuff. All I have to do is find issues that you're not talking about, Dusty. I can make the same argument to you. Dusty, why are you talking about this?
Why are you talking about these people starving, Dusty?
Well, what about these people here, Dusty? Why are you talking about this situation?
I mean, yeah, you're talking about global warming, Dusty. There are people right now
it's genocide.
that need food. They need food right now and water right now. Why are you talking about global warming, which ain't going to kill the world for another 200 or 300, 400 years? There are people right now starving,
Right
Dusty.
now, dying of disease, Dusty. What
Woman
are you
is
gonna do?
being raped right now somewhere, Dusty. Why aren't you talking about that?
Female genital mutilation.
Save her. Honor killings. Fucking fires and droughts and plagues. Why don't you talk about that, Dusty? Why are you wasting your time on this shit?
I think the long and the short of this, Dusty, is make the content you want to make and let other people make what they want to make.
Quit trying to. You're not the YouTube content police. You don't get to go around telling people what's what.
I mean, you're entitled to have your opinion that this is a bunch of bullshit and doesn't matter. And you know what? You make those videos all day long, but don't expect you to come to us or anyone else on the internet and say, no, you have to make the content I want you to make. That's ridiculous. It's silly and stupid.
Rock on. So I think we're done with Dolt of Custy here. So let's move on.
Dolt of Custy.
I don't know what the first order of business is today, but
Paul's saltiness.
Paul, yeah, you are a salty bitch, Paul.
Yeah,
that's true. Last night on was it last night on Rage Feed?
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
last
sir,
night.
It was.
You guys went on Rage Feed, and Paul
my God.
Rage Rage Feed.
I wasn't even going to bring this up.
I wanted to.
But now can I tell the story from
Please
my
do.
point of view?
Yes, Ben. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so I will admit. Okay, so we start the stream. Paul's eating a sandwich. He's like. I'm like, dude, you're
Sure disaster.
You're chewing in my ear. And he's like, oh, I'll tell you what. If my one shoulder was higher than the other, you probably bring that up too. What? Yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah. This is also true. So far, I'm with it.
Yeah. Sorry, Ben. You go ahead.
So then I was like, I don't remember doing that. He's like, my time you brought up them, I was higher than the other, but I don't give a fuck. All right.
Yep. So far, you're telling the truth.
So I don't remember that. Maybe I did, but maybe I was just like around.
Dude, no one was really picking on Paul.
You were probably taken aback by the extreme saltiness that was being thrown at you for no reason.
Yeah,
I had never seen you in person at that point. So if I was making fun of your eye being higher than the other, I don't remember.
We did do that one time. I remember that.
That was a big meme for a while.
Oh, it was for a little while. But the thing about it is, we kind of got to, actually we completely got to the bottom of why Paul was so salty.
But yeah, sure. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But Ben's got a whole story.
Go ahead, Ben. You keep going.
So so we start playing WWE. And Scotty does like the bitch pin, what I like to call the bitch pin.
Oh yeah,
where he just like
I don't care.
He tries to catch you sleeping.
Yeah,
he just pins you out of nowhere.
Hey Ben, I'll just got one question for you. Do you win the match if you get the bitch pin?
Yes.
Oh well then.
That's true. It's true.
It is true.
It is true.
You are the winner.
That's all that really matters to Scotty.
Yep. That's all that really matters. Period.
So, but I laughed. The thing was, Paul was trying to build alliances. He was trying to build alliances against me. So like Paul, like, and I'll explain this later why he was doing this.
I'll explain.
Which is fucking. No, you won't. No, you won't.
You have to allow me.
You have your version after, Paul.
Okay. So anyway. So I'm like, okay, Paul, because Paul's like, I don't know how to play this game. I don't know how to play. I'm like, okay.
Kick-out system is different.
Yeah, so I'm like, let's play. You know how to play Mortal Kombat, and Paul's like, I don't even care if I use in Mortal Kombat because Scotty, he's actually good at that game. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't care. Like Scotty, my buddy right here next to me, he's my buddy and everything, and he's like, he's really good. So I don't care if I lose. Okay. So then like
sorry.
So then like so Scotty and Paul start playing.
Yep.
And by like the fourth loss, Paul's like, yeah, Scotty, he's really good. You know, like he's so good. So then like I play Scotty, and on the first attempt, and granted, Scotty was playing a character he didn't know.
Right.
But this was like my third time ever playing the game.
And he takes a win.
And I take a win against Scotty. And then Paul plays Scotty and can't win.
Yep.
And then I beat Paul on the first try.
Uh-huh.
And Paul's like, oh, like...
Yeah, I think I had won like pretty much. I was like 9-1 or something. I was like, fuck. I was like, I'm tired of fucking playing like just in a row. You guys fucking. Why don't you guys run a few matches?
Yeah.
And then the Paul was like alien, and Paul's like, it's not fucking working. It's not working.
And then Paul also concocted a conspiracy.
Yes, I did.
You are fucking crazy, my friend.
When what happened yesterday happens, I am extra crazy.
You are fucking.
I'm always crazy. Like I know I'm insane, but like when I'm not under the influence of certain things.
Paul's like, hold on. Paul's like, I see what's going on here. This was a plan to get me out of the house.
I don't even know where I was going with that. I don't know what kind of inference I was trying to. Oh, you know what I was trying to do? Because I didn't.
You're trying to be a fucking lunatic.
Exactly. But I was like, I didn't even want to. Like in my brain, I was like, I didn't even want to leave the fucking house today. And I told these guys I didn't want to go, and they were like, no, you never go anywhere. And now I'm here, and now they're fucking on me, and now I'm pissed, and they're making. You know, like that's what my brain was doing. In actuality, you guys were just going, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, and you know what? Like. You were like attacking me, but then eventually your saltiness filled the room.
Yes.
To the point where Scotty couldn't take it anymore.
Well, Scotty knew what was going on. Scotty figured it out, and he was like, Paul's having a fucking nicotine fit.
Yep.
And he's being an asshole, and I'm not going to let him be an asshole, so I'm just going to tell him to shut his fucking face. And he did, and very nicely. He was like, I just don't want to have a fucking conversation with you then. And I was like, fine. And I got up and I left the fucking studio and I got an Uber and I went back to TJ's house and I sat down and I was like, where's my vape? So I start pathologically looking around for my vape. And I'm looking like a crack fiend looking for a crack rock that he dropped under a fucking couch, weeks ago. He's like, I know it's here. And then I go downstairs to look at TJ's desk, and he's typing a script for one of his videos. So I was like, I don't want to bother TJ. So I went upstairs and I sat for an hour and a half without my vape going, and just getting madder. Like I was making more conspiracies alone. I was like, Scotty hates me now.
You know what? I mean, like, I can accept this, but if Scotty wouldn't have been sitting between me and Paul, I probably would have picked up my chair and threw it at Paul as hard as I could.
Yeah, I get people. I get
he
really
was such a salty bitch.
So look, I'm not making excuses for my behavior. I know.
Suck.
Yeah. I know I get like that when I don't. Like what happened yesterday was when we left the house, I forgot my vape. I realized about halfway to the studio that I'd forgotten it. I told the guys, and I could have asked them to turn around or.
You know what? I remember that, and I'm like, oh right, Paul's a man. He can handle it.
And that's literally that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
That's like I was like 3 or 4 hours without the vape. I'm fine.
There's another wrinkle to that too. Tell them about the vape juice shit.
Right. So I as I was thinking about this last night, once I got some nicotine into my system and realized that I just needed to apologize to Scotty and Ben and whatever and fucking not be without my vape again, I started thinking about because I don't know if some of you out there in the fan base have noticed, but I've been a little salty elsewhere lately. I've been a little loud and a little angry. So 2 days ago, on 307, we had a guest, Positive Smash, and she was very gracious. She brought some stuff for all of us, weed and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And she brought me like 6 30-milliliter bottles of vape juice like this. Really high-quality stuff. And she was like, yeah, man, I know you vape. And I was like, thank you so much. I took it home, and I just filled my tank with it. I didn't even think. It was dumb of me. It was a stupid oversight on my part, but I filled my tank with it. It's 1.5 milliliter nicotine juice, and I vape 12. So I didn't even know. It's been so long since I've had a nicotine fit because I've been vaping for 4 years. I quit 4 years almost today. And I've always had this within 20 feet of me. And that was the first time I'd ever left it somewhere and been like, a couple hours, I'll be all right. I'm not. So,
but really,
yeah.
in reality, it was really more like a couple days when you really think about it.
Exactly. It wasn't just like I was without it for 3 hours. It was 2 days of vaping less nicotine than it takes to keep me at the level I need to be.
Yeah, because ostensibly you flew here and it's about 4 hours and you were fine on the flight. I mean,
exactly.
You probably didn't like flying because you like a 4-hour flight, but at the same time you weren't pulling up. You're like, fuck you.
If it's sitting there, sometimes I will be watching a movie or something and I won't vape it for 2 or 3 hours. You know what I mean? I can go that amount of time, but it was 2 days worth of nicotine deprivation and I didn't realize it was happening. And then yesterday I just stopped and my body went, nope. And my brain went, Scotty's a piece of shit. Ben's a piece of shit. Everybody sucks.
God.
So anyway,
we got 16-year-old Paul.
Yes.
Basically.
Worse.
Last night.
I was never that. I mean, I get salty. I'll admit my own fucking faults. I get salty at video games. I get mad.
I was way beyond that.
Yeah.
You were like, shut up, Ben.
You wanted me to
shut your fucking trap.
You wanted me to admit that I was as salty as you. And I just don't.
Well, I don't, Paul.
Yeah.
And why is the PlayStation 4 trying to fight Superior?
Yeah, I was trying to the reason I got pissed at you was I was like, Paul, look, I was trying to okay, if I'm just cool with Paul, I'm like, I'll explain to him look, Paul, I played this game and I don't know how to play a fucking oh shit, Scotty, I don't know how to do Hadouken, right? I don't know how to do it. I'm like, I never said that, Paul. I'm just saying that it's just a timing issue and I've done the exact same thing before. Oh, okay, Scotty, and then you just kept going on. And I was like, this guy's not listening to reason. And then you kept saying to me, I was like, you know what?
It was all part of the plan, Scotty.
It's like
it was part of our plan.
It's like at this point,
it's part of our plan, Scotty.
Oh yeah, it's part of the plan. At this point, me and Paul are gonna come to blows because I could tell he's in a mood that if I say shit to him, he's gonna be like, "You want to go?" And
I happen to know that last night to make amends, you guys did come to blows.
Fuck you. No, dude. What happened is that Scotty got home and he walked out, and I'd already been sitting and I'd had my vape for a while, and I, like a man, I was like, dude, I was fucking way out of line. And then when I got here with Ben today, we did the same fucking shit. I didn't want to do it on Periscope, but it happened that way. I shook Ben's hand, and Ben told me, look, you get salty with me like that, you're gonna get hit back. And I was like, fair enough. When I get like that, I don't make excuses for shit behavior, guys. When I get like that, I know this isn't the first time that I've had
You
somebody.
deserve to get
That's
hit
why
that
I
point, Paul.
spam. That's why I spam Paul when I immediately when we started playing Mortal Kombat. I just started doing the Johnny Cage throw the fireball thing over and 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 over.
That was great. I see someone in the chat saying, "I wish I missed TJ talking more." I wasn't here during any of this,
right?
So I don't have a part.
We actually wanted.
The only part I can tell you is that when Paul came back, he was like, "God damn it, it's just one fucking problem after another. Scotty hates Paul. I just can't stand it. God damn it, why?
TJ,
Scotty hates me now, and Ben hates me, and I'm probably off the show.
I hate myself.
Why is it happening?
Why is Paul so bad? Why is Paul referring to himself in the third person?
Nothing goes right.
That type of spiraling is not necessarily nicotine triggered, but it's depression triggered, and depression is stress triggered. So I'm under all this stress, and then when that happens, depression kicks in, and shit gets distorted.
Excuses. All right, time to move on to the show.
Oh shit. Storytime with Paul.
Paul's like, fuck.
What story am I telling tonight, guys?
Go. That story that you're going to tell, Paul.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead and tell us the story, Paul.
We're ready.
Go ahead and tell the story, Paul. Go ahead and tell us the
story,
Paul.
You can't just play the intro like we've discussed story time with Paul.
Storytime with Paul.
Jesus Christ!
Now I
dude.
play it twice.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I've told all my best stories. You want me to tell the one story I tell at the meetups for everybody? I'll tell that one.
Wait a minute, Paul. Don't you have some kind of alien story, dude?
I've told it on here.
Have you? I don't remember that.
I've told it.
Ah, damn. Just tell a story, Paul.
I mean, I'm racking my brain for a good one that I haven't told before.
Tell a story from when you were 27 years old. I want to know what 27-year-old Paul was up to, bitch.
Dude, I don't know. Why play the intro?
Because we want a story, Paul.
When you know that we I don't get it.
Too long, Paul. Storytime with Paul. You're really gonna leave everyone hanging, Paul?
You're the one hanging me.
Paul, 3,948 people are watching now. Disappointed.
Scammer.
Disappointed with Paul.
You know, he doesn't want to tell stories anymore. Doesn't want to do the true Scotsman anymore. Oh, man.
You should tell a story time with Paul as the no true Scotsman.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, not up for the challenge, huh?
Paul has no stories, audience.
Dude, I could
nothing
make
to
this blow
give
up
you.
at Ben's face. I could do a story time with Paul about the El Gaucho meltdown.
El Gaucho?
Do it.
Go ahead, dude. You want to go down that road, Ben? You want to tell that story?
You can tell whatever story you want.
Tell a story you want. Let's do it.
All right, fair enough. So
I
Ben
yield
and
the floor to
and
you.
the guys and then Chelsea all went to this really popular expensive steakhouse in the Microsoft building in Bellevue called El Gaucho, which is lovingly referred to by people in the area as El Gaucho because you're not getting out of there unless you pay about $200 a meal. It really is. But I mean, it's good shit. Anyway, we're conversing as we do. And tanning came up. Now, I don't even remember the context. I mean, it was really just an aside. Maybe one of you guys remember how tanning got brought up?
No.
No, I don't.
Okay, yeah, me neither. But we were talking about, tanning. And Ben said, and Ben can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I think this is a pretty direct quote. Some people can't tan, end quote. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's what they said.
And I was like, well, yeah, they're called albinos. And Ben was like, no, I'm not talking about just albinos. I'm talking about there's some people that just won't tan. They just burn. That's all they do is burn. And I was like, well, yeah, but I mean, eventually if those people are exposed to sunlight over and over again, those burns will set in, the melanin response will kick in and they'll tan unless they're albinos. And Ben said, no, look at Seamus. He can never tan. And I was like, well, is he an albino? And Ben said, no, I don't think so. And I was like, well, then he can tan. And Ben said, no, I don't think so. And so at this point, I was really kind of flabbergasted by what to do because the conversation was basically going nowhere. And Ben's not a guy to go all right, agree to disagree. So I tried that. I was like, all right, well, agree to disagree. And then Ben said, well, this is what Paul does. See, he's wrong about something, and then he wants me to agree to disagree. He's wrong. Some people can't tan. And I was like, no. I was like, Ben, no, pretty much everybody with normal melanin response can tan, even if they're real pale, Ben. Nope. Seamus can never tan. All right, Ben. All right. Agree to disagree, or no. All right. I even tried the old. You're right, Ben. Oh, now he's just placating me because he doesn't want to be wrong anymore. We were having a few drinks. We were sharing a couple of bottles of wine as this was going on. Plus,
I just want to correct. I see Paul as the instigator at this point.
Sure, that's fine. But this isn't Storytime with Ben. Remember the intro you played? This is Storytime with Paul. So
true.
No, I'm kidding. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just telling you what my perception of the events were.
I do remember at some point you did get up.
I did. Well, I'm getting there. So, we've been drinking, and we're fresh coming from the show, so we were a little stoned, maybe. I don't know. I was probably still. And I was getting a little more pissed than I probably should have, even though, it was kind of a maddening conversation. So, at some point, Ben is, we're going back and forth, and it's just not going to stop. And so I was like, I get up to go to the bathroom because I did genuinely have to pee, but I'll be honest with you, I probably could have held it. I wanted to get away from the table because I was like, okay, go to the bathroom. I'll drain the snake. I'll put some cold water on my face. I'll do some deep breathing, and I'll come back to the table, and everything will be cool. Ben will have moved on to somebody else to put under his laser scrutiny, and I will be free from the cold gaze of Ben. So I did that. I went upstairs to the bathroom, washed my hands, took a piss, you know what I mean? Did the whole thing, breathed, came back to the table and sat down, and Ben said something, I can't remember exactly what he said, but I like to remember it as, well, Paul, while you were gone, you got a really nice tan, or some shit. He just launched right back into it.
That's awesome.
I clearly gotten up and left, salty, and as soon as I sit down, Ben launches right back into it. So at that point, it escalates. I'll be honest, I got way mad. I got super mad with Ben, and I was like, shut up. So we're getting up to leave, right? We all stand up because it's about the end of the meal, and I think everybody was noticing that it was probably time for us to get out of this 5-star restaurant. And so as we're walking out, Ben's walking behind me, and he's just going, some people can't tan. Well, I don't understand what Paul's problem is. Some people can't tan. Yeah. I'm just like, shut up, Ben. Do yourself a favor. Keep your mouth shut. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I'm done with this conversation. And Ben said to me, and I quote, don't tell me to shut up. I say whatever I want. And I turned around, and I got in his face for 1 second, and I said, then turn around and say it to somebody else. And then we turned around, everybody got quiet, we got in the elevator, we went downstairs. Now, earlier, before this, I had only had about a glass of wine, so I wasn't I wasn't drunk at all by the end of that. In fact, getting pissed like this makes me sober as a judge. So I had agreed to drive Ben's car home because Ben had been drinking. So we're walking out of the elevator, and we get down into the parking garage or whatever. And I go, all right, Ben, well, you want me to drive you home? And you're like, I don't know. You want to admit that some people don't tan? And I was like, I got in the car with Scotty, and that was that.
Remember the argument you guys got into? Was it you and TJ or you and Ben about penguins?
Yeah, that was another one.
Yeah.
Also at another restaurant.
We already talked about that one.
Yeah,
No, I know that. I was just bringing that up because I just remember 2 meals I had with you guys, right? To just listen to you, and I was like, man, literally, at a certain point, I wanted to upend the table and beat the shit out of both of you. I was like, Jesus Christ, I don't care about these penguins. I don't care about this shit. Who cares if you can tan or not?
I remember the story slightly different. I remember saying that some people can't tan, and I remember trying to let it go, and I remember Paul being like, no! Not this time. No.
You know what? I do remember that happening too. In fairness to Ben, I do remember that happening too. Where I think it was to the point where Paul was gonna let it go, or something. You were gonna let it go, but then it would just for some reason you guys just kept wanting to go at it, and it just kept going.
Ben and I have had 5 or 6 big arguments about shit that on the face of it, when you take it out of the argument, is totally we fought about WEC. We fought about invisible belts in a video game.
Yep.
We fought about tanning. We fought about penguins. What else? Am I missing any, Ben? I'm sure I'm missing.
I think those are the major ones.
Penguins.
African.
So anyway, that was an argument that Ben and I had over tanning in a 5-star restaurant in Bellevue. So I guess there's a story time with Paul.
That is a story.
See.
Someone in the chat said gingers can't tan, Paul.
Gingers can't tan
So there you
Mr.
go.
Paul's ego.
Anecdotal Paul, but my mom's a ginger and she tans. So
Your mom ain't no ginger, bitch.
She's a ginger.
She ain't no
I'll picture of
ginger.
her. She's a full-blown ginger, dude.
Well,
She's
Scotty,
a ginge.
I think we still got a little time left, so maybe you should tell your story too, Scotty.
Yeah.
I think that story belongs
Story time with Scotty
on the Drunken Peasants private show.
Oh, you're not going to tell the Popeye story on the private show.
This
huh?
next private show?
But it will not be on this private show. It'll be on the drinking private show. I'll tell the Popeye.
Oh, you're gonna tell. So you're not gonna. So you're gonna
saving it.
So if you guys want to hear Scotty's Popeye story that traumatized him for life,
Oh shit.
he's gonna tell it next month. So if you become patrons this month, you can hear the Popeye story. It's pretty funny.
What are we doing for this one?
I don't know. Is Paul gonna be there? Paul's gonna be there, right?
Paul will be here.
So maybe we should do a hazing ritual for Paul.
Shit.
Dude, is getting fisted and beat the shit out of not enough hazing, dude? Honestly.
I feel like you need one more big hazing ritual.
One more.
Dude, seriously, dude. Honestly, can somebody else take the bullet this time, dude?
Let's
can
see.
one of you
TJ, do you want to take it? Do you want to take it? No. Do I want to take it? No.
Fine, I'll do it again. Haze me
It turns
in.
out no. I'm gonna
Haze me in
develop.
for the fourth time.
I'm going to develop a series of rituals that make you officially, finally, a drunken peasant for real. Because we all know,
Fair enough.
we all know you're not a real peasant, Paul. But soon you will be, after you go through the trials.
It will be the Drunken Peasants induction ceremony. If Paul...
The 7 trials of Paul's ego.
Oh,
whatever.
What about this one? What about this one?
Now time for a TJ and Paul only episode where they criticize Ben and Scotty. Oh, wait, you can't criticize perfection, bitches. Damn.
God, you got burned, TJ.
Damn. Perfection. Whatever.
Just being eviscerated in the... Oh, damn.
Can the next
Paul.
2 months be fat-free? Let's go on a diet.
Fat-free diet.
Oh, here's a old Paul's.
Paul better than new Paul.
Wow.
That's true.
There's a question about she-male porn, which has nothing to do with the show.
Oh, well.
Old Paul.
Oh, living in my shadow, TJ.
I killed old Paul last year. He's
All
gone
praise
forever.
Scoopy. See, it just goes to show that Ben and Scotty are pieces of shit who deserve to die.
You know what, TJ? I think the only way that we can respond to this properly for the good of the show is for us to just stop doing the show for about 2 months.
Yeah, we just got to go away.
So, yeah, you guys are...
Right,
you
the
guys
Ben and Scotty
No
show.
problem.
Yep,
No problem.
just-
You won't be being paid.
That sucks.
Yeah. Gotta do the show, get paid, motherfucker.
Me and Paul are going to go start our own podcast.
Oh, yeah,
Called
sure.
The Fat Hour with TJ and Paul.
Sizzling bacon.
How
One
about-
episode a month.
You know what? You can literally...
If we can get to that.
Yeah, and,
Add some butter to it,
and also
baby.
that would be the random discussion, because it would literally be random as...
The random discussion.
We wouldn't even try to play videos. We just ramble at
We
each
just
other.
eat like fatty foods and smoke weed.
Dude, that would be an awesome show. Come on, let's do it.
Let's try it. Let's see who gets more views.
Yeah. Our podcast versus your guys'
Yeah, you guys do a special episode on a day we're usually off, and then TJ and I will get together. We'll do a special
So
episode.
I think, Paul, in your
See
performance
who's
review, we'll have to
truly
talk
better.
about when you tried to stage a mutiny on the live show.
A mutiny, sir?
Yep, sounds like one to
I'm
me.
responding to aspersions cast by you,
This is
sir.
but a friendly competition.
I also feel threatened by the volume of your voice, Paul.
Wow.
Yeah.
Take it down a notch.
Well,
that is a little bit creepy.
Yep.
I'm partially deaf, dude.
Yeah.
I think I'm being really quiet, and I'm not.
Didn't we say that didn't Paul want to tell a story or something?
Oh,
I have a really good story time with Paul tonight for fans of that.
All right.
So
Josephine, do you want to stay and listen to Paul's boring story, or are you gonna?
I got a pretty good story.
He says it's good,
but it's up to you. You're invited to hang out if you'd like to.
Are we still connected?
I don't
Did
think she can
us?
hear you.
Check 1 2. Black people. Can you hear us? I don't know. What happened?
I only respond to that. Sorry.
Okay, no, okay, then.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi is really horrible.
All right, it's time.
Story
time with Paul.
So this is the only story time with Paul that will ever come with a disclaimer, and I just have to do it because I'm a paranoid stoner. Okay, like I'm not bragging in this story. I don't ever intend to do this shit ever again. I'm not insinuating that people should.
And I use it as, if anything, as a cautionary tale, okay? That being said, last year around the holidays, I got a divorce, and I left California driving as fast as I could from Fresno to San Antonio, Texas, which is like a 20-hour drive if you go straight through. It's like one day on the road. Before that, because you can imagine, very an emotional time in my life, no sleep for at least 24 hours before that, maybe more. I'm driving. Now, I'm a California pothead. I've had a medical card for like 5 years. And so for me, having weed on me is no big deal. And when I left, I was like, dude, I got to bring weed. So I packed a bunch, not a ton of weed. I'm not saying I was like trafficking a giant bale of weed, but it was like, you know, it was some weed, some flour, and some edibles, you know, just to hold me over for a few weeks down there because I was only going to stay for, anyway, I packed all that shit. I wasn't even thinking that I was crossing borders with something that was legal in my state, but highly illegal in other states. So I'm driving. I get through LA. I'm in the desert in the middle of nowhere where you can do like 120 miles an hour, just constant, because there's nothing. It's just long, straight, empty road. And I'm just trying to go as fast as I can. So I get all the way to the Texas border. It was about 16 hours into my drive. I'm in the home stretch, kind of, but you can imagine I'm super fatigued at this point. I stop. I get a bunch of Starbucks and I drink it, which was a terrible idea, because it caused me, I got back on the road, I felt better for a few minutes, and I was like, whoo, reinvigorated, okay. Got into El Paso, and my body shut down. I had like a combination of like caffeine crash and no sleep crash and probably emotional distress breakdown. And I'm on the middle of the freeway, and I feel like my heart fluttering and my vision getting dim, and I'm like, oh, okay. I pull off the freeway on the first exit and pull into the first parking lot, and I just stop. I open my car door, and I just puke a bunch of coffee. There was nothing but coffee. No bile, no nothing. It was just all the coffee that I drank. In about 3 or 4 heaves, I puked coffee everywhere. And then I sat in the car and shook for a while. I was like, because I hadn't eaten anything. You know, I wasn't even thinking. I was just all tired, and so I just had a bunch of coffee and no sleep. So finally, I calmed down. I looked up, and it was like God. It said La Quinta Inn. I had just magically pulled into the parking lot of a hotel. And I walk in, and I'm just stumbling there. I probably look like a crackhead, sweating and all gaunt and big bags under my eyes. I'm like, ugh. I slapped a credit card and my ID down, and the guy's like, all right, and just gives me a key. I go in there, and I'm just like, ugh. I fall face down on the bed, and I sleep for 6 hours, and it's immediate, like I don't remember any of it, but I woke up. I was okay. I'm in El Paso, so I think I'm on the home stretch. I have no concept in my mind of the size of Texas. El Paso and San Antonio, that's like another 9 hours on the road. But I thought, like, yeah, I'll just get this done. Also, there's something of note about El Paso. It's really close to the Mexican border, and there's a lot of drug trafficking that goes on in El Paso. I leave the La Quinta Inn and check out at about like 11 p.m., maybe midnight, to finish the drive. And driving along, and all of a sudden I see flashing lights up ahead, and it's like, oh, the freeway is moving off onto like, oh, it's one of those way stations or something. And then I see a sign, and I read it real quick. Now, it bears mentioning that at this point, I'm a little bit high. Because, of course, before I left the La Quinta, I had an edible. I'd been on the road for 30 or 45 minutes, whatever. It was kicking in.
Yeah.
I read the sign, and it says, mandatory border patrol checkpoint. All vehicles must stop and consent to search. And I was like, okay, what? And as I saw that, and people are going to call bullshit on this, but people that have driven through here will back me.
Yeah, this does happen.
Yeah.
As I saw that, the first thing I see is dudes with guns. And I'm not talking about like cops with like little handguns. These dudes have like big assault rifles. And they're walking with them like they do in Mogadishu and shit. They're just walking up and down, looking, dressed in fatigues. These were government like agents that were operating a drug sting checkpoint near the Mexican border. So it dawns on, and the next thing I see is dogs, big German shepherds, sniffing up and down the sides of semis. And then it dawns on me that I've got weed for like 2 weeks in the bag on the back seat of my car. Enough weed to put me away for a long time in Texas.
Yeah.
Which is not much weed, but it was like, you know me, I smoke a lot of weed, and I was bringing it to share with Ashley too. I didn't even think. This dawns on me as I'm pulling up, and this guy's waving me in. Come on in. So I pull in. He walks right up to my window, stereotypical military-looking dude. Gives me the roll down your window. I roll it down, and he goes, "What's your purposes of visiting Texas today, sir?" And I said, "I'm visiting family for the holidays, or some friends." I didn't stumble like that. I actually said I said friends. So I'm visiting some friends for the holidays, sir. And he said, "All right, where are you coming from?" I said, "Fresno, California." "Where are you going to in Texas, sir?" "San Antonio, Texas, sir, that area." He said, "All right. You have anything in the car, sir? Any illicit substances? Any marijuana? Any heroin? Any cocaine? Anything? Any weapons? Anything I should know about, sir?" And I looked him straight in the eye, and I shit you not. I said, "No, sir, I do not." He said, "Do I need to bring one of my dogs over here to verify what you've just told me, sir?" And I said, once again, "No, sir, you do not." And he looked at me for what felt like a fucking eternity. And then he said, "All right, go on ahead and pull through and enjoy your stay in Texas." Started waving another truck through, and I was like, and I did the speed limit all the way to San Antonio.
I don't blame you at that point.
I was so shit scared, but it doesn't stop there.
Oh, no?
I can continue going if you'd like, or we can break this into a two-parter, because I've got another one.
Sure. I mean, it's good to do this segment again, because
You want me to keep going then?
No.
Or you want to break it up again?
We can continue on the next episode.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you know what, Paul? One of these days, I'd like for you now, because I've heard you in older videos tell the story about when you went camping with your friend and you had some kind of supernatural experience.
Sure. I'll tell that story. I thought I'd told that story on here before.
Did he?
In an earlier episode where I was just a guest.
I don't think you did.
We watched that on the episode that Scotty and I did.
Yeah, I'll retell it.
Man, that's...
Even if you told it before, whatever.
I've got a couple other ones. We can do a resurgence of Storytime with Paul for a few weeks to celebrate me being back.
There you go.
If the people like it. If this story sucked, then whatever.
Well, they're saying to keep going, so no. You're going to see the continuation on Friday. And thank you for
is Copper
Josephine
Cab on
for
Friday?
being,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
he is.
What day's the inauguration? Too?
20th.
Friday. So are we going to cover the inauguration?
I want to.
Okay, well then we're gonna have to do a show later with Copper Cab. Then
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I mean, I'll come and do it. I want to.
We'll make it happen.
Inability to maintain interpersonal relationships, tendency towards wild drama, victim complexes.
Yeah.
You might be onto something.
That does sound like Paul.
Public shows of displeasure with people. Yeah.
You're a bad person, Paul.
But
how dare you diagnose him?
I didn't. He did. He put me onto that diagnosis. No. He made a video copping to it, and I read it, and I was like, huh. Yeah, maybe.
So we're gonna wrap it up soon. Before we do that, Crispy Baldy. Do
we have time for a story time with Paul?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, I'm just if we don't have time, it's cool.
It
is one that I think is time.
We're trying to get a little hashtag going here.
Yeah,
because this is there's a pretty ridiculous little circumstance.
It's a funny story, but it can wait if it needs to.
No, we'll do it.
Okay, cool.
Story time.
You know what's? I keep forgetting to tell you guys this, but on the WWE network, they do a thing called WWE Storytime now.
Oh, really?
And it's like the intro is kind of similar. It's like
I saw commercials for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't it have like Triple H in a suit, looking all dapper, reading a book?
No, that's not what it is. It's like it's hosted by Mean Gene Okerlund, and it's just like different.
Oh, yeah.
It's different wrestlers
behind the scenes. I'm sorry.
You just can't stop yourself, Paul. All right, go ahead and now talk for another 10 minutes, Paul. I'll mute myself so that I don't interrupt you.
On the contrary, Benjamin.
You're not but a scallywag, Paul.
Turn your mic on because I want you to comment while I'm talking. Nope. Okay, never mind.
I'll comment.
That's your choice.
Yeah, we're gonna comment.
So,
low energy, boring.
I don't want to belabor this, but I bought a couch from IKEA. Everybody's probably aware of what IKEA is. They're that Swedish furniture company, cheap shit, but it's whatever. IKEA was set to deliver my couch and a bunch of other furniture that I bought for my new apartment, which I've been paying rent on for a month, and still to this day, as of this time, I haven't slept one night. So I've been moving, right? I secured the place, and I'm ready to move in yesterday. They were going to deliver a bunch of furniture, the centerpiece of which was a couch that folds out into a bed. Now, let me explain this. Ashley and I have a bed. We don't need a new bed. We have one, but it's shipping across the country from San Antonio to Bellevue. So it's going to take a couple weeks. We were going to use the IKEA sofa that folds out into a king-size bed as our bed until the bed got here, and we were going to move in yesterday. Mm-hmm. I was supposed to be here by at my house by 9 a.m., right? I was. The guys came. They delivered the shit. They brought the boxes up. I went in the other room and sat there, and they took about 20 minutes, and they came out, and they said, "All right, sir, we're all done here." And I said, "Cool." And I went out and looked in the living room, and immediately the first thing I was looking for was the couch, and there was all the other furniture there, no couch. And I said, "Where's the couch?" And he goes, "Oh, I don't have a couch, sir." And I was like, "Well, I do." And I showed him my receipt, and he goes, "Well, let's go down to my truck. Maybe it's on the truck, and I just missed it." Went down to the truck. Of course, it's not on the truck. So I go, "Okay, so you're going to go get my couch and bring it back. I'm here all day, so that's cool." And he's like, "Well, no, we can't do that, sir. We got the other things, but, you have to call IKEA." And I was like, "What?" "Yeah, we can't do nothing, man. I can only deliver what's on my manifest, and I showed you there's no couch." I was like, "Are you serious?" So I got to call IKEA to deal with you. "Yeah, well, I can't do nothing, sir." Okay. So I go back to my place with no furniture. Well, nothing to sit on anyway. I got a coffee table, but nothing to sit at it. I go to my place and I call IKEA. And it was the beginning. This started at about 10:30 a.m. I made the first call to IKEA. And this, I don't think it's spoiling anything to say at this point. This is the beginning of a 6-hour phone call that I was on yesterday, and I'm not joking. I called them. I was told, "Oh, yeah, we can get that taken care of." I was put on hold for long stretches of time, and then the guy would come back and go, "Well, I've looked into it, and here's what we can do for you." And here was their offer to me, right? "We can get you the couch next Thursday." And I would say, "That's unacceptable. I have nothing to sleep on. I need the couch. I paid for the couch to be brought and assembled, yes?" "Oh, yeah. Yes, sir." And yesterday, it was supposed to be today, right? It's still today. But it's today it's supposed to be here and assembled, right? "Well, yes, sir. It's not here." "Well, I can get it to you by Saturday if you want to assemble it yourself." "No! That's not what I paid for." "Why wasn't it on the truck?" "Well, I can call the store." "Please do." I'm on hold for another 2 hours. Not 2 hours, but 20 minutes I'll be sitting on hold. And then he comes back, "Sir, the store can't do anything." And then it'd be like, "Okay, can I speak to your manager?" "Absolutely." I went through 4 layers of IKEA customer support yesterday. I reached a guy by the name of Ryan. And Ryan was the top level guy, according to him, in customer support matters. I asked him, "Who's your boss?" "My boss doesn't deal directly with the public. I am the top level of the IKEA support structure. You're talking to him." So I talked to this guy, and I told him what was going on, told him my predicament. I got nothing to sleep on. I was honest with him. I said, "I got a bad back. I can't just sleep on the floor for a few days while you guys figure out how to get me my couch. And I can't afford to go buy a new mattress. Can we get me the couch? It's still business hours. Can you call this moving company that you guys contract with?" "Well, I can. No, sir. Actually, I can't. I don't deal directly with them. They contract with the company." I said, "Don't you contract with your company? Aren't you IKEA?" I asked this dude straight up, and I shit you not, I said, what is your job? Are you the dude who picks up the phone and goes, nothing we can do? Because if that's true, hang up. I'll try somebody else. So anyway, this dude at the end of that conversation gives me his personal phone number. I shit you not. Well, his direct line at IKEA with his extension. And he goes, I tell you what, sir, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to let you go. If you have any questions, call me anytime. I'll be here till 5 today. It was like 2. So I said, okay, whatever. Hung up. 10 minutes later, I thought of a question. Why isn't this top-level guy calling my store and asking why they can't get me my couch? So I wanted to ask him if he could do that. So I called the number. No more than 10 minutes later, I called the number. I get a message saying, Ryan is in training. Please leave a message. Boop. I hung up, and I called the normal number back. Got somebody eventually after going through the endless menus. And I said, I was just talking to Ryan. And she said, oh, I'm sorry, sir. He's in training. And I said, he told me 10 minutes ago that I could call him right back if I needed to. I'm calling him back. Can you pull him out of that training? I'm sorry, no, sir. I can't pull him out of a training. I said, can I talk to somebody on his level that isn't training today? Oh, yes, sir. I can do that. That person actually tried to help me, but I was told twice yesterday that I was going to get a phone call from the Seattle IKEA. They will call you right back. By 1 p.m., you'll have a call. No call comes. I call back IKEA. Last night, I was told by 9 p.m. I would have a call from this store to resolve my issue. And as of today, I've gotten no phone call. Now, I'm not being unreasonable here, but I gave one of the guys, and I'll wrap it up here in a sec. I gave one of the guys an analogy that I think is important. I said, can I give you an analogy, sir? And he said, shoot. I said, okay. You go through the drive-thru at McDonald's. You get yourself a double quarter pounder, a French fry, and a Coke. He goes, I might do that. I said, okay, cool. You pull up to the window, you hand the guy your credit card, he runs it, gives you a receipt and your card back, hands you a bag and a Coke. You open the bag, no quarter pounder. He goes, okay. I said, so you tell the guy, hey man, you forgot my quarter pounder. And the guy goes, oh, well, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can really do for you on that today. But if you're willing to come back through the line on next Thursday, I can get you your quarter pounder. We cool? I said, would you be fine with that?
And that's not even.
And I told him,
that's not even the same. That's not even equivalent.
I told him, I said, what happened here is an order of magnitude different from a hamburger. But do you get my drift?
Yeah, because you can go to Subway or something. You can't just go to like. There's no like. Oh, the sleeper sofa store. Okay, I'll just grab one here real quick at Walgreens or something.
To wrap it all up. I have all but given up on getting this couch. I'm going to try today to do the phone hell again and see if I can get something done. But if I can't, we got other options. But I want people to know about this. I don't think I'm going to get any recompense from IKEA. I don't have any fantasies of getting my couch for free or getting reimbursed for this in any way. But they have a Twitter. And I've tweeted at them several times. You go to my Twitter, my pinned tweet is a tweet at their help desk. And they followed me today and asked me for details on my case. Now, that's one of the avenues I'll be pursuing. Go let them know.
Hashtag where's my couch?
Where's the couch?
Where's the couch?
Hey,
Sorry.
At IKEA USA, hashtag where's the couch?
And we're going to end on that note. Thank you guys for checking out our little inauguration special / crazy people and Storytime with Paul episode.
Thou is a fool, TJ. What a ravening loon. Surely he could not do Ben's job.
Surely not.
Who could expect
What's up,
such?
everybody? Answer video
Let's see what
time
else
is
this
here.
has
I got
gotten
a lot of really
it's
good
got a
questions. I was kind of shocked, given that my
okay, we got to skip
my
ahead,
subscriber
TJ.
base
I'm
is a
doing
subset
it,
of
bitch.
the internet. I got a lot of shitty questions.
So slow.
You now
What a
have
lackluster
one and only
performance he
video
put it
game
on.
to play for the rest of your life, any console, any genre. How do you not choose your favorite video game of all time? My favorite video game of all time is the original Diablo.
Still is.
For the PC.
Sweet.
And,
I just want to take a moment to commend Paul on his choice. A far better choice than TJ. What's your favorite game of all time?
I really don't have one.
The Legend of Zelda.
I don't have
Ocarina of Time.
TJ, I want you to
the one
choice.
everybody says.
TJ, look,
Super
I'm just gonna come out and say it that Diablo sucks. Just pointing.
You know what, TJ?
Click, 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 click.
Say, you know what?
Click, click, click.
Qualify your statement.
Click, 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 click.
What are you bad at clicking?
Oh, click, click, click. Most games don't involve clicking on PC, TJ. That's all you do, though. You just point and click at shit. It gets boring. What? It gets boring. It's just like a more intense version of Minesweeper.
You just lost your pro job.
It's a more intense version of Minesweeper.
Are we back onto this now?
TJ, I guarantee you could not fucking
I didn't know what else to play.
You couldn't even beat Diablo.
What this is about, Ben? Is that what this is about? Because I was praising another fat guy.
Yeah, you know what else? Well, one thing about you, Paul, is you have like this crazy fat sympathy.
I do. Well, I admit it. I do.
Like someone brought up a point. Like you seemed to not have much sympathy for the sad prince.
Sure, I don't.
But you had all the sympathy from the fat little kid that Santa Claus was like.
That's right.
Don't eat any cheeseburgers, little boy.
The sad prince probably has, let's be honest, a more carefree life than the poor little fat
How
boy.
do you know? You don't know shit about the fat kid.
That fat
goes
kid
to
could be
a
the
public
most
school.
spoiled, rotten bastard.
The only thing you know about that kid was that he was fat.
He was fat and he goes to a public school. I know that. And he lives in a little town. I know that. I was one of those kids, and I got mercilessly.
There's the truth, right?
And if you would allow me to speak, that's what I was going to say. Listen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. I'll shut up and let you speak. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Ben. I appreciate that. I was a fat kid. I grew up in a little town, and I was made fun of a lot for being a chubby little kid. And then I got fatter in high school, and I was lucky because I talk a lot, so it helped me socially.
Still waiting for new information. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, that's why I have fat sympathy, because I look at a fat person and I think, man, they probably had it rough growing up, and I can feel like an empathy for that because I did.
We're supposed to do a campfire story.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
That was a thing that was brought up earlier.
Oh,
that is true. We are pretty much out of videos, so I think it's time for story time with Paul.
I would say having sympathy is one thing, but I think automatically siding with the fat person.
I don't. I have sympathy, though. I do. I am more sympathetic to an argument out of a fat person, but I don't base my final judgment upon fatness.
Paul is biased towards fat.
Yep.
I am more likely to listen intently to a fatty.
Fat supremacist, dude.
Because I just know, dude.
Biased.
Fat supremacist.
Say what you want, man. Healthy at any size, dude.
Now we know the secret behind why Paul always talks over me. He said he's more likely to listen to a fatty.
Yeah, gain some weight, Ben. I'll show you
the
how.
fatter you get,
Let's do a reverse workout for Ben. As I get thin, you get fat.
No thanks.
Dude, let's do it. It would be the most epic thing ever.
Ben's never been the fattest peasant, you know?
Look, dude, a lot of actors and shit for their craft, Ben, will gain.
Not an actor.
I know, but you're an entertainer. Do you?
Okay.
A lot of entertainers gain lots of weight and then lose it.
Because they have parts where the character that they're playing.
I'm saying play the role of the fat ass on the show.
I don't
for one
want
time.
to.
Let's talk about sympathy after that.
I don't want to. It's not going to happen. Like,
okay, well, I'm just saying that then if we're not going to do that, then I don't think we have any further business on the sympathy issue.
Ben's legs.
I enjoy being able to walk
and feed him nothing.
I
but
do too.
Cheetos.
I do too, Ben. I really do. I know you. Do you think that like fat people like genuinely like being fat?
I think you do.
You think I do?
I mean, like maybe not 100%, but to a degree, yes.
So you've seen my back. You've seen the way I walk. You see my back and shit. How I walk, kind of hunched over. Now that part of that's genetic, but part of that is like fat exacerbated, and it sucks. But depression, I'm not making excuses for a fatty because honestly, it really is up to me to just work out. But my mental problems and my circumstances in life have prevented me from like having access to like Whole Foods and shit.
The arms of
all right. I know, whatever. I know I was a poor kid, so I don't get to fucking complain about being poor.
I was a rich kid.
I know you were.
Sympathetic to poor rich little baron.
Do you have sympathy for poor people, Ben?
I mean, like, I'm not going to be like, that person's poor, so I'm going to automatically assume that whatever they're talking about.
I never said that.
And I'm not going to be more likely to listen to someone because they're poor.
Really?
Yeah.
So you'd rather not, like, if you had a bloviating rich and a poor person,
well,
you've already genuine, just like
you've already given me more information.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you're already coloring it with other adjectives.
Right, you're already putting like,
All right. Well,
you're already
fine.
putting like a
Look,
bias
dude,
on it.
All I say is, like, get
I want to
fat.
hear the campfire
Oh,
story.
no, we're
I want
gonna
to talk
do
about
it.
Paul's conspiracy.
I know.
With that shit.
I don't have conspiracies. I'm just going to tell a story, man.
Well, according to Ben, this story can be seen from a, is this all in Paul's head, or is this what's really going on?
There was someone else there.
I don't control people's reaction to my stories. I just tell them as I remember them.
I know, but I want to have that discussion after I hear the story.
Okay, fair enough.
Hold on. Scotty's gone anyway, and I want him to come back.
All right. We can't start till Scotty's here.
Scotty.
The all-important Scotty.
Yeah.
Do. Crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy.
Where's the killing?
Where's the killing?
Where's the killing?
Crispy
Where's the killing?
Baldy,
Where's the
crispy
killing?
Baldy,
Where's the killing? Where's the killing? Where's the killing? Where's the killing? Killing. Crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy, crispy Baldy.
Scotty, can you give me a drink?
Crispy Baldy, Clandestine Booper.
I don't know, just like a water or a tea or whatever.
Clandestine Booper, Crispy Baldy, where's the killing?
I heard some people talk about Davy Crockett too.
Davy.
I will say,
Davy
like,
Crockett.
TJ, when you go to make a decision about what to eat, and you look at it, and do you ever think for a second, like, what you're going to eat isn't healthy, but you're like, I'm already fat anyway, so I might as well just eat it already?
I don't know if I ever have that thought process.
I do. I'll admit that.
I don't know.
That's
not
the
my
aspect of, like,
But
that's not
sometimes
my
that's born
rationale,
out of
though.
other things, though, too.
My rationale is more just like,
of
I have a
course.
low
I want this, so I'm
self-regard.
doing it. I don't give a shit.
I just have a low
Consequences be
self-regard. So, like,
damned.
for me, it's more colored like, oh, you know, I shouldn't eat this. I know the negative detriments of eating this, but I'm already a fat, probably going to die of a heart attack in 15 seconds anyway, so I'm going to get the double quarter pounder. Like, that's the kind of narrative. And I'm just being honest with you, Ben, because I think honesty is the best policy. Now,
Dude,
whether or not that's directly under my control, I think is up to interpretation. I think sometimes it is, and sometimes genuinely it isn't. And, you know, whatever. I do my best, man. I do.
But I mean, I'm kind of curious. How is it not up to you? Is what I understand what you're saying, the other part, but how is it not up to you what you eat?
Well, I mean, on some level, it depends on the level of money that I have. On some level, like, you don't have access to certain types of quality foods and quality water and quality workout equipment.
Yeah.
If you're in a certain economic strata, and I spent most of my life in that strata, and the life that I've spent outside of that strata, I've been, you know,
You've been healthier.
I've been healthy. Well, on and off, I've been healthier. But I go through cycles because, like my mental illness, my fatness is cyclical. I'm not blaming it all on that, but I'm just saying they're comorbid. So when I'm depressed, I'm fat, and then I get better, and I feel better, and I get thin.
Okay.
And then it creeps back into my life, and I get fat. So if you want to call that struggle a lack of willpower, then I'm cool with reducing it to that, because it does involve that.
I would say ultimately the final decision to put it in your mouth and chew it is yours.
Well,
there are
but
influences.
you have to put. But like I said,
Okay, keep talking, Paul. All right, guys. I guess it's time for the only Paul talk segment.
Yeah, let's work Paul up into an anger and then make him perform. Good point. It's okay. I've done it before.
Well, don't be so easily to anger, I guess.
Don't be so prodding and inscrutable and pedantic, and I won't get angry. Anyway, let's move on to story time with Paul.
Why inscrutable?
Because I can't figure it out. I don't think anybody can. I think that's the point.
I mean, maybe if you listened.
I do.
No.
I mean, like, you say something, and then Ben tries to say something back to you, but you keep trying to talk. Like, I want to make more points.
Okay.
Like, let me respond to the points you already made.
Okay, fine. I'm willing to listen to Ben on this issue if he wants to do that instead of story time with Paul and
So
shut
story
up.
time with Paul.
Well, we'll make it the preamble to it.
Paul,
and let's get through it. But
Paul versus Ben on the issue of fatness.
Okay, let's go.
Round 1, fight.
I don't even know. Like, I was just trying to say.
So you're saying you were. Let me refresh your memory, Ben. You were saying that the final decision to put something in your mouth is on you.
Right, and there might be contributing factors to that decision. But if you're going to say that it's not your final decision, then I mean, at that point, you've totally lost self-control.
Okay, I think that self-control. Am I allowed to?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, oh,
done?
yeah.
Okay. I think that self-control itself needs to be defined because self-control is a wavering factor in a lot of people on a lot of things. And I think that nobody at this table, or really anybody I've ever met, is immune from that truth. So my self-control is bad, I'll admit. I have a sedentary, unhealthy lifestyle. I tend towards laziness. I tend towards the lowest effort to get the maximum benefit. Now, part of that is good. Work smarter, not harder. But it's more, for me, about not being inconvenienced. Now, there are mitigating factors that I would talk about if I was talking about this honestly. I don't know if you want me to do that.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was born with a scoliosis in my upper back. My spinal doctors have referred to it as a scolioid curve. And I was born with it. And I'm not a candidate for reconstructive surgery because my type of scoliosis damaged a part of my cervical spine that they're afraid to straighten out and fuse because that's how they would fix it. And because I've lived my entire life with that scolioid curve, my lower back is now severely damaged. I have a herniated, not herniated yet, but it will be at some point in my life.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you think your weight may aggravate the issues you already have?
Yeah, no, I know that it does. No, trust me, I know.
And I don't want to get anecdotal.
Okay.
But I know someone who has a condition like yours where throughout high school they had to wear a special corset to hold their...
I've had to do that.
Yeah.
At various times in my life.
And they're someone in advanced age and they're still thin.
Well, another mitigating factor is genetics. I told you the scoliosis was genetic. I have also bad lower back runs in my family. So look, like I
just want to volunteer that I'm just fat because I eat too much.
Right,
I am too.
So that's the point I'm trying to make. Like,
I don't have any sort of deep underlying scarring psychological factors or other reasons.
Sure,
I just like to eat because I'm a gluttonous pig.
Sure,
and I don't give a shit.
I guess that's true at times of me too. But look, I'm saying that there are always, like, look, TJ, if you were honest, there are mitigating factors to you being fat that go beyond your gluttony.
And I haven't argued against that.
Psychological underpinning. Okay.
My argument is ultimately it's still your choice. Mitigating factors aside, it's still your choice. And if you're saying it's not your choice, then you're not capable of making your own decisions anymore.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about my economic status most of my life. At a certain point, you have to put food in your mouth. And at a certain point, you work so much and your level of effort is only so capable that you have to go to a place where you can get cheap, quick, calorically dense food. I'm just saying, I've lived entire, months on top ramen. I still eat it to this day.
So what do you say to anyone else who does that and is not fat?
Because those people probably exercise, but exercise is hard for me. See, I didn't grow up around a swimming pool.
I was just going to say that, I guess that the fact that societies can tend towards, weight problems, it can be part of, some culturally ingrained shit, too.
That's that, too.
It's not like if it was just all boiled down to individual choice, you'd see, the same amount of fatness across the board as provided the economics are on the same basic level and shit. But you really see, it's worse in Mexico. It's worse here. It's worse in
certain population
I don't really know
groups.
what other population groups have really high obesity rates.
Black women.
And if you want my input on that too, here, cultural input. My mom is she's a Southern woman, and you guys will know what that means. To tell someone she loves them or that she cares about them is to feed them.
Yeah, and to overfeed them, probably.
And my mom, and I shit you not, it'll happen to you guys if you ever meet her, she will force feed you almost. She'll be like, honey, look at all of this cheesy potato.
Dude, I know what you're talking about, because I was in a Mexican place once, and the waitress there was a sweet old lady. but she would like shame you if you didn't eat enough.
It wasn't that bad.
She'd come to your, she'd come to your plate and be like, not like mean.
I'll tell you what.
Just like, what's wrong? You feeling sick? Keep eating.
There are cultures, and I've experienced it with Filipinos that I knew when I was a kid. There are cultures where it's considered rude to eat, but I still won't change my position that.
Okay.
I don't believe that it's just that you're just inherently destined to be fat.
You don't believe that there are people who are genetically predisposed to obesity?
Yes, but they don't.
So is that not inherently destined?
Not necessarily. They
depending.
Even if they're genetically predisposed, doesn't mean that they have to be.
From what I've read, the genetic predisposition towards obesity is a pretty rare thing.
And I would also point out that for about the first 10, 11, almost 12 years of my life, I wasn't fat. I was actually athletic. I played sports. I ran around. I was able to work with it because I was young and the back problem hasn't set in.
That reminds me of my brother Stevie, because he used to be quite the little
I got
athlete.
fat.
And now
and look,
he's a flat.
I'll blow your mind, Ben. There have been times in my adult life where I have been quote unquote not obese. I weighed 230 pounds at one point, which for me is overweight but not obese.
Sure.
So to say that look, I'm not claiming that I can't do it. I'm claiming that there are things in my life that have stood in the way. Don't you plan to do it? I do.
So
I genuinely do, and I want to make no kayfabe, no bullshit. I don't need a show challenge.
Yeah.
If something springs up around it, I'm fine. But I intend to do it for me because I don't want to die next year of a coronary. If I can intercede in that now, and take care of myself now that I'm in a better place mentally, I might survive a few more years. That's where I'm at. So that's. Now, I'm not saying I will succeed, and I know, I may not. I haven't in the past, but I'm going to try. What can I do but struggle, dude?
That's all you can do.
I mean, you don't even literally have to struggle. You could just incrementally.
Ben.
What? Okay.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Are you listening, or are you thinking about what you want to say next?
No, I'm just tired of talking about this. I was hoping we could move on, but I guess we're not done. So I'm happy to listen.
Where have I heard this before? Okay, well, I was just saying, like, you don't even have to struggle. If you do it in such an incremental way where you just do it a little at a time, it can be done easily over a longer period of time. I was encouraging you, Paul. You had it made up in your mind that I was going to say something else.
I've tried. I just feel like you're giving me advice on something that, Ben, I know you think I've just been a fat slug that laid around all his life and ate gummy bears and got fat. Well, you're treating me like that because you're giving me diet and exercise advice.
Well, Ben,
like I don't know.
Ben lost quite a bit of weight, so I mean,
I know he did.
Speaking
but
from
so have I.
experience too.
I lost over 100 pounds when I got to 300.
So I'll end it here.
230.
I'll end it here, Paul. I just want to say this.
Okay.
And we're on the show live, and it's cool. Like I'm fine getting this out, Paul. When I talk to you, I feel like you're not listening. I feel like you're just thinking about what you want to say next, and then you have this thing where you always turn it into like I'm personally attacking you. Like I'm attacking.
I'm sorry. I'm just mad, dude. I'm sorry. I'm pissed.
I'm not
mad.
Me
pissed off. Well, I am.
Okay, fine.
I'm not super mad. Like
I'm attacking you because you're poor. I'm attacking you because you're depressed. I'm attacking you like that's not it. It has nothing to do with that.
This whole thing started with a talk about sympathy, Ben. And I'm just saying, like, look, you may not buy my excuses, and I'd say walk a mile in my shoes. I don't judge you. When you look, dude, I'm not trying to call you on the carpet for nothing, Ben, but you gained a little weight when you moved back here.
Oh no, I admitted that right away.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm just saying, did I ever say a word to you about it?
No,
Did I call you a fat slob? Did I do anything? Did I call into question your willpower? Did I give you dietary advice? See, why are you in this nurse position where I got to sit and listen to you give me advice like I'm not a man that has been through diets and exercise plans and worked around the physical deformity that I have and my mental problems to try and make it work. You think I don't know incremental change is better than just jumping into a crash diet or a crash exercise plan? I'm sorry, dude. It just comes off as preachy to me. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm 36 years old. I've been fat and not fat my whole life. I know how to lose weight. And I appreciate your encouragement at the end there, but some of the other shit you've said to me tonight, dude, ain't been that encouraging. My willpower, excuses, at some point you control what you put in your mouth. Well, yeah, that's true. But what does that imply about me? Then I'm just dumb and I just like stuff in my face and want to be a big fat lard?
Well, that's what I do.
Well, sure, but he's not talking about you. He's talking about me.
I was just talking about in general. I would say...
No, this was about me, man.
I was just saying overall, we choose what we put in our mouths to eat. That's what I was saying. I mean, everyone heard it. So...
You know what? Everyone heard everything else you said tonight, too. And I guess people can make up their own minds. I was done a while ago. If you're done now, I can keep going. I just don't think there's a point, man.
Sure.
I'm not asking you to buy my line. Trust me, you ain't seen my x-rays. Maybe I'm a big old huckster who walks around hunched over.
What are you even talking about?
I'm just saying, like,
Jesus.
why don't you have a single shred of empathy for a person?
I didn't say that.
Like, why do you roast them like a frankfurter over the flame because they're fat? and then get
I
mad,
do that?
And
Did I do that?
And then get all huffy when they get pissed off when you call into question shit that you either don't know about or don't care about that they feel is mitigating.
What do you think, Scotty?
Man, I ain't touched this.
Jump on in, Scotty.
I don't blame
I ain't
you.
touch this with a 10-foot fucking pole.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Jump
either,
on
man.
in, Scotty.
I don't blame anybody.
Say something.
Something.
Read the situation to us in your usual blunt way.
I really don't want to.
Oh man, could be so beautiful. All right, I guess the show's over then.
So you're not going to do it?
Me?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I really don't know. That's why I wanted Scotty to sum it all up. Because, you know, I can see how Ben is annoying. But at the same time, I think Paul has like a giant persecution complex and he reads like insane amounts of things and the shit Ben says that are not there. That's my read of the situation.
I was just having a conversation on the show.
So you diagnose me, but not him. So he can be annoying, but I have a persecution complex.
I mean, I'm not even
pissed off when he won't drop shit.
I'm just saying, like, everything he says, you turn it into like, Ben is insinuating this. He's insinuating this. He's insinuating this. He's insinuating this.
What did you think he meant by what he brought up in?
He's saying he's questioning your willpower. That's what he's doing.
Right.
Why can't he do that?
And I question it myself. And when I try to explain,
if you question yourself, why is it that Ben can't question?
He can. I'm not questioning. Look, dude, I sat here and participated in this shit.
That's true.
Do whatever he wants. He's a grown ass man. I'm asking, can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Then we don't disagree.
All right. I guess that's that then.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Peace.
Let's move on.
Oh, shit. Storytime with Paul.
I wonder if I can make, I'm going to try to make Paul full screen.
Sure.
Cool.
Try this out.
Feel free.
Go to this totally black screen at first. Let's see.
No, that's just me, dude. I'm that black. I am, as one might say, crispy.
You're a black hole, Paul.
Paul is just pure darkness.
Yes.
Paul is the darkness.
When you get close enough to me, the gravity... Oh, wow. Well, okay. That's horrifying. Thank you, Ben.
It's the Paul Show.
So I started telling a story a while back about drugs and Texas, most specifically marijuana in Texas. I inadvertently, accidentally kind of crossed the border with a bunch of weed. So anyway, long story short, that weed eventually ran out. And I went about my business of sourcing another dude to get weed from, because that's what you do when you live in a place that doesn't have legal weed. You find a guy who knows a guy, and then you have a guy. So I went about doing that, and I found a guy. And this guy was Asian, and I won't use his real name. I remember what it was, but we'll just say Chang Wang was his name. And I was told by my guy that, you know, hey, my guy Chang Wang is going to give you a call. I gave him your number. He's cool with it. He's going to hook you up. And I was like, okay. So I get this phone call, and I pick it up, and he's like, hey, man, it's Chang Wang. And I was like, cool. Hey, Chang, my name's Paul. And he goes, hey, man, I got that loud. What up, man? What up? You want that loud? And I was like, I don't know what loud is, sir, but maybe. And he's like, what? You don't know what loud is? Now, here's the thing. In California, we never called good weed loud. So I had no fucking clue what loud was, but I found out it was weed, and so he goes, all right, man. So I'm thinking, like, at this point, living in California and having weed delivered to me for the last 3 or 4 years, I'm thinking at this point, this dude's going to cruise by with some weed. So I go, all right, man. Well, yeah, that sounds good. Sounds like a good price. And he goes, all right, man. Meet me at the Chuck E. Cheese at this address in 20, 30 minutes. And I was like, the Chuck E. Cheese? Yeah, just park in the parking lot.
Chuck E. Cheese.
At the Chuck E. Cheese. And I was like, oh, fuck me. So this Chuck E. Cheese is about 15, 20 minutes away from my house. I'm sweating fucking bullets driving my way over there, thinking that I've been gaffled up in some fucking Texas police sting or some shit, right? I'm already clammed up. It's weird. Like, I've been buying weed for a long time in California back when it was a prohibition state, and I'd never had a dude, like, meet me at a Chuck E. Cheese. That was this virgin territory for me as a longtime pothead. I've never met this dude. I know nothing about him. I know nothing really about the dude that hooked me up with him, so I'm really out on a limb here. And I get there, and I pull up, and I send, Chang Wang a message. I say, hey, Chang Wang, I'm here. And he goes, all right, man, we'll be there soon. Text back, and I was like, okay. And then I look back at the text, and I was like, we'll be there soon? Who's we? Who the fuck else is coming? So Chang pulls up in a sporty little, car, and this big white dude gets out. And Chang gets out, too, and gets in the back seat and hands the white dude what very clearly is my weed. And then the white dude, not Chang, who I've talked to and dealt with up until this point, walks over to my fucking car and just gets in. He's like, hey, man. And I'm like, oh, are you Chang? He's like, no, man, that's Chang. I'm like, okay, here's the money, dude I've never met. Can I have the weed? And he's like, yeah, man. And so he's chatting me up about the weed like I want to know about it. And really all I want to do is stash this weed and get the fuck back to my house. And he's like, dude, this is a really good weed, man. Really super mellow smoke. And I'm like, that's good, man. That's cool. I trust you. You want to take a smell of it? I'm like, no need. It's weed. I can smell it smell it through the bag. Thank you very much, dude I've never met. And he goes, all right, man, well, stay up, blah, blah, blah. Gets out of the car. And I'm like, oh. He gets back in the car, and he and Chang pull away. And I'm like, Jesus. So I get out of the car, go around to the back, and I stash it, and somewhere in the car where it's not in the cab, and it's not going to be visible immediately. And I turn around and I get back in my car, and I get on my phone to text Ashley, hey, everything went fine. I'm on my way home, because she knew I was worried going, and she was worried. I look up, and I start my car, and I look up at the rearview mirror, as I usually do when I'm pulling out of a parking space, and I fucking shit you not, San Antonio PD. And he's parked right behind me. His car is lengthwise across the back of my car, and he's just sitting there. And I'm like, I'm going to fucking jail. I'm going to fucking jail. I'm going to jail. So I'm waiting for this. In Texas, of all fucking places. I'm going to get butt raped in a San Antonio shithole county jail. This is going to be fucked. So this dude's back there, and I see he's looking. And then he's just kind of, eventually he pulls off. And he backs up. And I'm like, oh, thank God. So instead, fucking.
Sorry. Just go.
No, it's okay. So instead of going the direction that he's going, I go the other direction. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to go up and around and go the long way out of this parking lot, shake this cop. So I do that. And unfortunately for me, and I'd never been to this Chuck E. Cheese because I don't frequent them. I'm not 12. I just buy weed at them, I guess. The only way out of this parking lot is one way. And I pull up, I shit you not, at the same time as the cop. We just like, and it's really unclear who has the right of way. So I'm like, all right, officer. And I actually made the motion. I was like, go ahead, sir. I'm sure you have business to attend to. And he just sat there. I waited about 3 or 4 or 5 uncomfortable seconds, and I pulled out, and he immediately pulled in behind me. And I was like, fuck it. All right, I'm done. I'm going to jail. All right, let's do this. So I pulled onto the frontage road. He pulls right in behind me. He's all close. I can tell he's calling my plates in and shit. So I drove, 3/4 of a mile, and all of a sudden he lights up his lights. Boop! I hear the whoop, whoop, whoop. And instead of staying behind me, he pulls up right next to me with his lights on, does the whaler one more time, whoop, whoop, revs his engine, and then just peels out and leaves. So basically, now for anybody that's wondering why a cop would do such a thing, basically the message I got, because you realize I just got into San Antonio, so I had California license plates. And basically what the Texas guy was saying, all right, California, I ran your plates, and they came back clean. I don't see any prize for drugs or anything else, but next time I see you buying weed in a Chuck E. Cheese parking lot, your white privilege is not going to save you, boy. Now, am I wrong in that interpretation in anybody's estimation, or do you think that's basically what happened?
I think they were definitely giving you a warning.
Yeah, probably, Paul. They were probably running your plates, and probably something else came up, and they're probably just like, well, we got to deal with this other situation.
I was terrified. I drove home the whole way. My hands and legs were shaking.
But, I mean, your position with the cop, I mean, he obviously saw that you bought some
he was probably watching from somewhere, saw that some transaction went down.
Well, I guarantee you the guy you bought it from probably wasn't very smart and was probably doing this in the same spot over and over again to get noticed. Because, I mean, why else would a cop just be sitting there?
Yeah, I mean, look, he clearly didn't. His operation was under surveillance. I mean, maybe it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like we were hiding. We were in a fucking Chuck E. Cheese parking lot right near the interstate.
Another thing, too, is, Paul, is that sometimes these people are informants, but you might have just been someone like with this guy buying a lot of weed. And it's like, no, it's just some, guy.
No,
some
I was buying,
player.
like, the first buy, I never buy a lot of weed anyway because I don't want to get a bunch of seeds and stems. So I bought, not a lot of weed, but that doesn't even, like, it was just every transaction that I had for weed after that, and I didn't use Chang Wang for very much longer, as you can imagine. I found another guy, but, it went from something that I used to not even really worry about to something that I was worried I was going to get gaffled up every fucking time I did it.
Well, sure.
After that. Never had another run-in with the cops, never had any other brushes with the law when I was in Texas, but that alone was enough to put me on edge the entire fucking year I was there.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I think it's time to wrap up
A beautiful
the
story,
show.
a beautiful show. Remember, if you hate Jimmy Dore, give us a thumbs up.
Yep.
Or if you just like us, I guess.
If you like Paul's story, give it a thumbs up.
Give it a thumbs up.
Do you think the cops should have arrested me? Give it a thumbs up.
3-hour and 13-minute show.
That's pretty dope.
Nice.
And we also recorded a
Paul.
bunch of clips today.
Which will be released over the course of the next 3 days, so
Tomorrow.
stay tuned.
Paul should be in a federal prison for drug smuggling, dude.
Dude, don't say
Smug
that.
druggling.
Don't say that, dude.
Paul went across state lines.
I didn't smuggle
Good night,
any
everybody.
drugs.
He admitted it.
Admitted drug smuggler, Paul's ego. Salty Paul returns.
Salty Paul never left.
I was like, when did Salty Paul leave?
Like this idea that Salty Paul comes and goes is really interesting to me because I'm always salty all the time.
That's
my secret.
That's a
I'm
reminder.
always salty. What, you want this?
That reminds me on the on-demand page on Vimeo, we're gonna upload the Salty Paul rage feed
the
clip.
lost rage feed
Yet
clip.
no one else can see it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because
you guys can see
WWE
Paul's horrible,
Meltdown.
salty ass
The saltiest
meltdown and get
meltdown.
He got up
Paul
and
quote,
left.
Quote yourself, Paul. From the part we talked about it earlier.
I've really been able to do it backwards.
I've been doing backwards Hadouken since 1993. That's literally something I say.
Backwards
The controller was the controller was lagging. The screen was lagging.
Yeah, the controller sucked. The screen sucked.
No, I don't believe that's true because we were playing it and we were fine.
Whatever, Ben. You know what happened.
Dude,
And it wasn't the shield
Set me
controller.
up, Ben.
Paul, you know what? You were just mad. You were
You
just
made
mad.
me salty, Ben.
You were mad you're being taken to school, buddy.
Yeah, I did. I get taken to task in multiple games that night. Just like different games. I get madder as the night goes
Hey,
on.
Paul, anytime you want, we can play some Mortal Kombat,
At
dude.
some point, Scotty straight up tells me, like, all right, Paul, well, don't talk to me anymore.
Yeah, basically.
Shit like
Not
that.
in those
Dude, that
exact
was
words,
wonderful.
but basically.
That
Yeah.
was wonderful. I've never seen it.
And I was just
Actually,
like,
I did
whoa.
see it when it was on, briefly. I just turned it.
And then, like, pretty soon after that, I just get up and leave, man. I was like, whoa.
If I'm now wanted around here, you guys can set me up with bad controllers.
Yeah. You had like a conspiracy theory.
Scotty came back home that night. He's like, I don't know about this shit, man, with Paul. Paul's a degenerate, dude.
Degenerate.
Paul he can't even handle nothing. Can't even say nothing to Paul, dude. He gets super butthurt super easy.
You know what the funny thing is,
dude? Because
Well,
dude,
I did.
Because dude, my you can hear me on the stream. My criticism of Paul was like, well, it seems to be working all right. Then Paul just went off on.
Yeah.
I was kind of just like, Paul, I'm done talking to you.
Scotty don't put up with that shit,
Dude,
Paul.
dude.
They're pretty much, I first made it clear to you, I'm done talking. Like, oh, I'm just going to leave. Then I'm like,
This is not. This one actually isn't kayfabe though. This was a genuine. Like somebody just said more kayfabe, and this one wasn't.
No, it was not.
I got straight up salty and left.
That was funny.
Man, I wish there was a TJ mute button in real life, dude.
That'd be great.
There is.
Scotty would have it on all.
It's McDonald's.
It's called Shoot Me.
Whoa.
I don't want to do that.
That took a turn.
Face.
Well, that's how you mute me.
That went dark.
You saying you want to kill me, Paul?
All right, so I guess we're done with this video.
You wish there was a TJ mute button in real life. You know what that means?
Yeah,
that means you wish I was dead, Paul.
You're drunk.
I wish you were dead.
Do you want to fight right now, Paul, to the
Dude,
death?
your girlfriend is the one that came into my dreams and said she didn't like me and didn't want me around.
That's true. Paul had a dream last night. He had a dream that I came to him and I said, "Listen, Paul, I need to talk. Chelsea don't like you, Paul.
Yeah.
Chelsea thinks you're a piece of shit. And you know what? What Chelsea thinks, I think, Paul.
Yeah.
Well, little did you know, Paul, that's a prophecy, because Chelsea has come to me on several occasions.
And said that she doesn't like me.
And she has said, you know who I can just detest and revile on every level?
Yeah.
That fat, miserable, stinky Paul's ego.
Stinky.
And I was like, Chelsea, please, this is my friend. You shouldn't be talking about him like that. And she's like, I'll talk about him however I want, because he's a piece of useless shit.
I knew it was true, dude.
And you bringing him here was a mistake, TJ.
I knew it was true, dude.
Fix your mistake and send Paul back to Texas where his obscure, shitty ass belongs. And I was like, Chelsea, please, come on. That's too harsh. Don't be so mean to Paul.
Is this one of those pre-roll J's? This is oil dipped.
No.
Did you just change the subject when you get uncomfortable, Paul? Just change the subject.
Whatever, TJ. I've known for years that Chelsea hates me. Dude.
Chelsea hates your guts, Paul.
Who doesn't? But I mean, in fairness,
in all fairness, who doesn't hate Paul on some level?
He said for years. He hasn't even known her for years.
There's actually a quote on my DP Wiki page from you, from episode 98, saying, "I can't imagine anybody disliking Paul for any reason." Literally, you say that. And I read that recently.
Know you better, Paul.
I read that recently, and I was like, oh, man.
Then I got to know yous a little better.
Better learn how to swim or you'll sink like a stone.
Is this another Ventura clip?
TJ flip-flopped.
On what? What I do?
Oh, they're talking about what we said a minute ago about how you said nobody could dislike me. Yeah, it's cool.
No,
that's usually
man.
how my life is.
Paul's a good guy.
Shut up, TJ.
Paul's a good guy, dude.
Lion Paul,
dude. You and Chelsea detest me.
All right, here's the next one.
Yeah, whatever. Paul.
We try not to. We try not to.
Both candidates,
Trash talk extravaganza.
DP Twitch highlights.
Which is an episode where Paul and I have an argument like two 5-year-olds about an imaginary world title belt.
That was the sickest shit ever, dude. Because we both realized we were being a couple of 2-year-olds at the same time. We were like, dude, we're arguing about imaginary belts that we just made up. Because it was like, you're like, no, I've got the Intercontinental title right now. I was like, no, you lost it. And I was like, no, there is no title. We're just high and playing a wrestling video game.
Yeah, dude. Anyway, there's a shitload of content on here. You can sign up.
Our trip to Portland
for as long as you want. Yeah, our little trip to Portland shit is in there.
Crazy shit, guys.
We got the Paul workout challenge. I'm in some of those. I come and work out a little bit as well. So yeah, I'm probably going to be doing that this weekend as well. So there'll be a new episode of that coming out.
It's where a lot of great thumbnails have come from.
Yeah,
Those are priceless. I love them.
Great thumbnails have been birthed from my workout faces.
Yeah.
That is true.
We're going to launch TJ into space yet again this week. Sunday.
Oh yeah. It's magical. Hey, it's the guy who wrote the Salty Paul song.
Yeah.
Can I play Salty Paul live at the New York meetup? Yes, you can.
Yes,
Come on down, buddy.
Come on down. We'll arrange that.
Dude,
if
I'll
we do
even
that.
sing along with you, dude. I'll sing backup for you. More
Excuse me,
talking
Paul,
points.
Base Disciple has a brilliant counterpoint.
What's
in the chat.
that?
Paul, you're an idiot.
Cool. Thanks,
Shut up,
Base
Paul.
Disciple.
How about no, Paul? That's pretty stupid, Paul.
Dude, are there a bunch of Le Pen salty people in the chat today?
There are. Did you give them a salt transfer, Paul?
It's so silly, dude. Look at it. Look at how salty the Le Pen people are tonight. It's so cute. Well, shit. I guess they'll like this Razor Fist video then, because he's pretty salty too.
Razor
The
Fist
walking
greater
white
than all
flag.
the drunken peasants.
Still,
Damn right.
You might as well attach red and blue strips of Velcro to the French flag at this point.
Yeah, this hyperbole is so much better than us.
Yeah.
I love this fallacious like, let me just tell you something, people. To the people at IKEA.
I'm the one that got a couple.
You're a piece of shit, Paul.
I'm the one that got a couple of drinks.
TJ?
Why are you so mean to people,
You know
Paul?
what? You know what, TJ? For the first time in my life, I agree with you.
You know what? I want to.
Why the poor people?
Can we
of
have a
IKEA?
hug, Ben? This show is really about me and Ben. It ain't about Scotty.
Look at these.
It ain't about Paul's
You know what?
ego.
I-
It ain't about my couch.
Ben, listen to him.
Bullshit.
This dude that called you
Racist.
a crumb on his mighty mouth.
Racist.
I've stayed
You're
silent.
sucking. Go ahead and bob your head in his lap a
well,
little
hold
harder.
on, hold on.
False friend, TJ.
I've stayed silent for so long while people bash the good people of IKEA.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It's bullshit.
Did you ever stop and think about Ryan,
IKEA. This is
Paul?
about TJ
Think
telling
about
me he was
Ryan.
the
People of IKEA are all heroes who deserve the utmost
Ryan was just being
praise.
calm and respectful. You were yelling at him.
And you know, people try.
I love your sweet.
I couldn't get a couch. Welcome to First World Problems with Paul's fat ass overfed ego.
If you think, hold up.
Hold on. You know what? Is it like?
Let it talk. I'll let it talk.
Is it like, hey, I'm Periscope. Hey, everybody, welcome to Ideas. Those mother didn't deliver my couch today, so like I got to stay in my friend's like luxurious house instead. In the meantime, and smoke like really good weed and eat good food the whole time.
Oh,
but
shut up.
Damn it, my
Damn you, IKEA.
It's about the principle.
Damn you
to hell.
Whatever.
Dude, you know what it reminds me of?
you,
The episode
TJ.
of Frasier.
Hold on.
No, episode of Frasier where
Hold on. I'm going to say one thing. I'm muting everybody else because I want to say this. Earlier, Paul compared IKEA, what they've done to him, to his mother being... I just want to bring that up. No, I didn't, mother. Everyone
It was
else
Paul,
was here.
dude. I was there. I saw it.
What the fuck is wrong?
I saw it. I jerked off myself. I was there.
I made a joke about the IKEA thing.
I will defend myself,
Hold
Ben.
on. You will in a second, but now I'm going to mute you. So, Paul, I made a joke about him. Paul was like, so why don't you just make a joke about my mom being raw? You're at it, too. And that's what happened. Anyway, go ahead, Paul.
Ben has this thing where he wants to paint everything that I do and partake in a negative light for the lulz. But in this instance, I'm lucky because I have a friend here who's willing to impose themselves.
So it's just I have
with my presence and my little dog's presence and my girlfriend's presence for another indeterminate amount of days.
It's my agenda.
But I can't sleep on the floor, Ben. So that couch that I ordered to be delivered on a date that they told me that it would be delivered didn't show up, so I have nowhere to sleep. So now I know that that's not a big deal because I have a friend here.
And it's not like your mom being raped.
Ben, hold the phone, dude.
Okay.
Like, honestly, now I know
Ben, you need this phone, buddy.
Yeah, hold it.
Thank you.
Ben, I know I know it's funny to fuck with me on the show.
Fuck with everybody.
I know you do, but but in this instance, dude, I'm not being unreasonable.
It's not like your mom being
All I
raped.
wanted was a resolution on a bed.
All right, so here's how.
Hold up. I'm almost done.
Okay.
A resolution on a bed that would have allowed me and my girlfriend and my little dog, who have been transient since we left Texas 2 weeks ago, to have. Hold up,
Ben. Hold up.
Ben, hold the phone,
Let him
dude.
go through his little spiel.
Shut up, dude.
Spiel.
Honestly.
Wrap it up.
That would allow us to live in the place that I've been paying rent on for 2 months and haven't spent a night in yet.
Okay, but earlier though, when Ben was just like, man, you talk about this couch a lot. You're like, man, what did I gotta do before I earn your sympathy?
Yeah, no.
Does my mom have to be rich by IKEA?
I can answer that if you'd like.
My mom has to be.
No. I can answer that.
Does my mommy gotta be by the big old IKEA cock?
Can I answer that?
Oh my God! You're asking other people if they're done.
Are you done?
Go ahead.
Are you done?
Can I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on your spiel.
I said that because Ben.
Go ahead. Tell us your story, Paul.
Okay, can you turn it down a little bit so I can hear myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
There
Tell
you
me
go.
your story.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll do it with this music. Okay, listen.
How can they do this?
Ben,
What did it have to do with me?
I'll answer the question if you guys will stop jerking each other off for 5 seconds. You cute little couple, you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead. Tell me about it. Okay.
So here's the deal. I said the Ben, please. If I was doing this to you, you'd be like another one of your tantrums. Paul always talks over me. Oh, Paul's stopping me from talking again. Oh, yeah. Next time it's your turn to talk, I'll just go
Yeah.
Listen.
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
The reason I said that is no. No! Not the counter! I'll talk when TJ's done. Right. He's not done. Listen. Let him be hilarious, dude. This is why we pay him. Look at the chat, dude. They're dying.
Oh, hold on. Okay, now you're telling us to listen to the chat.
No. Look at the chat. I can't see the chat through my tears. Oh, God, no!
Hold on. No. Go ahead, Paul. Tell us the story.
No, I can't.
Tell us.
TJ, no, I'm going to let TJ finish his comedy bit.
Let him do it.
No, he's too loud. I can't hear myself.
Stop. I'm going to mute him. I'll mute
even
him.
if he's muted, he's screaming in my fucking ear.
Go ahead. Oh, okay, Paul. All right, go ahead. Tell us the story.
Hold up. I want to let TJ catch his breath because he's still making noise.
All right, he's ready.
Thank you.
All right.
I said the whole pure mother thing because what is this job?
Hey, don't
hold on.
Don't stomp your feet.
Hush! Don't stomp your fucking feet. People live here, TJ.
Yeah.
Be a normal human being for 5 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us about how not getting a couch is like your mom being
I said, because I told Ben my predicament, that I've been paying rent for 2 months.
It's like your mom being... Go ahead. Keep going.
Paul, they're never going to...
No.
You guys are done being funny.
He's starting...
Go ahead. No, carry it.
He's starting to change my mind.
Whatever, Ben. You don't want to hear the story. Whatever.
Well, I mean,
I know you don't like to be wrong, Ben, but you're wrong.
I don't even care about Ben being right or wrong, but...
It's wrong.
Okay, either we're going to let Paul tell the story or not.
Yeah, because honestly, if we're not, just move on.
No, let's just move on at this point.
I'm done.
I won't lie, it's been pretty funny, Paul, but...
yeah, it's hilarious.
No, not the couch thing, but your reaction.
No, I know. That's fine.
Oh, yeah, I never thought the couch thing
If I can't get through one sentence, then we can go.
Yeah.
Like, let's just move on.
Well, all right, let's hear Paul's tale. Okay, let's hear the story.
Yeah, people are saying they don't care, so move on.
No, go ahead.
I care, Paul. Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
People
care, Paul.
When I told Ben that I had been paying rent for 2 months...
Go ahead. All right, I'm closing the window. I'm actually going to let you say it. I'm closing. The song's gone now.
The window's not closed.
It is.
All right, let's just move on. Let's just move it on. I can't tell us. I can't speak with two giggling in my ear. I'm sorry. It's just not a performance thing I've honed.
All right, the window's been closed, Paul.
So that's fine. Listen, I said that because when I told Ben that I'd been paying rent for 2 months on an apartment that I haven't stayed one night in, he reacted like he's reacting here, like, oh my God, well, no. 2 whole months of rent on an expensive ass. Yeah, you did. And then I said, Ben, what do I got to do? What do they got to do to me to make it enough for you to care about this? My mom.
That's not what.
That's how. Yeah. You, if you're going to deny that was the context,
and then
of this,
I said,
you're disingenuous. You're a liar.
I didn't say
so keep laughing and giggling and ape it up with TJ.
This is what I'm talking about when you interrupt me.
Then I said, did they your mom on the couch?
When you interrupt me when it took me 15 minutes to talk.
Yeah.
Shut up. Don't be sensitive if you're going to giggle through me.
It was Sarah McLachlan. Anyway, I never said it was funny that you couldn't stay in your apartment. I never said that was funny or like a problem.
That's what this is about.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's why I'm pissed off about it. That's why when you make fun of IKEA and the bullshit, yeah, it's funny.
It is funny.
Yeah.
But it's only because it was never like a big deal. Until
maybe it's not a big deal to you.
No. That's not what I mean.
Because you have a house to live in. You have a house to live in, Ben. I don't right now.
Okay.
And I'm having to impose on my friends.
That's not what I'm
with
talking
all my
about.
shit.
That's not what I'm talking about.
And I own the place.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is though.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes.
Okay. I was just laughing about the stories, the constant stories you were telling about IKEA. And that's just the only thing I was commenting on. I don't. Obviously,
why the stories. That's why the stories.
Obviously, you can realize the difference between laughing at you know, hearing about IKEA every day and how terrible.
You're my friend, and if something like this happened to you, I'd be pissed for you. I'd be helping. I certainly wouldn't, in the midst of it, be on you about it nonstop in front of people. You know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't go there. I don't think the little bit you guys just did was funny, and that's the truth. But if it was, people liked it, ha ha ha, cool.
I mean,
but that's all I got to say.
I think you'll be fine.
I will be. I'll be fine. I'll get a couch somewhere else, and I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And the next time you're imposed upon by a company up, and if you need a helping hand or a place to sleep, you can ask me, because I honestly will let you do that.
And that's fine. And if you want to laugh about, if I have this crazy reaction on the internet for like 5 days, and I just like talk about it nonstop, you have the right to laugh about it.
That's fine. And you have the right to do it to me too. I was allowed to speak, so I'm satisfied with the way it went down. People can make their own minds up.
I thought it was funny. Thank you.
Fair enough.
I thought it was funny.
Fair enough. Cool. Kudos to both of you. Your bit, you guys' shtick was the absolute top, though. The constant giggling and the
I died
and the crying joke. Yeah, Luis was.
Dude, I don't know if you were watching this over there on the couch, but they were laughing at it.
I know. It was funny. It's fine. It is what it is.
It was funny.
All right, so let's say what's this other one? Backwards Hadouken. Oh, that's a forward Hadouken. So that's a forward Hadouken and B. That's the gut slice. Let's check it out.
The screen is fucking laggy. Ben's across the room and he's fucking laughing at me. It ain't my fault that I'm fat. I was poor as a kid and I have a bad back. I need my couch, I don't deserve this. Let me talk to IKEA customer service. Santa called that kid fat. Still can't believe he did that. And I've been doing a backwards Hadouken since 1992. Salty ball, round as a ball. And I'm fat cause my back is bent. No telling where my couch from IKEA went. Salty ball, round as a ball. My vape at TJ's house. Nicotine fit so I can run my mouth. Gingers can tan Ben. And don't get me started on penguins. Billy threw his piss on me. I attacked him while he was in his seat. And I've been doing a backwards Hadouken since 1992. Salty ball, round as a ball. And I'm fat cause my back is bent. No telling where my couch from IKEA went. Salty ball, round as a ball. Salty.
I forgot how to do a backwards Hadouken. I mean, I've only been doing it since 1992, so.
For destroying the environment.
Why would they give a shit? I'm sorry, why would they care what we're doing to our planet? If we're an alien sideshow, don't you think they're covering us like, look what the stupid humans are doing now?
It'd be like a reality show on their planet.
Maybe they want our planet for them, dude. And they're like, well, they're just misusing it, and we're going to need that at some point.
Then? Yeah, swipe us out.
Come along, aliens.
If they have this ultra advanced technology, wiping us out would be no problem.
Bring on the alien overlords, dude.
Bring them on, huh?
Yep.
You think they'll stop all the piss drinking that's going on this planet?
We're drinking piss down here, guys. Come on. It's time for the culling.
What if the aliens land and the first thing they do is take a big old gulp of their own piss?
Well, Paul,
then they're going to find lots of people to love here.
Paul, this actually is breaking news. I don't know if you've heard the news about McDonald's and High C.
No.
They've actually discontinued high C at McDonald's.
Why?
I don't know, Paul. But they've made that decision, so next time you go to McDonald's...
But I like fucking orange soda, dude.
So check out this, I actually know you do, Paul. I've seen you get it a bunch of times.
Check out this
It's
fat
true.
fucking
it's gone,
kid.
dude. It's not, no bullshit. It's gone.
That sucks.
He's a fat kid.
Oh, fat kid? Cool.
Holy
shit. He's like the Michelin Man,
weighs
dude.
the same as 6 boys his own age.
How did he get to be so fat?
Right there.
He is the heaviest.
Eating fucking ice cream.
What the fuck? Is he naked?
Hold on. He's got a fucking swimming pool and he's still fat, Paul. There you go, man.
How do you explain that?
Roll
Ty
his
goes
little
in,
ass
Ty
in
comes
there.
out?
Yeah, roll his little
I
ass
don't
in
think
there, make him
he
swim.
wouldn't even swim. He would just float around.
dude.
Dude, his dick is just like totally hidden by his fucking.
I'm pretty sure he's
enormous-
probably wearing some kind of swimsuit,
It
but
was
it's just
swallowed
being
by his
engulfed.
body.
Sucked in. Wow.
Engulfed.
Look at him eating a fucking drumstick, dude.
Did his parents make him fat intentionally or something?
Arya is very famous, so I feel very happy.
This record put
Yeah.
him in the national and international spotlight
Indonesia.
and broadened the horizon.
Man, he's segmento.
Dude, he
He's so many
is.
fucking segments.
Yeah,
in it.
how- like-
he's the Michelin kid.
Dude, you guys ever notice that when people get really super obese, they get this dark shit on their foreheads?
Yeah.
What is that?
From rural Indonesia.
We came from a village, and then we were considered celebrities in the media and on TV.
Okay, so this is basically child abuse.
He's gonna fucking fly away,
So,
man.
these people basically exploited their kid to make money because they came from a shithole, and they're like, "Wow, we can make him the fattest kid," and then people want him on TV.
Yep, so we can make some
Wonderful.
cash.
Everyone come gather around and gawk at the fattest fucking kid you've ever seen.
Gawk at our fat son! Step right up!
Of course, we're contributing too,
Medical
so whatever.
experts have so far failed to identify any causes for his extraordinary weight gain.
I mean, the fact that he was sitting there eating muffins and cupcakes and fucking
If
ice
the
cream and shit doesn't
situation
have
is
anything to do
not
with it?
controlled, it could be fatal and he'll die.
Ini betul bisa sampai fatal, sampai bisa.
What about his diet?
Kematian.
His diet has nothing to do with him gaining this weight?
Now, the experts are
Now,
puzzled.
top obesity expert Dr. Grace Judio
Grace
will observe
Judio?
Arya at close quarters in an attempt to uncover the truth.
It turns out it's because he eats too much.
Look at that shit! Yeah, you're telling me this kid isn't just eating a ton of food all the time.
Will remain dark.
Does Arya suffer from a complex medical condition?
What's going on?
I don't know.
Jesus, get out of his way, though.
There's a bunch of food
Whatever
like-
it is, get the fuck out of his way.
There's a bunch of food laid out in front of him,
Dude, Indonesian food is so good, man.
but that has nothing to do with his obesity. It's
Yeah.
just like you can't magically just get fat. That doesn't make
Or
any
are
sense.
his parents overfeeding him?
Oh no! No fucking way!
What a fucking head scratcher this one is.
Maybe what you're doing is killing him.
Oh!
There's no water left in the
Arya
pool
be
now.
able to enjoy a healthy and happy life?
No, he will not.
Pergi kuliah Om sampai menggapai cita-cita
Okay, as soon as he's a kid, it's definitely his parents.
What does the future hold for the world's heaviest child?
Hopefully,
Heart attack.
hopefully some way. Hopefully, putting him on a fucking strict diet.
You're in so much pain. What about your fucking son that you're stuffing full of ice cream all day?
So, if you guys want to watch this, it's on. Yeah, Barcroft TV.
BTV.
World's Heaviest Child, Thursday, June 1st. I guess you missed it already. Sorry.
Whoops.
Whoopsie daisy.
Paul, tell the Lucas and red-faced boy story.
You guys want me to tell that story? That story?
Go ahead. Go, Paul.
You've got 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a quick one.
Let's just wrap. Let's fucking put a Paul.
I don't
guess we
think
need to-
it'll take 6 minutes.
Sending my mom
Do it.
love, blah, blah, blah.
Go.
Okay. So I worked at Starbucks for a long time, and this dude got hired. He was like an Eastern European guy, and his name was Lucas with a K. And he... Okay, what the fuck was that?
You know, shit sometimes happens. Do you need to know what it is, or can you just keep telling the story?
Jesus Christ.
God.
Fuck me. That's like... What? Okay. Wow.
Come on, fucking you tell the fucking story.
Come on, Paul, tell it. Or whip you, Paul.
Anyway, this Lucas guy, he was not very sensitive. And this one time, this lady walks in, and she's got this baby,
And I saw it, and I immediately knew something was wrong with the baby. It had like rosacea, but all over its body. And I mean, you know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? I would never say anything about that to the mother, but I made note of it as soon as I walked in because I was working with Lucas. This woman comes up and orders from me, and Lucas is working the bar, and I'm just praying. Please, Lucas, just put this fucking drink on the bar and say the lady's name and let her leave. He makes her drink and he goes, hello, yes, I have a mocha for Carla and a kid's hot chocolate for the little red-faced boy.
Oh, God.
And he sets it down on the fucking counter. My jaw fell open. The lady's jaw fell open. Lucas just went to make the next drink. The lady came over and talked to me, and I was like, just let me talk to him for a second, and then I'll come and talk to you. I pulled Lucas aside and was like, what the fuck was that? And he goes, what? Was it too hot? I said, you called him the red-faced boy in front of the entire store. He goes, what? And then, like, I found out later that it wasn't even a boy. It was a little girl. It was a baby. So he called a little girl with a horrible skin thing the red-faced boy in front of everybody. So that was, yeah, that's just, I mean, there's really no button on that story.
That's it?
That was just Lucas. That's what it was like. It was like a minefield working with that dude. But that was the worst one that he pulled.
That's how I feel with Egghead.
Really? What do you mean? Like the red face? Like you're the red-faced boy?
No, Egghead does stuff like that, but on his YouTube channel. Like at the end, he called Leslie. What was that one lady with the got in a fight with Milo on
Leslie
Twitter?
Jones.
Yeah, he called her. He called her a female Harambe at the end of his video.
Dude, a black
no one's ever
lady?
drawn that comparison before.
A black lady though? And he was like, let me tell you something about this here silverback female Harambe.
That shit ain't cool.
Yeah.
And
That's on one of Egghead's videos. It's still up there.
Dude, Paul, I'd rather watch you play an Egghead than an Egghead video.
I mean,
seriously.
Dude, maybe we can take over the Egghead channel. I'll be like,
Hey guys,
Egghead here.
Egghead here.
Got 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Wow, 2 minutes.
2 more minutes.
I feel like
2
I should be
minutes, you better
silent.
send all
So
your
let's go
fucking
around the
money.
room and let other people talk.
The
They're
thrill is
still
gone.
in their, they're still in their honeymoon
He'll come crawling
period.
back,
TJ, the
TJ.
thrill
Paul,
is
Me
gone.
and Paul are like a bitter old couple now.
Yeah.
The thrill is gone.
But with Billy, you know, that's like his new love.
I tell him all the time to put his house shoes on or he's going to catch cold. But he never listens, and then he always comes down with a sniffle the next day, and I put his house shoes by the bed
And
every
Paul
night.
cannot put his fucking clothes in the hamper.
I can't. Yeah, that's
You
true.
can move the hamper. You can do whatever you want. Paul's not putting his clothes in the hamper. They
I
belong
haven't-
on the floor.
I don't know what it
The
is.
floor is where they belong.
But
Where's Billy's speech?
Paul sucked a bone today.
All right. Now.
Billy, make your
Now we have
speech.
hit 1 day.
Your powerful
Yep.
The
speech.
fucking counter says 1 motherfucking day.
24 hours.
So we've done it. And we're going to end this fucking stream.
thank you to everybody that came on the show. Special thanks to Billy and Pod
Billy.
Smash for being here in the studio for damn near the whole goddamn thing. And, you know, everybody involved. Thank you guys.
Except
it was
TJ.
fun.
Except me.
Hope
Yes.
you guys had a good
Fuck
time.
me.
Anybody else have anything to add?
Drugs.
Good night.
Do drugs.
Drugs are good.
Yeah,
Smoke weed
drugs.
every day.
Drugs.
It's over.
It's over.